Mesdames et messieurs, la cérémonie d'ouverture va bientôt commencer. Merci de prendre vos places. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony is about to start. Please take your seats. Many thanks. Bonjour. Mesdames et messieurs, le président de la République, Emmanuel Macron, est en train d'arriver. Je vous demande de prendre vos places. Ladies and gentlemen, the President, Emmanuel Macron, is on his way, is arriving in the building. So I encourage you to take your seats. Many thanks. Il est maintenant temps de commencer la cérémonie d'ouverture sur le point de débuter. Merci donc de opening ceremony is about to start. Please take your seats. Many thanks.
Alors, bien, mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen,
de sortir,
I've asked the press to leave the room,
jamais.
and now we'll begin, because if we don't start
Donc,
now,
je vais
we'll
demander à
never
chacune
start.
et chacun de s'asseoir.
So
Et
I'd
je vais
like to
donner la
ask
parole
everyone
à-
to sit down.
Monsieur le
And I'll give the
Président,
floor to the
bonjour, bienvenue à
Madam
vous
the
tous
Ambassador.
et toutes ici. Vous êtes donc à Paris,
Good morning and
au
welcome
Palais
to everyone. You're here
Brongniart, dans un
in
lieu qui a
Palace,
été
in
un
the
lieu
Palais
d'innovation
Brongniart, which
financière pendant
has
plus
been
de
a
2
place
siècles.
for financial
Puisque
innovation
c'est
for
ici
more
que
than
se
2
tenait
centuries,
la
because
bourse
this is
de
where we
Paris.
had the
You will
Paris
find
Stock
headsets on your
Exchange.
seats for translation in 5 languages, French, English, Spanish, Arabic and Chinese. Et pour commencer notre sommet
And
pour
to
un nouveau
begin
pacte
our
financier
summit
mondial,
for
un
a
pacte
new
financier
global
contre un
financing
système
pact,
financier
a pact
puisse
so that our
mieux
financial
protéger
system
les
can
intérêts des
better
populations
protect the
et
well-being
mieux
of
protéger notre
people
planète.
and better protect our
J'appelle
planet.
désormais sur scène
I
le
would
chef
like
de
to
la
call
République,
the
Emmanuel
President of the Republic, Emmanuel Macron.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Mesdames et messieurs les chefs
Ladies and gentlemen,
d'État et de gouvernement,
heads of state and government,
mesdames et messieurs
ladies and
les chefs
gentlemen,
d'organisation et d'institutions
distinguished heads of
financières
international
internationales,
organizations and
mesdames et
financial
messieurs les
institutions,
ministres, mesdames et messieurs
ministers,
les ambassadeurs, mesdames et
ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors,
D'abord,
ladies and
merci
gentlemen.
pour,
I would like to
votre
thank you,
présence
first of all, for being here today
à Paris
in Paris,
et vous remercier vous toutes et tous
and thank you
pour
all
votre engagement dans
for
cette
your
lutte contre la
commitment
pauvreté
to the
et la
fight
lutte
against
pour la planète.
poverty and the fight for the planet.
C'est un honneur pour nous d'accueillir
It is an
ce
honor
sommet
for us
pour un
to
nouveau
welcome
pacte
you here to this
financier
summit
mondial.
for a new global financial
Alors, je
pact.
voudrais d'abord souligner que
I would
ce
first
sommet
like to
est le
emphasize
vôtre,
that this summit is yours,
c'est-à-dire celui
and
de
that
toutes celles et tous ceux
this is for all of those who are on the front line,
face à leur
facing their
population, à
people,
leur planète qui se
facing the
dégrade,
deteriorating
et
planet.
que nous voulons bâtir ici dans un moment
I wanted to bring us
unique que
together
nous
in
avons
Paris
grand. C'est en effet un nouveau
to create a broad international
pas dit que
consensus
mais qui soit en quelque sorte porté par celles et ceux qui
and something that
vivent
is
les conséquences
carried forward by
du
those
changement
people who are
climatique
really
et des
living with the
dérèglements,
consequences
et
of
ont
climate
ajouté au
deregulation
premier plan face à la pauvreté
and
et ses
who are
conséquences.
fighting against poverty and its
Les objectifs du
consequences.
développement durable nous ont donné
The
un
Sustainable
formidable élan.
Development Goals have given
Le
us a
secrétaire
tremendous
général, en
momentum.
septembre prochain, organisera
The
un sommet
General
important
Secretary,
avant celui de
the Secretary General
l'année
will be
prochaine.
organizing a
Nous
summit
savons
next year.
aussi des rendez-vous qui
You
vont
know that we
structurer
have
l'agenda,
many
la COP
meetings
d'ici la
ahead,
fin d'ici la
the
fin
COP,
d'année,
the
les
COP
G20.
before the end of the
Et
year, the
il nous
G20
faut aujourd'hui
meetings.
réussir à avoir
And
quelques
today,
objectifs clairs.
We have
Malgré
to
cette
set
mobilisation,
out
malgré aussi ce
clear
que nous avons
objectives.
collectivement réussi à
Despite what
obtenir
we
depuis
have collectively
Kunming et Montréal
succeeded
en
in
matière de
achieving with
biodiversité,
the agreement obtained
si nous regardons
in
les choses
Kunming,
en
Montreal
face,
last December,
les inégalités augmentent,
we can see that
la
inequalities are growing.
vulnérabilité climatique ajoute encore au risque,
We've seen that climate
et notre
vulnerability
monde
adds to
est
risk,
soumis à des chocs de plus en plus grands.
and our world is faced with multiple
La
shocks.
pandémie a accru ces
The
difficultés,
epidemic
une
increased
reprise
these difficulties,
mondiale désorganisée
and a
aussi, et maintenant
disorganized
la guerre en
economic
Ukraine
recovery
suite à l'agression
added to these
russe
difficulties, and then
et
the
de
war in Ukraine
nombreuses
following the Russian
déstabilisations.
aggression has added
Pour
to
cela,
the instability of
nous
our
avons
world.
un système financier
We have a
qui est
financial
le fruit d'un
system
consensus passé,
that is the
qui a
result
su
of a
montrer son
past
efficacité, qui a
consensus that
apporté
was
des aides
efficient in the past,
extrêmement
that brought
conséquentes durant les décennies passées,
assistance that was sorely
mais qui ne va
needed in
sans
the
doute
past
plus assez
decades,
vite, qui n'est plus tout à fait
but
adaptée,
which is
qu'il
no
faut
longer
réaligner sur
fully
nos
adapted
objectifs.
and that we must
C'est
realign
pour
to
cela
meet
que
our
nous avons
objectives.
proposé l'année dernière à Bali
That is
un nouveau
why
pacte
last
financier
year I
mondial.
proposed in Bali that we work on a
Celui-ci doit
new
être bâti
global
d'abord
financial
sur
pact.
les attentes des populations. Et je veux saluer
This corresponds
nos
to
jeunesses
what our
partout à travers le
people are
monde qui ont
expecting, and I'd
contribué
like to pay
à la
tribute to
préparation de ce sommet,
youth around the world
les
who
organisations
contributed
non
to
gouvernementales, les sociétés
organizing
civiles. Elles doivent
this
continuer à être au
conference,
cœur de ce projet.
civil
Je veux
society
aussi
and
remercier
NGOs.
chère Mia, la première
I would
ministre
also like
de
to
la
thank
Barbade,
dear Mia, Prime
qui a été
Minister of
décisive et
Barbados,
avec son
whose
agenda,
support has been
elle a commencé à
decisive,
structurer les choses, en particulier
and
en
she
termes de
has begun to
vulnérabilité climatique. Et puis
build
remercier tous
work
les représentants
around
ici aussi
climate
du
vulnerability.
continent africain,
In
comme
particular, we
du
have many
continent
representatives of
sud-américain,
the African
Pacifique et
continent,
asiatique.
of
Le
the
président
Latin American
Bazoum du Niger,
continent,
cher Mohamed, viendra dans un instant nous expliquer aussi les
from
conséquences
Asia Pacific.
et tout l'enjeu de la lutte contre la pauvreté. Je
President
veux
Bazoum of
ici
Niger, dear
l'en
Mohammed,
remercier.
will tell us in a moment
Je
about
vais être très
the
court.
concrete
Je pense
challenges of
que
the fight against poverty in his country.
les tables rondes nous permettront d'avancer
I
sur
think
beaucoup
that the
de
round
sujets.
tables
Mais au
will
fond,
enable us to
il y a
advance
4
on
éléments
many
très simples que je
subjects,
voulais poser en début de cette conférence.
but there's a very simple principle I'd like to
D'abord, le
set forth
premier
at the
principe,
beginning of this conference.
c'est que jamais aucun décideur, aucun
First of all,
pays
no
ne
decision
doit
maker
avoir
or
à choisir
country
entre la
should
réduction de la
ever have to
pauvreté
choose between reducing
et la
poverty
protection de la planète.
and protecting our planet.
Et j'ai entendu beaucoup de décideurs
I've
ces
heard a
derniers
lot
mois,
of
parfois ces
decision
dernières années,
makers
très souvent
recently
dire, au fond, vous nous expliquez,
say, oh,
vous qui avez déjà réglé le problème de la
you've
pauvreté, ce qu'il
solved the
faudrait
problem
faire
of poverty and
en
you're trying to
matière
explain to us
de
what we need
transition
to do
climatique, quels
for
sont
the
les choix qu'on
environmental
devrait prendre.
transition,
Mais nous n'avons pas encore
but
réglé le
we
problème de la
have
pauvreté.
not solved the problem of
On ne
poverty
doit
yet.
pas avoir à faire ce choix. Et
But
donc, on
this
doit
is a
pouvoir
choice that people should not be
relever les
forced to
défis
make. We
en
have
même
to
temps.
be able to face
Deuxième
both of
principe,
these challenges at once.
chaque pays doit choisir
And the second
souverainement son
principle
chemin.
is that each country
un modèle
needs to
unique.
follow a sovereign path.
Et
There
je
is
pense
not
qu'il est
one
important que
single
on
model.
respecte ici les chemins
We have to
singuliers que les pays
respect
doivent
the
pouvoir suivre
singular
selon leur
paths
propre
that
modèle.
each country should be able to follow
Et
according
ce
to
nouveau
its
pacte
model.
financier
And
international
with
doit être
this
beaucoup plus
new
respectueux
global financial
des
pact,
souverainetés de chacun.
we must
C'est
respect
d'ailleurs ce que nous avons
the
mis au
sovereignty
cœur
of each country.
des accords de transition pour l'énergie, les JET
We
P.
have the JET P
L'Afrique
that
du
we
Sud,
set up,
entre autres, en a signé un avec
in
la
particular
communauté
South
internationale. C'est ce
Africa,
que nous avons
signed
mis au
this agreement
cœur
with the international
aussi
community.
de nos partenariats pour la
This is at the
conservation
heart of
positive.
our
Le Gabon est en train d'en finaliser
positive
un aussi pour
conservation
protéger sa
policies.
biodiversité.
Gabon has
C'est
a
la
new
méthode
project for
qui est
preserving
la plus
biodiversity.
respectueuse
I
de
think
souveraineté.
these are methods that are most
Troisième
respectful
principe,
of sovereignty.
nous
And the
devons
third principle
assumer un choc de financement
is
total.
that we
Face à
have
ces
to
défis, pauvreté,
face the challenges
climat et
of
biodiversité
poverty,
en
the
même
climate,
temps,
and
on
biodiversity
doit investir beaucoup
at
plus.
once, and we must
Et nous ne sommes pas au
invest
rendez-vous.
much more.
Et donc ce choc concessionnel
And
doit
so the
impliquer
shock to the
davantage de
concessional
mobilisation
system
nationale, celui
calls
d'organisation
for
régionale et
the
de nos
mobilization
structures
of more
financières,
funds, a
mais
reorganization
également
of our
une meilleure
financial structures,
mobilisation des
but also
institutions
a better mobilization
multilatérales.
of
Je veux
multilateral
saluer le
organizations.
rôle de la directrice générale du
And I'd
FMI
like to
depuis ces dernières
pay
années,
tribute to
avec
the
entre autres cette
director
réallocation de
the
droits de tirage
IMF
spéciaux, et
and her
saluer
special
le
drawing
nouveau
rights
président de la Banque
program,
mondiale
and welcome the new
engagé
president of the
sur ce
World Bank,
chemin avec,
who is also
je
committed
crois,
to
durant
this
ce sommet, un
path.
partenariat nouveau qui
And I
pourra se
think these
sceller,
are new
qui nous
partnerships
permettra d'engager
that will
bien
enable us
davantage
to
nos institutions
move
financières
forward
multilatérales.
with multilateral
Et puis le quatrième
institutions.
principe,
And the
c'est qu'on
fourth
a besoin de
principle
beaucoup plus de secteur privé.
is that we need much
Et je pense
more
qu'on doit être très
investment
honnête,
from
il y a
the
beaucoup de
private sector.
liquidités dans ce monde,
There's a lot of
il
cash
y a
in the
beaucoup
world,
d'argent.
there's a lot of money,
Je ne pense pas qu'on arrivera
and I don't think
à changer totalement de système.
that we can
Ça, c'est l'aspiration de
completely
certains.
change our system. I know
Mais je
that some
pense qu'on peut
people
le
would
faire
like
beaucoup
that,
mieux
but I
fonctionner
think we can make our
si cet
system work
argent et ces
better
liquidités sont au
if this
service
cash
des problèmes de
was
la planète
used
et de ce double
to
défi
serve progress for the
que
planet
j'évoquais,
and to face
pauvreté
this double
et
challenge
climat
of poverty and
Et donc
climate
pour
and
cela, nous avons
biodiversity.
besoin de mobiliser
So
beaucoup
for all
plus
of
de
this, we
financement
need to
privé
mobilize a
vers
lot
les
more
pays en
private
développement, les
finance,
pays à revenus intermédiaires, les grands émergents.
countries,
aujourd'hui, le secteur privé
developing
n'est pas tout à fait au
countries,
rendez-vous.
middle-income
Et donc il nous
countries,
faut, par les
and
discussions
emerging
qu'on a eues ces
countries all need
dernières
this
années,
financing. And over the past few
cristalliser des
years,
instruments et
we have been able to
de l'innovation
crystallize
financière, comme on dit,
instruments
mais
and
qui a vocation
financial
à faire quoi?
innovation
À enlever la part de risque
for the
qui fait
purposes
que
of
certains
removing
fonds financiers ne
risk,
vont pas dans
which means
certains
that
pays,
some
à mettre en
financial
place des
institutions no
mécanismes de
longer go to
garantie
certain
qui
countries.
leur permettent
But
de
if
s'exposer
we set up
davantage. Mais
guarantees,
il
they
faut, au
could
fond, que cette
be
finance privée
accepting of
internationale qui est
more
là
risk
soit mieux
exposure.
mobilisée vers les
We need
pays
to
qui en ont
better
le plus besoin.
mobilize
Et
funds
pour ça
so
qu'on
that
arrive à
they
être collectivement
reach the
innovants,
countries that
qu'on les
need it the
accompagne,
most. And
qu'on
this is why
enlève
we need more
le risque qui doit
innovative
être enlevé pour permettre
agreements to reduce that risk so that these financing programs can go through. We have philanthropic organizations, we have sovereign funds, and I think together with innovative tools, we can provide a structured, coherent response. For me, this meeting should be a meeting where we find solutions. And so over these 2 days, we have to create commitments, mobilization of money, new instruments. I'll give you another list tomorrow, but we have to find concrete solutions that will change the life of people in countries around the world who are facing these challenges. And this is how we will be judged, because we will have to be held accountable. And we will have a follow-up mechanism, a monitoring mechanism, so that everything that we decide over these 2 days can be followed up in time. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, once again for coming here today. And what is really of interest to me is the general mobilization to meet the challenges that we are all facing around the world for our planet and for the world. Thank you very much, and I wish you a successful meeting.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Vous venez de le dire.
Thank you, Mr. President. You have just said we are here for the future. We are here because we believe in unity and because we believe in worldwide cohesion. Now, I would like to call a young African to the stage from Uganda. Since 2019, she has been talking about the necessary combat for the climate and against poverty in her country. I'd like to call Vanessa Nakate. She has been working since 2019 so that the voice of youth be heard. She created a movement called Rise Up. She has written a book, Ecology Without Borders. And this morning, I think she has a lot to say to us. Vanessa, the floor is over to you.
Bonjour. President Macron, Secretary General, distinguished guests, I would like to begin by asking all of us to hold a moment of silence for people around the world who are already suffering, starving, being displaced, dropping out of school, being forced into child marriages, losing their cultures and history, those who are already helpless, hopeless, and dying due to the devastating impacts of the climate crisis. We are witnessing people all around the world who are losing their livelihoods and increasingly their lives as a result of our addiction to fossil fuels. More than 46 million people in the Horn of Africa are facing crisis levels of food insecurity due to consecutive years of climate-induced droughts. In the Canadian wildfires, tens of thousands of people have had to be evacuated with their homes and communities being destroyed. Record heat waves are pushing India closer to the limit of human survival. Storms are lining up in the Atlantic and heading towards the Caribbean, and it's only June. And 9 million people are dying prematurely each year due to breathing toxic air from the burning of fossil fuels. It's often difficult to relate to these kinds of statistics. The numbers are just too big to grasp. So let me tell you about one person, a 6-year-old boy. Last September, I spent a few days with UNICEF in Turkana County, in the Horn of Africa, to meet with people who are suffering from the impacts of 4 consecutive failed rainy seasons. Over those days, I spent time with people who have done literally nothing to create the climate crisis, but who are suffering its worst impacts. I spent time with moms who are desperately trying to keep their young ones alive, trying to find food and water to sustain their families' lives for another week, another day, or even another hour. I spent time with their children who are clinging to life. I met a young boy in a hospital where the worst cases of severe acute malnutrition are referred and treated. Unfortunately, this child's family was not able to access the proper services in time for him to receive the treatment that he needed. By the time the sun set that evening, sadly, he had passed away. This is one story about how the climate crisis is affecting people all around the world, especially in the global south. What is happening to people in the Horn of Africa and many other climate vulnerable countries is beyond heartbreaking. But it doesn't have to be this way. It shouldn't be this way. We cannot let it be this way. Last year, the United Nations General Assembly declared that everyone on the planet has a right to a healthy environment. Not one country voted against this resolution. The historic decision underscores every human being's right to breathe clean air. But the World Health Organization has been very clear. The release of toxic gases from fossil fuels make our air unsafe to breathe. Financing more fossil fuel development would deprive the citizens of the world of our right to clean air. We must not force countries who have the right to develop and offer their citizens a better life to do so by digging up more oil and gas. Development isn't millions of people dying from breathing toxic air. Development isn't millions of people being pushed to the brink of starvation after years of drought. Development isn't millions of people in small island communities having their economies, their culture, and increasingly their lives ripped apart by hurricanes and sea level rise. Development doesn't require fossil fuels. Development requires energy. Now, I am not a finance expert, and I am not an energy expert. And some leaders often discount young people for not understanding the complexities required to finance the energy transition. But I do know that you cannot have a finance summit without talking about fossil fuels. You cannot have a finance summit without talking about people. According to the IEA, about 770 million people live without access to electricity mostly in Africa and Asia. For decades, the big oil and gas companies have been pretending fossil fuels will bring development to poor communities in the global south. We know this is a lie. The power lines and pipelines are never going to reach those in rural villages in the global south. Most of the fossil fuels developed will be sent overseas, and the profits line the pockets of those who are already extremely rich. A new fossil fuel infrastructure will soon become stranded assets. So why do these companies and the governments and banks who enable them continue to lie about this? One word: short-term profit. These leaders value profit over people, over our ecosystems, over our planet, and over our existence. As the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres said, the coal, oil, and gas companies are pushing an agenda that is incompatible with human survival. He also said that government and business leaders who are acknowledging the climate emergency but are simultaneously pushing for more fossil fuel development are clearly saying one thing but doing another. Simply put, he said, they are lying. But do the desperate warnings from the world's most trusted climate scientists stop our leaders? No. ExxonMobil, BP, Shell, Chevron, and Total recorded a combined $55 billion profit in the second quarter of 2022 alone. Just last week, Shell broke its promise and now plans to increase production so that they can make even more profit. Wow. Broken promises cost lives. The IEA found that fossil fuel consumption subsidies rose to over $1 trillion in 2022 alone. $1 trillion. And a recent World Bank report estimated that the cost of the health damage caused by air pollution amounts to $8 trillion a year, equivalent to 6.1% of global GDP. How many of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals could we accomplish with $8 trillion a year? It seems there is plenty of money. So please do not tell us that we have to accept toxic air and barren fields and poisoned water so that we can have development. Every decision you make here at this summit must be about people. It must be about helping people, vulnerable people. You must get help to people who are on the front lines of the climate crisis. And you must help the leaders of climate vulnerable countries to bring real development to their people without having to dig up new oil and gas, which will only put their economies at risk with stranded assets, and their people at risk to more severe climate impacts. You must make polluters pay. You must cancel the debt and get grant-based climate finance to global South countries so that they are no longer forced to pay for a crisis they did not create. You must be thinking in trillions, not billions. You must help us get real loss and damage funds to flow to those communities who need it the most. And we must remember that more fossil fuels only means more loss and damage. As you are considering a new finance pact, it must be a pact that supports an equitable fossil fuel phase-out in conjunction with an equitable renewable energy phase-in. As the COP28 president, Sultan Al Jaber, recently said, a phase-out of fossil fuels is inevitable. With the right decisions here, you can help make the inevitable happen now. People outside this summit are suffering and dying. Real people like that little boy I met in Turkana County. The UN Secretary General is right. Wasting any new money on new coal, oil, and gas is moral and economic madness. So let's stop this madness. Let's put people above profit. Let's not let that little boy in Turkana die in vain. The people of the world are counting on you. The people of the world are watching what you do here. Please remember the people, we, the people. Thank you.
Après ces mots engagés, émouvants,
After these
Vanessa
moving
Nakate l'a dit, elle n'est
words
pas une experte
of
financière.
engagement,
Nous avons néanmoins la chance d'avoir avec nous deux grands
we will now
économistes,
hear from two
Nick Stern et Amar
major
Bhattacharya, qui l'année
economists.
dernière, avec Vera Sangwe, qui malheureusement
Nick
n'est pas avec nous ce
Stern.
matin, ont présenté à la COP27 un rapport qui a changé la conversation mondiale sur la finance
and
climat,
Amar
un
Bhattacharya.
rapport qui a fait date, et nous avons la chance de vous
We will
avoir
be
avec
hearing
nous
about
pour que vous puissiez nous présenter
your
les
work that
besoins
you've been carrying
d'aujourd'hui
out,
et les
including the
besoins de
Stern
demain.
report,
Merci.
which has had a big impact on
Thank you.
the world
Thank
of
you.
finance.
And thank you, Vanessa. You give us hope. And our task is to respond to your challenge and to honor your commitment. Thank you. Thank you so much, Monsieur le Président, for this crucial global initiative and for the invitation to the three of us, a global trio, to offer a strategic and quantitative framework for this critically important event. Our remarks draw on work on sustainable development finance requested by the COP26 and COP27, and now the COP28 presidencies to do this work. Unfortunately, Vera Songwe is not able to be with us, but these remarks reflect our close collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, finance is for a purpose. The global agenda today is to overcome and become more resilient to the crises that we are facing, to restore momentum to the Sustainable Development Goals and poverty reduction, and to act with the urgency needed on climate and nature. This requires investment on a major scale, an extra 2 to 3 percentage points of GDP globally, 4 to 5 in developing countries and emerging markets, but with significant variation, of course, across countries. This ramp up is essential, not only for tackling climate, but to put us on a new path for global development, much more attractive than the dirty, destructive models of the past, one that is more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. Hence, our work is deductive. If we want to deliver on this vital global agenda, this is what we have to do. Systemic change on this scale is not easy. But the most dangerous and unrealistic approach is to fail to rise to this challenge. Delay is deeply dangerous. Here are the basic numbers. Overall development spending to reach the SDGs will need to more than double from pre-pandemic levels to around $5.3 trillion a year by 2030 for emerging markets and developing countries other than China. Spending on climate-related development goals, part of this 5.3 trillion, will need to increase fourfold from the pre-pandemic levels to 2.4 trillion a year by 2030. Of this 2.4 trillion, we believe that around 1.4 trillion can come internally from stepped up efforts on domestic resource mobilization. Thus, around 1 trillion a year will be needed in external climate finance by 2030. Around 250 to 300 billion from multilateral development banks and other development finance institutions, a more than tripling from existing levels. Around 500 to 600 billion from private finance, a five-fold increase from present levels, and around 150 to 200 billion from concessional and debt-free finance through stepped-up donor commitment and tapping new and innovative sources of finance. Those three together give us the 1 trillion, but they're mutually supportive. They drive each other forward. This quantitative framework is set out in a note that has been posted by the organizers on the summit website. These numbers are clearly substantial, but they're simply what is necessary for Paris and the SDGs. And crucially, they give us recovery, growth, development, and poverty reduction, which is strong and enduring. There is no horse race between climate action and poverty reduction. Amar.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you for this opportunity to share this podium with Nick and with Vera, who is here with us in spirit. So let me just say that a crucial first step, indeed a symbol of trust, is to meet the long-standing commitment by developed countries to provide 100 billion a year for climate action in the developing world. At the Petersburg dialogue at May, donors committed to deliver that 100 billion in 2023, and G7 leaders reaffirmed that commitment in the Hiroshima Declaration. Concerted efforts on that commitment, the significant progress being made by the MDBs on climate finance, improved private mobilization efforts suggest that there is a good likelihood of meeting this climate finance commitment in 2023 and setting our sights on a much larger agenda. We see 6 core priorities in terms of the agenda forward. And the first one of this is really to establish a common framework right now for ramping up action and finance through country-led platforms supported by global and regional platforms. The Just Energy Transition Partnerships are pioneering examples of these platforms. Second, we must tackle the immediate debt difficulties of climate vulnerable countries and poor countries, and we must break the vicious cycle between climate and debt vulnerability, as Prime Minister Motley has so correctly stressed. Third, we must greatly enhance the support for developing countries in their efforts to strengthen domestic resource mobilization, public and private, and tackle illicit capital flows. Tackling wasteful subsidies and ramping up carbon taxation must be priorities across the board. Fourth, we must unleash the potential of the multilateral development banks and the larger development finance system. And this means that we must ensure that they can support the scaling up that is necessary, the scaling up of investments, the unlocking of investments, but also mobilize low-cost capital from their own resources, and very importantly, catalyze private finance through management and sharing of risk and bringing down the cost of capital. Given the size of the increase that is necessary, they will need additional capital resources, even as they utilize existing capital more efficiently. Fifth, we must create a new highway for private finance. And because private finance will have to make the largest contribution to the scaled up increase, this requires that the private sector, governments, MDBs must come together in the co-creation of investment opportunities, tackle impediments, including policy and regulatory obstacles, and bring down the cost of capital by blending finance and managing and sharing risk. And as President Macron says, this means a much, much greater role of guarantees. And we must explore new mechanisms, especially for foreign exchange risk. Finally, we must greatly expand the scope and scale of concessional and debt-free finance through not only renewed donor commitment, but by tapping new and innovative sources of finance, including enhanced use of SDRs, voluntary and compliance carbon markets, private philanthropy, many of you who are here, and pursuing options to tax fossil fuel globally, including the maritime and aviation sectors. As Nick has said, none of this will be easy, but they are essential. And with the leadership and commitment that President Macron has shown and garnered here in this summit, all of this is possible. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Nick et Amar. D'abord de nous dire que les engagements pris sont en bonne voie d'être tenus, et aussi pour nous appeler à l'action.
Held to, and then the call for action. And now I'll ask for the President of Niger, Marc Bazoum, to come to us. Mr. President, you are at the head of a country of 25 million inhabitants that is impacted by the consequences of climate, poverty, drought, lack of water, food insecurity every day. And as Vanessa said, we are here to talk about men and women. You have the floor, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state, heads of government, heads of international institutions, dear friends, on the path that has led to this Paris summit, an important milestone has been passed with the Paris Agreement on climate in 2015, the 2030 agenda of the UN, and the 2035 agenda of the African Union. These are important stages before COP28 in Dubai and the G20 in New Delhi, which will shape our common future.
L'ambition de ce sommet, et que mon précédent l'ont dit, est d'aboutir à un consensus sur le nouveau pacte financier mondial afin de répondre à la grande crise multidimensionnelle qui a fragilisé le système financier mondial et amené le monde au bord de péril. La réponse est une urgence face aux urgences. À côté des urgences, il y a l'essentiel. Concevoir un système plus juste et plus résilient pour éviter le chapelet des crises décennales et la succession des réformes définitives censées les résoudre depuis plus d'un siècle. À cette fin, et pour susciter l'adhésion, une conception collaborative et inclusive des parties prenantes publiques et privées permettra de fixer par itération les termes du pacte de manière juste et robuste. Je salue donc l'approche holistique, cohérente, mettant la finance au service de l'économie réelle de ce sommet, qui veut bâtir un nouveau pacte financier mondial autour du traitement des défis majeurs de notre époque. L'enjeu pour moi, président d'un pays financièrement pauvre, mais non dénué de ressources naturelles et même pourquoi pas humaines, est d'exprimer une vision stratégique conciliant les agendas précédents et les objectifs de développement. Dans le cadre des objectifs des agendas qui sont bien définis, il s'agit d'obtenir dans le consensus visé par le sommet un accord de principe pour une certaine flexibilité et des marges de manœuvre permettant d'atteindre les objectifs régionaux et locaux de développement tout en respectant les contraintes globales. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, permettez-moi ici d'apporter un témoignage personnel sur le changement climatique et ses impacts. Tout au long de ma vie, j'ai vu une succession de sécheresses privant les cheptels de pâturage et les paysans de récolte. J'ai vu la terre rougie, des cheptels décimés, des régions livrées à la famine et des cohortes d'observateurs.
People and their crops and are crowding into shanty towns. And I've seen the damage created by desertification. Cattle raising is being abandoned, biodiversity is in question, and the world in which animals lived has disappeared, leaving the most resilient form of weeds, which have basically no leaves and no nutritional value. For the Sahel, a time when a cow would reproduce every year at the same time as it produced milk for 9 months, that's gone. Today's rule is to see cows have calves every 2 years with 1/2 of the milk production that they had before, that only lasts a few short months. And that's what explains why the Sahel is not just a synonym for drought, but also, unfortunately, for violence. Drought has generated violence as a natural consequence. This, to a large extent, is the effect of a chain of climate change, which is a fact we can all observe. The migrant crisis and the security crisis, which are fed into by the climate, economic, and population crises, are our daily reality. And the international community must see this with responsibility and discernment. In my country, demographics, which have not been mastered, is the main factor leading to poverty, and the other causes of lack of security, the migrant crisis, and the food crisis. Beginning in 1960, when it became independent, Niger had 3 million inhabitants. Today, as you said, there are 26 million. And with the present growth rate, we will soon find ourselves at 70 million in 2050, practically tomorrow. Without an intelligent policy to manage the population, all the efforts that we make for development and for eradication of poverty will be in vain. Our present growth rate reflects the fact that 77% of girls are married before they're 18 years old, and 28% are married before they're 15. The only lever that we can use to try to deal with the situation is education and training of young people, especially of girls, which will allow us to get a handle on population growth, to create jobs, and to allow the demographic dividends to pay a lot of money. But it's the price which must be paid so that in poor with today. Otherwise, we will never stop talking about illegal migration, about violence, poisoning the political debate in Europe and elsewhere, and living in the dreadful situations that confront us today. You have only to look at what's happening in Sudan to get an idea of the danger that we are all exposed to, and not just in Africa, everywhere in the world today. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what I've just said shows very clearly for the Sahel that this is part of the world that was perhaps the most disturbed by the effects of climate change. We must particularly be careful to make sure the programs that have been designed for climate transition lead us astray. Our discussion here remains highly contested. Like all other poor countries, We will be opposed to any form of policy that will deprive us of continued recourse to the fossil fuel which lies beneath our soil. And the only acceptable solution is one that will allow us to meet the objectives of the different agendas, basing ourselves on solidarity and complementarity, properly understood and made effective by a policy of generally balancing out these factors. Setting forth a new pact will involve a very daring new toolbox and legal regulations and financial engineering. In this toolbox, financial instruments which presently exist will have to be improved. Other new ones will have to be created so as to better share out risks and results, taking account of the different factors and constraints that come from the climate and other externalities as we evaluate and cover risk. It will in particular involve monetizing carbon quotas and STDs, more particularly, we will have to deal with the assistance that is called for by the Paris and Glasgow agreements for poor countries that are still waiting to be applied. In Niger, we have understood that a large population and strong growth mean that our needs to fund infrastructure and basic services in energy, water, food, health, transport, new technology, and education are imperative and cannot be compressed. Our basic needs must be satisfied before any degrowth occurs, because as we say in our country, a cow that has drunk and a cow that is thirsty cannot walk together. And so for us, we have a short-term global emergency. We need to mobilize funds to respond to our development needs and our demographic challenges and our security challenges. We must grow our abilities for financing from multilateral banks and development banks by growing their capital so as to have a leverage effect and increase their financial capacities. I would in particular emphasize the need to mobilize more resources for IDA. Multilateral banks must also benefit from reallocation of special drawing rights, which have up until now not been used. And we have to allow countries like Niger to profit from guarantee instruments, as Mr. Stern and his colleague have just said. Countries like Niger must be able to profit from financial guarantee instruments, which we would be able to use so as to reduce investors if we want to get the private sector. At present, in spite of the formulations put forth every time an international meeting is arranged. So growing strongly today and often do not reflect the macroeconomic fundamentals of our countries. Even for this summit, President Macron, there are great risks that we will continue simply mantra chanting, and I think what we really need is to see that we've already organized too many meetings at which we simply go on repeating the same slogans. And what we need to do, rather, is to act. Ladies and gentlemen, we just have one planet. There is not a planet. We are at a historical tipping point. At global level, when transition models are breaking down, simply trying to tinker a bit around the edges isn't going to work. We need to give up on our certainties and embrace new
et de menaces certaines pour tous. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Vous avez parlé de menaces. Il y a effectivement de nouvelles vulnérabilités. Et je voudrais maintenant appeler sur scène la première ministre des Barbades, Mia Mottley, dont nous connaissons la fougue, la persévérance, et qui, lors de la COP27, a lancé l'agenda de Bridgetown, un agenda de réforme pour les institutions multilatérales. Et vous avoir ici avec nous, avoir ceux qui vous ont suivis depuis quelques mois est important. Et donc, à vous la parole.
Thank you very much. President Macron, Secretary General, distinguished colleagues, heads, distinguished guests, people of the world. The power of silence, as we just learned, and the power of voice, as we must give expression to today. The danger of inaction or slow action, and the fundamental difference that committing and walking the walk and not just talking the talk will mean. We come to Paris today with a heavy heart, but with hope. We come to Paris today not to reinforce the divisions of the past, the orders of the past, but we come to Paris to identify the common humanity that we share and the absolute moral imperative to save our planet and to make it livable. We don't need a lot more words today. And quite honestly, I don't know that I have it in me to give more words. As I speak to you, my country, that of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and others in the Caribbean, in the Eastern Caribbean, are under a tropical storm watch for Tropical Storm Beth, literally. Yesterday, I had to decide whether to stay or to go. And I chose to stay because it is important that we move to action. Behind Tropical Storm Beth is another system. And hence, this is our new reality. We have heard this morning from Vanessa. We've heard from the economists. We've heard from the president of Niger. And everyone has spoken truth with feeling, with clarity. And Emmanuel, I've left you for last because privately I call this the How Dare You Summit. How dare you? How dare you upset the order? How dare you step out of your crease and summon us all to this inflection moment that will determine whether we will have the capacity and the will to bring pace and scope to the problem. I can tell you that there has been movement. Yes, 9 months ago, no one was speaking about natural disaster clauses. Now we have people wanting to recognize the wisdom of it because countries do need to pause debt payments if they are going to house and feed people who are victims of a climate crisis. Doesn't quite work as well for those who have to move people who are suffering from drought, as the president of Malawi has had to do. So we need to perfect it. 9 months ago, no one was talking about multilateral development bank reform at scale. And Ajay, the World Bank was not as forceful in its commitment to the crisis of climate as it is now. And we wish you all the best, because in your hands lies the need for pace and scope. 9 months ago, we were not prepared to discuss issues of debt. And Kristalina, when no one else was stepping up during the pandemic, yes, you led the way, recognizing that your duty was not only to deal with the symptoms of the balance of payments problems, but to go back to the treaty and its underlying objective of securing growth and macro and financial and economic stability. But what is required of us is not simply to mark a card for progress. As we heard from Vanessa, what is required of us now is absolute transformation and not reform of our institutions. And that transformation is required because while the world knew since the 1890s that we were facing the warming of the climate, we chose not to heed the advice of scientists. And that which could have been done in more than a century is now being reduced to be done in less than a decade. And Secretary General, my heart bleeds for you, because yours has been almost that constant voice in the wilderness. But I say to you that it has not been in vain. As you heard from President Macron this morning, there is now the beginning of the understanding that poverty and climate cannot be separated, that education and climate cannot be separated. And later today, we will go into the details of what that action must look like, much of which we have put in the Bridgetown Initiative, not because we believe we have the answers alone, but simply because we had the will to pull people together and say, let us discuss these issues and let us make enough noise consistently to command the attention of those who must speak and who must act. I ask us today not to leave Paris without understanding that the bolstering of the political ambition that is required must secure transformation and not reform. And I ask us to ensure that those of us who are heads of government and heads of state recognize that the world cannot continue in the shadow of an old imperial order that does not see countries, does not feel countries, does not hear countries, and worse, does not see, feel, or hear people. I ask us today to recognize that we cannot come to Paris, but let our directors go back to the IMF or the World Bank and it be business as usual. They do not act in their own interests. They act on behalf of our sovereign states. And that is why we speak not only to the need for money, we speak to the need for the reform of the governance systems. Because when these institutions were founded, our countries did not exist. And we speak for a complete transformation of securing the sources of capital, as unpopular as it might be to voice it. We do not ask for the bankruptcy of private companies. That's not our wish. But we do ask for everybody to share the burden so that we can share the bounty. And it therefore means that simply relying and holding only governments accountable has run its course. And what is necessary now is for us to bring to the table also multinational corporations whose balance sheets dwarf more than 2/3 of the world's states. That is the world we have created out of the last century. And if we don't recognize that they cannot be left out of the equation, I'm coming. If they don't recognize that they cannot be left out of the equation, then we have no desire to solve the problem. And we thank philanthropy for what they do, but it can't only be what they like. It has to be what the world needs. And I hope that we leave Paris, therefore, not only secure in our determination to protect the planet, to protect the biodiversity, to protect people, but to recognize that if we do not act today at scale, with pace, we will not be able to get there in time to save more people. Let us, as the representatives of our people, at this most unique time in the history of civilization, not only do the right thing, but do it in time and do it for the right reasons. We will have more time in the next day and a half to discuss the details. But my plea simply now is to step up the pace and let's get going. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Première ministre.
Thank you very much, Prime
Pour
Minister.
conclure cette cérémonie
And
d'ouverture,
to conclude this opening
j'appelle le
ceremony,
secrétaire général des
I
Nations
will call on the
Unies,
Secretary
Antonio
General
Guterres,
of the United Nations,
pour nous
Antonio Guterres,
présenter votre vision. Il y a
to
7 ans
present your
maintenant,
vision,
l'agenda 2030
the
des objectifs de développement durable
2030
étaient présentés. Nous sommes à
agenda,
mi-chemin.
the
Comment
Sustainable
voyez-vous
Development Goals,
l'avenir? Et vous avez
already 7
fait,
years old.
il y a
We're
quelques
halfway
jours,
there now.
un
A
appel
few
à une
days ago
transformation,
now,
comme disait la
you
Première ministre, du système financier.
made a call, as
Nous
we've
voulons
just
vous
heard, down the
entendre ce matin.
financial system, and we'd like to hear from you about that this morning.
Monsieur le Président, cher Emmanuel,
Mr.
Excellences,
President, dear
Mesdames et
Emmanuel,
Messieurs, tout
Excellencies,
protocole
ladies and
observé.
gentlemen, all protocol observed.
Merci, cher
Thank
Emmanuel,
you, dear
d'organiser
Emmanuel,
ce sommet
for organizing
important
this important summit.
dans un contexte international qui ne
context
manque pas de
which
défis.
It's full of challenge.
Et merci,
And
cher
thank you,
Miyamoto,
dear
pour
Miyamoto,
les efforts
for the
entrepris
efforts
dans
you
le
have
cadre de
undertaken
l'initiative
in
de
the context
Bridgetown.
of the Bridgetown Initiative.
C'est là une remarquable base de
remarkable
travail pour
base
apporter
for
une
our
réponse
work
aux
to
difficultés
bring
auxquelles font
answers
face
to the
ainsi qu'un nombre de
difficulties that
pays
such a
en
large
développement.
number of developing countries
Car
must
l'immobilisme
do,
n'est pas une
because
option.
remaining immobile is not an
Le
option.
système
The
financier
financial system,
international est en
internationally
crise.
speaking, is in a
À
crisis.
mi-chemin de l'échéance du programme
Halfway to
2030,
the deadline of the
les
2030
objectifs de
program,
développement
the
durable
Sustainable Development
s'éloignent
Goals
chaque jour un
are
peu
slipping
plus.
ever further away.
Même
every
les
day.
objectifs les plus
Even the most
fondamentaux en
basic
matière de
goals
faim
about
et de
hunger and
pauvreté
poverty
reculent
are
après des
slipping back
décennies de
after
progrès.
decades of progress.
Oui, en
Yes,
2023,
today
plus de
in 2023,
750 millions de personnes
more
ne
than
mangent pas à
750
leur faim.
million people do not
Et
have
des
enough to
dizaines de
eat,
millions de personnes
and tens of
supplémentaires
millions
sont en
of
train de
other
basculer
people
dans l'extrême pauvreté.
are falling into extreme poverty.
La pandémie du
The
Covid-19 et l'invasion
COVID-19
russe de
pandemic
l'Ukraine
and
ont
Russia's
empiré les
invasion
choses.
of Ukraine have made things
Les
worse.
pays riches
Rich
ont pu
countries
générer des
were
liquidités
able to
nécessaires
generate the
pour
necessary
relancer
cash
leurs
flow
économies.
to get their economies
À
started again.
l'inverse, les
But on
pays
the
en
contrary,
développement n'ont
developing
pas cette
countries don't have
capacité
that capacity
et doivent faire face à
and
des
have
coûts
to face
d'emprunt
up
abusifs
to abusive
jusqu'à 8 fois
loan prices that
supérieurs
are
à
up
ceux
to
des
8
pays
times higher
développés.
than developed countries must pay.
De nombreux dirigeants sont confrontés à un choix cornélien,
Many leaders must
assurer le
face
service
a
de la
truly
dette
difficult choice,
ou
either
subvenir aux
to service
besoins
their
de leur
debt
population.
or to meet their population's
Beaucoup de
needs.
pays africains
Many
dépensent
African
aujourd'hui
countries
plus
today
d'argent
are
pour
spending
rembourser
more
leurs
money
dettes
to spend
que
their
pour les
debt
soins de
than for
santé,
healthcare,
avec des
and
séquelles
this will have
terribles pour des
terrible
générations
consequences
entières.
for entire generations.
Aujourd'hui, 52
Today,
pays sont
52
en défaut de
countries
paiement ou se
are in
rapprochent
default or are getting very
dangereusement de cet
dangerously
état.
close to
Et
default.
cela inclut la
And that
majorité
includes
des
the
pays les moins
majority
avancés,
of least advanced
tout comme
countries,
la majorité des
and the
50 pays les
majority
plus
of the
vulnérables
50
au changement
countries
climatique.
most vulnerable to climate
Des
change.
dizaines d'autres
Dozens
risquent
of
de
other
les rejoindre.
countries risk
Et
joining
cette
that group,
situation
and this
est intenable.
is an unbearable situation.
Il est clair que
It is
l'architecture
clear that
financière
international financial
internationale
architecture
a failli
has
dans
failed
sa mission
in its
de
mission
fournir un
of
filet de
giving
sécurité
a
globale
global
aux
safety
pays
net
en
to
développement.
developing countries.
Et la raison est
And the
simple,
reason for this is quite simple.
comme Miyamoto vient de
As
l'évoquer,
Miyamoto has just
cette
reminded us, this
architecture a été
architecture
bâtie au
was
lendemain de la
created
Seconde Guerre
just
mondiale.
after the Second World War.
Et elle essentiellement
And it
reflète,
basically
même
reflects,
avec quelques adaptations,
even
les
with some
rapports de force
adaptations,
politiques et
the
économiques
political
de
and
l'époque.
economic balance of power of that time.
Rendez-vous compte, plus de 3/4
You
des
just
pays
need to realize
d'aujourd'hui
that more
n'étaient
than
pas
3/4 of the
représentés
countries
à la
present
création des
here today
institutions de
were not
Bretton
present when the
Woods,
Bretton
la
Woods
Banque
institutions
mondiale
were
et le
created.
Fonds
That is to say,
monétaire
the World
international.
Bank and the IMF.
Et ce n'est guère mieux
And it's not
pour les
much better
Nations
when you look
Unies
at the United
et le
Nations and
Conseil
the
de
Security
sécurité
Council
en particulier.
in particular.
Près de 80
More
ans
than
plus tard,
80 years later,
l'architecture financière mondiale est
global
devenue
financial
dépassée,
architecture has become
dysfonctionnelle
obsolete,
et injuste.
dysfunctional, and unfair.
Elle n'est plus même elle n'est
It's no
plus à
longer
même de
able
répondre aux besoins
to
du
meet
monde
the
du
needs
XXIe
of
siècle.
the world of the 21st
Un monde
century.
multipolaire,
A multipolar
caractérisé
world
par des économies et
characterized
marchés
by
financiers profondément
economies and
intégrés,
financial markets
mais
which
aussi
are
par des
deeply
tensions
integrated, but
géopolitiques
also
et des
by
risques systémiques croissants.
geopolitical tensions and systemic risks
Les
which are
institutions
growing.
financières internationales
International
sont aujourd'hui
financial
trop
institutions
petites
today are
et
too
trop
small
restreintes
and too limited
pour
to
remplir leur
be able
mandat
to fulfill
et
their
être au service de
mandates
tous,
and
en
be at the service of
particulier
all,
des pays
in
les plus
particular
vulnérables.
the most vulnerable
Un
countries.
exemple,
One example of
le
this,
capital versé de
the
la Banque
capital
mondiale
of
ramené
the
au
World
PIB
Bank
global
compared to
représente
global
aujourd'hui
GDP
moins
today
d'un
represents
cinquième de
less
ce
than
qu'il
1/5
représentait en
of
1960,
what that ratio was in
alors même que les
1960,
défis sont autrement
whereas
plus
the
grands.
challenges to be met are
Et
far
enfin,
greater.
le système
And finally,
financier mondial
the world
perpétue
financial
et aggrave
system
même
perpetuates
les
and even
inégalités.
worsens inequalities.
En 2021,
In 2021,
et c'est une décision que
and
nous
this was a
applaudissons,
decision which we
le
warmly
Fonds monétaire
welcome,
international a ainsi
IMF
alloué plus de
allocated more
650
than
milliards de dollars
$650
en
billion
droits de tirage spéciaux.
in special drawing rights.
Les pays de l'Union
The countries
européenne,
of the European
auxquels
Union,
mon pays appartient,
including my own
ont
country,
reçu 160
received
milliards de dollars.
$160 billion.
Les pays africains,
African
34.
countries, 34.
Dit autrement, un citoyen
Put another-
européen a perçu
Put
en
another way, a
moyenne près de
European
13
citizen
fois
on
plus
average
qu'un
received
citoyen
more than
africain.
13 times more than an
Tout cela
African
a été
citizen did.
fait dans les règles.
And all of this respected
Mais
the rules.
reconnaissons-le,
But we need to
ces règles
recognize
sont
that these
devenues
rules have
profondément
become profoundly immoral.
Une architecture financière
Financial
qui ne
architecture
représente
which
pas
does
le
not
monde d'aujourd'hui
represent today's world
risque d'ailleurs
runs the
de
risk
conduire à sa propre
of leading to its own
fragmentation dans
fragmentation.
un monde où la
In a
géopolitique
world
est
where
elle-même un
geopolitics
facteur de fragmentation.
themselves are a factor of fragmentation.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there will be no serious solutions to the crisis with serious reforms. That is why I've called for a new Bretton Woods moment, a moment for governments to come together, re-examine and reconfigure the global financial architecture for the 21st century. And earlier this month, as part of our preparations for the Summit of the Future, I put forward a policy brief, a detailed blueprint for a redesigned global financial architecture capable of serving as a safety net for all countries. But I have no illusions. This is a question of power and political will, and change will not happen overnight. But as we work for the deep reforms that are needed, we can take urgent action today to meet the urgent needs of developing and emerging economies. That is why I have proposed an SDG stimulus of $500 billion per year for investments in sustainable development and climate action. It includes concrete steps that global leaders can take right now. They can establish a really effective and time-effective debt relief mechanism that supports payment suspensions, longer lending terms, and lower rates, including for middle-income countries with particular vulnerabilities, namely in relation to climate. They can scale up development and climate finance by increasing the capital base and changing the business model of multilateral development banks, and allowing by working in a much stronger coordination to transform their approach to risk without risking the AAA notation. And a lot could be said about the role played by notation agencies that, in my opinion, are deeply biased and have contributed to many of the crises we have faced. And simultaneously, transforming
their approach to risk in order to massively leverage private finance at affordable costs to developing countries. And a lot has been said today about the need for more guarantees. And world leaders can expand contingency financing to countries in need by, namely, rechanneling in a broader scale unused special drawing rights and by using other innovative mechanisms to increase global liquidity. The African Development Bank initiative to rechannel SDRs to multilateral development banks could multiply their impact by 5, and this example should be expanded. Global leaders can put in place a mechanism to issue SDRs automatically in times of crisis and distribute them according to need. And they can put a price on carbon and end fossil fuel subsidies and repurpose what is gained with those measures towards sustainable and productive uses. And the list of things we can do now can go on and on and on. And this is an area that I'm sure the 2 next days will be very useful in finding concrete forms of moving really forward. Taken together, these steps would help to beat poverty and hunger, uplift developing and emerging economies, and support investments in health, education, and climate action. We do not have to wait for root and branch reform of the international financial architecture. We can take steps right now and take a giant leap towards global justice. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm fully aware of the challenges and headwinds we face. Power dynamics and constraints on global cooperation in today's world make problems more difficult to solve. But solutions are not impossible, and we can start now. Your discussions can yield meaningful results for people in need. And I urge you to make this meeting not just a cri du cœur for change, but a cri de guerre, a rallying cry for urgent action. We are at a moment of truth and reckoning, and together we can make it a moment of hope, and I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général.
Thank
Vous
you
l'avez
very
dit,
much,
nous sommes là
Mr.
pour
Secretary
agir,
General.
non pas pour
We
juste
are here to
penser.
act,
Le
not
sommet est
only
donc
to
ouvert.
talk. So
Je
the
vous
summit
invite,
is now open.
vous remercie d'abord d'avoir
I
participé à
would
cette
like to thank
cérémonie.
you all
Vous
for
invite les uns et les
participating
autres à
in the
rejoindre,
opening
soit dans
ceremony.
cette même salle à
And
10h45, la
at
première table ronde
10:45
animée
in this
par
room, we
le
have
ministre de
our first
l'économie et des finances,
round
Bruno Le Maire,
table with Bruno
sur
Le Maire, the
l'évolution du
Minister of
rôle des
Finance
banques
and Economy,
multilatérales de développement,
with regard to the
ou à rejoindre la cinquantaine d'événements qui se tiennent
development banks.
ici, qui se tiennent à l'OCDE
And
ou à
we also have
l'UNESCO et
meetings
qui
held
commenceront
at
elles
the
aussi
OECD and
à
UNESCO that will be
10h45.
starting at
Many
10:45
thanks
as
to
well.
all. Have all a great summit. Et nous nous retrouverons demain autour du président de la République pour les solutions.
And tomorrow we will be with the President Macron again to look at some of the solutions that have been identified.
see you here in Paris once again, my friend Melinda Gates. Thank you, Melinda. So I would like really to have a very open and direct discussion. I would like to turn to Secretary Janet Yellen for some opening remarks on how MDB missions and visions should evolve to address global challenges in a time of accelerating climate change. Janet.
Thank you so much, Bruno. It's great to be part of the Multilateral Development Bank Evolution Roundtable. Today's development landscape is challenging. Over the past few years, we've experienced significant macroeconomic shocks, and this has impacted the global growth outlook for developing countries. These effects are compounded by longstanding challenges, such as climate change, pandemics, and fragility and conflict. These global challenges have had an outsized impact on emerging markets and developing countries, and they are increasingly putting at risk our shared goals of poverty eradication and inclusive economic growth. The MDBs have a special role to play in helping reverse these disturbing trends. The World Bank and the regional development banks have long been integral partners to developing countries, including those without any significant market access. They bring knowledge and technical advice, and they bring finance when times are tough. They've been able to play this role because these institutions have constantly evolved to meet the challenges of their time. And it is time for them to evolve again. The world has changed. In the 21st century, some of the challenges that are most threatening to the poorest and most vulnerable among us are global. We've learned the hard way from COVID-19 and other transboundary challenges that countries cannot sustainably bring down poverty rates and invest in their growth if they constantly face shocks from climate change, pandemics, or conflict. MDBs need to evolve to incorporate addressing these global challenges into their work. This includes reforming their vision, incentive structures, their operating model, and financing capacity to help countries fight these challenges and build resilience. Last October, I called for an evolution of the MDB system to do just that. And since then, a broad and growing coalition of shareholders have been working with management to enact important reforms. Let me provide 3 examples of concrete progress at the World Bank. First, shareholders recognize the need to better integrate sustainability and resilience into the institution's twin goals. Second, the World Bank is integrating global challenges into its diagnostic work, country strategies, and corporate scorecard. This means, for example, that new infrastructure will be built to withstand extreme weather events so that when a typhoon or a hurricane strikes, roads will still be open to emergency vehicles and hospitals will still have electricity. There will be less disruption to economic activity. And third, the bank is responsibly stretching its balance sheet to unlock up to $50 billion over the next 10 years. And that represents a nearly 20% boost in sustainable annual lending. And it's close to the increase in annual lending that resulted from the 2018 capital package. So I think this is value for money. It's vital that we continue to adopt additional reforms on a rolling basis. And I'd like to highlight 3 planks of action that should be prioritized next. First, we must continue to pursue ambition on reforms at the World Bank. We have many asks. Here are a few. The World Bank should develop a framework and principles for the targeted use of concessional resources so that financing to address global challenges is deployed to where it has the highest impact. The bank should offer borrowers the option to add climate-resilient debt clauses to their loan agreements so they have a greater buffer if climate-related events strike. The bank should also strengthen private sector mobilization. Second, we must leverage opportunities to bring the MDB evolution agenda to the regional development banks. We're seeing important innovations begin to take shape across the African Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the IDB Group, and others. And third, the MDBs and specialized trust funds should work more closely together. This is particularly important for our climate finance architecture. Well, we want this summit to accelerate progress. We intend to build momentum for additional reforms throughout the year, leveraging the G20 Leaders Summit, the Marrakesh annual meetings, and COP28 as major milestones. So let me end with a clear message. Evolving the MDBs is not about displacing the institution's core development work and anti-poverty efforts. Rather, it is about equipping the banks to sustain progress on this work by building resilience to new global shocks. Thank you again, and I look forward to our discussion. Sustain progress on this work by building resilience to new global shocks. Thank you again, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you, dear Janet. I turn now to Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. Prime Minister, what would you expect from a deep reform of the multilateral development banks and the international institutions?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me briefly share my thoughts on this critical agenda. The developing world, particularly African countries, are facing a cocktail interconnected crises. Financial crisis, climate crisis, a debt crisis, also a cost living crisis, in most places, instability. You might ask, what makes it special in Africa? What makes it unique in Africa is the magnitude of the crisis, as well as the interconnectivity of the crisis. As an instance, inflation, almost in all commodities, has risen sharply in many countries. Today, daily meal for many Africans.
París, centro de atención de las finanzas globales. Estamos viendo esta mesa redonda en la que está presente la secretaria de Estado de Estados Unidos, la secretaria del Tesoro de Estados Unidos, Janet Yellen, junto, entre otros, el ministro de Finanzas francés, Bruno Le Maire. Un contexto en el que los mercados se están moviendo hoy esperando a esas palabras de Jerome Powell por segundo día consecutivo. Ayer dio explicaciones en el Congreso, en la Cámara de Representantes de los Estados Unidos, y hoy el presidente de la Reserva Federal va a volver a hablar. 4 de la tarde, hora peninsular española. Mercados financieros en zona de ventas. Las caídas son superiores al punto porcentual para todas las plazas europeas. A esta hora de la tarde, Madrid está perdiendo por encima del 1%. El IBEX 35 está en los 9.339 enteros, aunque París es el índice más bajista. El hueco alcista que presenta el parqué parisino es del 1,27% hasta los 7.177, con el DAX que pierde los 16.000 enteros, aunque las cesiones son menores al resto de parqués del viejo continente, en este caso del 0,67%. Si miramos a los futuros de Wall Street, a cómo puede abrir la bolsa americana, la bolsa de valores de Nueva York, estamos atendiendo a un S&P 500 con caídas mínimas en futuros del 0,21%, 4.356, Nasdaq 100 manteniendo los 14.800, con un Dow Jones, un industrial que sin embargo no alcanza los 34.000. El hueco bajista que presentan los futuros es mínimo del 0,15%. En un momento, en un contexto en el que el secretario general de Naciones Unidas, Antonio Guterres, ha hecho una llamada a los líderes financieros mundiales y a los políticos. Les ha pedido un nuevo Bretton Woods, un nuevo pacto financiero global para dejar de lado el obsoleto que tenemos ahora y poner en marcha unas nuevas reglas del siglo XXI. Vamos a escucharlo.
There will be no serious solutions to the crisis with serious reforms. That is why I've called for a new Bretton Woods moment, a moment for governments to come together, re-examine and reconfigure the global financial architecture for the 21st century.
Una nueva arquitectura financiera global es la que pedía el político portugués, dejando claro también cómo el reparto actual es desigual de los fondos de media, si nos fijamos en las cifras. Y es que ha comentado Guterres, actualmente la financiación que ha llegado en el último año a Europa es superior a la que ha llegado a África, y eso, dice, son normas inmorales para los países en vías de desarrollo. Pendientes, en todo caso, de estas declaraciones de la Cumbre Financiera Mundial, del nuevo Pacto Financiero Global en París, seguimos escuchando a esas interpelaciones de la secretaria del Tesoro de Estados Unidos, Janet Yellen, junto, entre otros, el ministro galo de Finanzas, Bruno Le Maire.
On these financial institutions, at least in the following areas. Firstly, implement past plays. We have to walk the talk. There are lots of plays here and there, but delivery is not as the promises. So we should keep past plays in climate financing, SDR, also on injecting additional capitals for financial agencies so as to provide enough amount of resources for low-income countries. Secondly, boost concessional financing and grant. Without getting enough amount of concessional financing and grant, today's interconnected challenges is not addressed in a way that we're doing business today. It requires huge concessional financing, also grant. That is the only way that we minimize additional crises, also focus on our objectives of development. Thirdly, we have to finance green future. I don't know what others are doing. In Ethiopia, we're financing on low carbon pathway. 98% of our energy sources from clean source. We're investing on hydro, we're investing on wind, we're investing on geothermal, we're investing on solar energies. Beside this investment on clean energy, we have also an initiative called Green Legacy. We have started this initiative before few years, 2019. The initiative will continue till 2026. Till last year, from 2019 till 2022, we have planted 25 billion seedlings. This year, we just started last week, we're going to plant in the next 3 months 7 billion seedlings. In total, this year we'll reach 32 billion. Till 2026, the objective is to reach 50 billion seedlings. Imagine if Ethiopia is investing $1, starting from preparation of seedlings all the way to plantation. We are investing specifically on climate $50 billion. If we could collectively invest this amount of money, we can easily tackle the challenge that we're facing today. We are doing it because we're mobilizing over 25 million people every year. We do have more than 125 nurseries to prepare those seedlings. I think from World Bank, from all stakeholders, supporting these kinds of initiative would help us to tackle the current challenge that we all are facing. But from our side, we're doing it, we'll continue to support neighboring countries to join us this Green Legacy initiative. The last but not the least is to reform multilateral developmental banks. I'm sure the new CEO, the new president of World Bank, is the lucky person. I'm sure he will not stay in the office.
Y son las palabras del primer ministro de Etiopía, Abiy Ahmed Ali, comentando y dejando claro cuáles son las iniciativas sobre las que quiere trabajar parte del continente africano, si no todo en su conjunto, para llevar a término un nuevo pacto financiero global que pueda ayudar a este continente, en muchas ocasiones olvidado, a poder trabajar para salir hacia adelante. Ha pedido a Occidente inversiones conjuntas, porque también es lo que ha comentado el primer ministro, el político etíope. Si se trabaja juntos, si se invierte de manera conjunta, es mucho más fácil. Por un lado, ir más rápido en las inversiones y por el otro, acelerar los cambios futuros. Son las palabras del primer ministro de Etiopía, también hablando sobre esa transición energética que dice es esencial ahora mismo para cambiar las dinámicas económicas y las dinámicas financieras globales y, sobre todo, ha querido poner en marcha una nueva iniciativa, iniciativas multilaterales en las que dice sin ellas no se puede trabajar. Considera este político etíope, considera el primer ministro de Etiopía que en este nuevo mundo multilateral hay que trabajar de manera conjunta para poder salir hacia adelante. Ahora toma la palabra el presidente del Banco Mundial, recién nombrado, a quien interpelaba el primer ministro etíope, Ajay Banga, por cierto, expresidente de Mastercard, de la compañía de pagos estadounidense. Toma la palabra el presidente del Banco Mundial. Lo escuchamos y veremos a ver qué dice de todo esto y del nuevo reparto de fondos en el Pacto Financiero Global que se está gestando estos días en París.
Yeah. I consider this to be one of the most complicated jobs. I think that the conflict between the form of governance and the challenges in the multilateral system at the top of the house, combined with the number of disparate challenges we're all talking about, and most importantly, the intertwined nature of the challenges, where you can no longer discuss climate separately from poverty, separately from fragility, separately from conflict, separately from pandemics, separately from food security. I think this creates its own challenge for all of us. So, you know, the first thing I've been in my job a little under 3 weeks, 19 days to be precise, and I have done 2 or 3 things. The first one is I went for a visit to Jamaica and Peru last week at the beginning of a longer trip to many other places. But I went with Ilan, the head of the Inter-American Development Bank. And the reason for that was very simple. I want to demonstrate that I'm not trying to plow a lonely furrow on my own. This requires all shoulders at the wheel. It requires not just other development banks. It requires private sector, it requires philanthropy, it requires governments. And so working in partnership without worrying about silos or places and swim lanes is going to be kind of important. So that is the first place I went to. The second thing I would like to tell you is that we're trying to define the vision of the bank as being progressing beyond the poverty, although poverty remains key. But what we're going to say is that our job is to eliminate poverty, but on a livable planet. What do I mean by livable? Of course I mean climate. Of course I mean fragility. Of course I mean the issue of refugees. All that put together is to try and expand our vision and our ambition, to Secretary Yellen's point, about caring about more than one crisis. We don't have the luxury of picking and choosing our crises. That time is past. The second little piece that comes clearly to me in our conversation is that time is of the essence. I think that if 2030 and 2050 are going to be 2 measurable goals, then 7 years and 23 years is not a long time. Mia said today that it's 100 years ago, if we tried working on this, we wouldn't be running to do this in the next 10 years. I'm going to give ourselves a little more time between 7 and 23. It's still very little time. So time is of the essence, and I think scale is of the essence. So scalability and replicability of what we do is even more important than how many different things we do. Because otherwise we spread the peanut butter too thin, as they say in America. It's just, we can't afford to do that. So those things are all in my mind. I will say that the way to get this done, in my opinion, and we've got 3 clear methods involved. The first one is to do with inclusion. I'm defining in particular the inclusion of women, which is 50% of the world, and the inclusion of young people. Why young? Not just because of what we heard this morning from Vanessa. She was
El empresario indio-estadounidense Ajay Banga, presidente actual del Banco Mundial, toma la palabra en este foro financiero por un pacto global financiero celebrado en París, que va a tener lugar desde hoy en los próximos 2 días. El que ha sido presidente de Exor, vicepresidente de General Atlantic, es consciente de los desafíos actuales que implica el mundo multilateral en el que nos estamos moviendo. De hecho, su intervención ha comenzado centrándose en los desafíos mundiales, en desafíos, como dicen, los conflictos geopolíticos, pero también la parte comercial, las pandemias, la seguridad alimentaria. Dice, son todos retos correlacionados entre sí. Uno explica parte de las consecuencias en el otro y hay que tener todos en cuenta y trabajar sobre ellos de manera conjunta. De hecho, esta ha sido una de las palabras que más se está repitiendo en esta mesa redonda. Juntos trabajamos mejor, más rápido y mucho más eficaz. 3 meses, dice, ha sido los que lleva en el cargo, 90 días en los que ha llevado a cabo diferentes trabajos, sobre todo centrados también en dar apoyo a ese mundo en desarrollo. Ha hablado de visitas a Jamaica, a Perú, para demostrar que no se está dejando de lado a un territorio como, por ejemplo, podría ser América Latina. El clima, la fragilidad mundial, todo eso preocupa al Banco Mundial y por ello, dice, hay que tener ambición de preocuparse por estos temas y, sobre todo, de trabajar para luchar contra ellos. El tiempo en el que se ignora una parte del mundo ya es pasado, ha dicho Banga. Seguimos escuchándolo.
I'm going to read something out to you. Today, we are announcing a comprehensive approach that significantly expands the World Bank's toolkit for crisis preparedness, response, and recovery. What are we going to do? First, help governments build advanced emergency systems so they are ready to respond on day one. 2, provide new types of insurance that will backstop development projects. Actually, this has already happened in the case of Jamaica and now Peru, and we're trying to discuss a similar catastrophe bond for all of the Caribbean to start with, but there are other places as well. Give countries new flexibility to quickly redirect a portion of their funds for emergency response, so cash is immediately.
Bueno, plano conjunto, han podido ver en pantalla, lo están viendo en estos momentos, de la secretaria del Tesoro de Estados Unidos, Janet Yellen, a su derecha, y por la otra parte, a la izquierda, Ajay Banga, el presidente del Banco Mundial. Mientras él hablaba de un nuevo pacto fiscal, la estadounidense, con cara ciertamente en ocasiones de estupor y mirando en otros momentos a la parte del público, ha sentido cuando Banga ha puesto sobre la mesa ese nuevo pacto fiscal mundial, en referencia, podría sobreentenderse, a ese impuesto de sociedades que se quiere poner para todo el mundo en el entorno del 15% para evitar, en función de ese pacto, que haya paraísos fiscales o que haya competencia por la fiscalidad entre unos y otros países. Seguimos escuchando.
Is development denied. So we have to do something about that. But then there is the real issue of jobs. I do not believe that there is enough fiscal room or capacity in the generosity of any country, its government, or the philanthropies. Melinda is here on stage. Enormous generosity by her and her family. I do not believe all of us with our money can solve this without caring about jobs. Growth and jobs is the only way you drive poverty into the ground. And so we have to focus on the sustainability that comes with jobs, in particular for young people. So I guess those are my 3 priorities. I am trying to find a way to do this where I involve other multilateral institutions of all types. Kristalina is sitting in front. We are friends from a long time ago. You will see us work together in many ways to come. My first visit as a nominee was to Cote d'Ivoire to meet with Arkeen. And actually, Arkeen and that was my first actual meeting as a nominee. So I think in many ways, we have to work in partnership. But the most important partnership is where Secretary Yellen was going with the private sector. And I think we're going to get a chance to talk about that again. So I'm going to keep that for that moment. But that, Bruno, is kind of what I'm trying to do. It's like drinking from a fire hose. Right now, there are days when I feel like I'm drowning. There are other days when I feel like I'm the luckiest guy in the world. So we'll see.
Thank you, Ajay. Thank you for...
No, aplausos para el presidente del Banco Mundial, para Ajay Banga. Toma la palabra de nuevo el ministro de Finanzas, Bruno Le Maire, pero cierra la intervención el político, el empresario indio-estadounidense, hablando de ese nuevo marco fiscal en el que haya una regla conjunta para todos. Dice, el trabajo, el mercado laboral y el crecimiento económico son las dos únicas formas de luchar contra la pobreza. Una de las alianzas más importantes de la que ha hablado la secretaria del Tesoro, Janet Yellen, al comienzo de su intervención, la alianza de la parte pública con el sector privado para, entre todos, poner en marcha un desarrollo económico, dice, más justo. Y, sobre todo, también hay que tener en cuenta ese plano empresarial para poder acelerar las reformas, el nuevo Bretton Woods que pedía Guterres y, sobre todo, acelerar esa parte del impuesto social, el impuesto global de sociedades del 15% en todo el mundo. Sigue hablando Bruno Le Maire, el ministro galo de Finanzas.
Climate event instead of paying for their debt is a very interesting idea that you are putting on the table. So thank you for that. And I turn now to the G20 presidency, because you have the experience of those decisions that are ahead of us. What is the consequence that you are drawing from your experience as a G20 presidency, Nirmala, and what should be for you the key priorities?
Thank you, Bruno, and good morning, colleagues.
Da la palabra Le Maire a la ministra de Finanzas india, concretamente a Nirmala Sitharaman. Esta política india, la ministra india de Finanzas, es la que toma la palabra y, sobre todo, Le Maire le ha querido interpelar al principio de esta intervención sobre los retos que va a tener la India ahora como país más poblado del mundo y también en la futura presidencia, en la presidencia del G20 que ostenta Nueva Delhi. La escuchamos.
Can bring us closer to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals as well as financing climate action. Let me now use this opportunity to share with all of you the efforts that are underway in the G20 to strengthen multilateral development banks to address the global challenges of the 21st century. The MDB system, by virtue of its global reach and financial firepower, has historically been a critical pillar of support for much of the developing world. However, with MDBs being asked, especially by their non-borrowing shareholders, to expand their mandate and vision to address transboundary challenges alongside their core development mandate, the pressure on the MDBs lending resources is going to increase manifold. The solution to this problem, therefore, also has to be multi-pronged. The G20 has been working on the issue of balance sheet optimization for some time, and under the Italian presidency, a report of the capital adequacy framework of MDBs was commissioned, which was concluded under the Indonesian presidency. This is an important contribution of the G20, which the Indian presidency is taking forward. The CAF recommendations are expected to enable the MDBs to use their existing resources more effectively. It is encouraging to learn about the steps taken by the MDBs to begin implementing these recommendations. The review of the equity loan ratio by the World Bank, the recalibration of the shareholders' risk appetite by the ADB are some of the major examples in this context. I understand that based on the current pace of implementation of the CAF and its recommendations, it is estimated that an additional lending capacity of over 100 billion over 10 years will be generated by the MDBs. However, given the scale and scope of the global development financing challenges, this is not enough. Much more needs to be done. Under the Indian G20 presidency, an expert group on strengthening multilateral development banks was set up. These experts are some of the most respected voices globally on the issue of international financial architecture and development finance. The expert group will be touching upon all aspects of MDB evolution, including but not limited to the vision, incentive structure, operational approaches, and financial capacity, so that
de esta manera que
MDBs
escuchan desde un punto de vista mucho más técnico, eso sí, la ministra de Finanzas de la India, Sitharaman, los retos de la presidencia que tiene Nueva Delhi del G20, de esas 20 economías más desarrolladas del mundo. Una presidencia que se va a centrar precisamente en esa parte del globo en desarrollo, en poner en marcha políticas comunes para tener un crecimiento económico más igualitario entre el conjunto de potencias mundiales. Dice Sitharaman que la presidencia del G20 va a ser un punto de partida para que los bancos en desarrollo también tengan un papel más importante en el mundo que viene. También justo recordamos cuando los BRIC, ese grupo de emergentes, con Brasil, con India, con Rusia, con Sudáfrica, a la cabeza, están pendientes de la entrada de nuevos aliados para hacer de contrapeso a las dinámicas económicas y financieras globales que ha habido hasta el momento, en su mayor parte gobernadas por la parte occidental del mundo, por Estados Unidos o por la Unión Europea. Sitharaman deja sobre la mesa que el G20, el nuevo G20, al menos durante lo que dure la presidencia de su país, al frente de este organismo multilateral, va a estar centrada en dar una vía de apoyo a los países en desarrollo. La escuchamos.
Options for how G20 can work with the MDBs. This summit front-runs some of the major multilateral events this year, including the G20 Delhi Summit and the COP28 Summit. I'm certain that the momentum created here in Paris will go a long way in strengthening efforts to address the tremendous development and transboundary challenges humanity faces today. Thank you, Bruno.
Thank you, Nirmala. We see throughout the discussion the necessity of building a new financial framework.
Y así termina la intervención de la ministra de Finanzas francesa en esta mesa redonda, en el marco de ese nuevo pacto financiero global que está auspiciando París durante estos próximos 3 días. Ha querido dejar claro Sitharaman que la intención del país es poner en marcha un nuevo desarrollo más igualitario, sobre todo para la parte del globo en desarrollo. Justo unas afirmaciones sobre las que asentía la presidenta del Fondo Monetario Internacional, la directora gerente del Fondo Monetario Internacional, Kristalina Georgieva, que en estos momentos está de público, pero que tomará la palabra a lo largo de estos próximos días. Y precisamente ahora quien toma la palabra es Melinda Gates, la filántropa estadounidense. Vamos a escucharla.
I would not say we were there a year ago by any means. I think back on these Bretton Woods institutions that were created. What were we looking for at that time in the world? We were looking for peace and we were looking for development. And we did get, for the most part, peace, and we got development for some nations. Now we're looking at a global crisis on climate. We're looking for climate solutions and we're looking for development for everybody. So when I look at these Bretton Woods institutions, I say, okay, how do they need to evolve and change? Thank goodness they have evolved and changed, but they need to be more efficient in terms of moving grants through, moving loans through. They need to relieve the debt burden that exists today on these nations so that prime ministers like from Ethiopia, Abiy, is not trying to make a decision between do I do development or do I deal with the climate crisis? It's both. We have to deal with development. If you want to take advantage of human ingenuity and human capital, you have to be on the road of health and education for everybody in your country and be on the transformation of how are we going to create green jobs and how are we going to deal with the crises we have at hand today. So to me, it's relieving the debt burden, and then it's capitalizing these institutions. IDA 21, there is no excuse for the money to be going down in IDA. It's got to be going up to deal with the crisis we have. So I think we know what the agenda is. And in terms of a philanthropy, what is our role? Our role is to work with all of the multilateral institutions. So the Global Financing Facility for making sure that there's good health in countries, we do that with the World Bank. We work with the Asian Development Bank, the African Development Bank on sanitation. We work on innovative solutions for financing through these institutions that are going to lift everyone up. There is not a family I have met anywhere around the world in the many travels I do where the parents don't say they want their children to not only survive, but to thrive. And that means to thrive, you do have to have an education and you do have to have a great job in the place that you live. And so I think we need to think about, we are lucky to be in this room as a set now of committed leaders for the world. What has moved the world forward in the past? It's setting the right agenda, which has been done by the SDGs. It is financing it properly and efficiently. And then it's a group of committed leaders to say, I'm going to carry this forward in the world and in my nation to represent everyone. And that's what we are here to participate in as a philanthropy, but it's going to take all of us.
Thank you so much, Melinda, and thank you for your engagement. Thank you so much. I would like to turn to Mafalda Duarte because I would like to ask the same kind of question, but related to vertical funds. How could we improve this relationship?
Bueno, y estas son las palabras de la filántropa, de la presidenta de Bill y Melinda Gates, la fundación Bill y Melinda Gates, la empresaria estadounidense que ha querido comentar, ha dejado sobre la mesa un desarrollo desigual, decía, hasta ahora del mundo, solo favoreciendo la financiación de las naciones más ricas, y dice que es el momento de seguir trabajando y de no reducir precisamente esas dotes económicas, sino de mantenerlas o incluso de aumentarlas para que una parte del mundo no se vea en situación de desventaja con respecto a la contraria. Ha hablado Gates también sobre cambio climático, pero también aquí un común denominador que han utilizado todos los intervinientes hasta ahora, y es que trabajar de manera conjunta es la manera más eficaz de conseguir que las naciones en vías de desarrollo y las ya desarrolladas puedan tener un crecimiento igualitario en el mundo actual. Toma la palabra, según acaba de dársela Bruno Le Maire, Mafalda Duarte, la que es directora gerente del Fondo de Inversión Climática.
This is environmentalists. It's nothing to do with us. And so we have come some way, but we can't afford going as slow as we have been up to today. But I am very encouraged, given my experience of this moment and the opportunity. I was asked to talk about climate finance and climate finance architecture. I'm going to say a few things based on my experience. It is true, and according to public data, that global climate finance has almost doubled in the last decade. The numbers are indicating around 4.8 trillion. But we have to bear in mind that only 25% of these are going to low and middle income countries in a decade. And this is despite, if we exclude China, this is despite the fact that as we all know, these are the countries that are most vulnerable to climate. These include the countries also where the world's energy demand is the greatest, where most of the population is. And we shouldn't take comfort in these numbers because we need multiples of this, and we need multiples of this in a very short time frame, in particular in low and middle income countries. We also see that private sector investment is increasing, but it's not increasing at the scale and the speed that it's necessary. We hear this being talked about all the time. And the growth rate of private finance is actually lower than the growth rate of public finance investments. We have seen significant progress in energy, in renewable energy investments, but adaptation and resilience finance is lagging significantly. Of all of this finance, concessional finance was 16%, and this concessional climate finance has played a very critical role in managing risks and uncertainties and bringing down the costs of these investments. Also important to have in mind that 76% of climate finance was raised domestically, which basically confirms the importance of national regulations and enabling environments. So to this question that I was asked on optimization of climate finance architecture, this is going to be my first point, that this optimization implies putting in place appropriate policies and regulations. And MDBs, because we're talking about the MDBs reform, MDBs and DFIs have actually a privileged position here because of the financing levels they provide to this area. And they can also focus on partnering more closely with the private sector at the country level to actually better understand and advocate for the critical reforms that are necessary. And I think we need measurement of progress in this area that is actually linked to climate outcomes. So I'm not going to expand.
Bueno, está tomando la palabra Mafalda Duarte, la que es de inversión climática del CIF, y ha querido comentar que sí, que actualmente la inversión del sector privado en lo que es el cambio climático está acelerándose. Se pone de manifiesto ese incremento de las partidas económicas por parte de las empresas y de las organizaciones privadas para combatir contra el cambio climático, acelerar la transición energética desde el punto de vista empresarial. Pero es que dice, no crecen a la misma velocidad que lo están haciendo las inversiones del sector público y por eso no son todo lo beneficiosas que podrían estar siendo, al menos todo lo eficaces, según Duarte. Es menor, dice, el crecimiento de los fondos privados que los públicos y por eso hay que trabajar para al menos igualarlo. Contexto en el que los mercados financieros se siguen moviendo, lo estaban viendo en pantalla hace apenas unos minutos, los futuros de Wall Street apuntan al negativo, apuntan a las ventas en los parques de Nueva York. En el parque de Nueva York la bolsa de valores abrirá a partir de las 3:30 de la tarde, hora peninsular española, y de momento el S&P 500 lo que hace es anticipar cómo las pérdidas podrían ser mínimas, eso sí, de un 0,25% para el índice general, aunque estaría en la cota, intentando tratar de mantener la cota de los 4.300 puntos. Mejor parece que le está yendo a los tecnológicos. El Nasdaq 100 consigue aguantar en futuros los 14.800 cuando el Dow Jones, sin embargo, no recupera esos 34.000. Mercados financieros estadounidenses, futuros, abierto a negociación está Europa a esta hora de la mañana y atendemos a cómo las ventas ahondan en todos los índices. Madrid a esta hora, uno de los más bajistas junto a París, al CAC, el IBEX 9.337, la bolsa parisina 7.166, el ojo europeo, Frankfurt, ese faro, el DAX 15.920 enteros, cuando el FT100 de Londres también presenta un hueco bajista hasta los 7.490 con una caída del 0,79%. Seguimos escuchando a Duarte.
And what is the remaining risk that vertical funds can support MDBs in taking? Same with hybrid capital structures. Vertical funds can also perform a role there. I would also say harmonize investment criteria and reporting practices of the funds, application processes, and for the governing bodies of these funds to accept risk tolerance levels that are commensurate with scale and speed. We talk about this, we've heard it many times already today. And focus on platforms that can bring institutions together. There are examples. This morning was mentioned the JET piece as a promising example, not just for the energy sector, but for the other sectors, of actually bringing the sovereigns, the bilaterals and the multilaterals and the vertical funds. So I would say that to finish, and I'm mindful of time here, I think we need to focus on delivery of impact through ambitious country programs, simplification of access, leadership by national entities, targeting of public finance.
Bueno, escuchamos en París a la directora general de los fondos de inversión climática, a Mafalda Duarte, hablar sobre esa importancia de la aportación del sector privado en las finanzas para cambiar el mundo, para acelerar la transición energética, que dice, en todo caso, el sector privado todavía no acelera las inversiones de la misma manera o igual de rápido que lo hace el sector público. Comparecencia en París, otro punto de directo a esta hora de la mañana, lo tenemos en Montenegro. Allí visita del secretario general de la OTAN, Jens Stoltenberg, junto al primer ministro de este país, uno de los países 29º socio de la Alianza Atlántica, entró en 2017 e importante por esas relaciones que tiene todavía con Rusia en estos momentos de guerra. Comparece ahora el primer ministro de Kosovo, lo escuchamos de la mano del noruego Stoltenberg, secretario general de la OTAN en Montenegro.
A place, where which is committed to the dialogue, and I think this is what should happen also between Kosovo and Serbia. So we are calling for the de-escalation of the tensions and return to the dialogue, which is being performed, as the Secretary General said, in a good faith. I think that's particularly important, to have the dialogue in good faith and to really aim to sort out the issues and the tensions so that the whole region can go back to the stability and prosperity.
Many thanks. This concludes this press conference.
Thank you very much.
Bueno, cierra esta rueda de prensa conjunta del secretario general de la OTAN, Jens Stoltenberg, con el primer ministro de Montenegro. Recordamos, 29º socio de la Alianza Atlántica, entró en 2017. Es relevante este pequeño territorio de la zona balcánica del continente europeo por las relaciones que ha tenido históricas con Rusia y sobre todo por estos momentos, las tensiones que se mantienen en este territorio. De hecho, ha querido dejar claro el primer ministro de este país, de Montenegro, que hay que reducir las tensiones cuanto antes para tratar de devolver la estabilidad a esta zona del continente europeo. Y ahora en París, Janet Yellen, secretaria del Tesoro, toma la palabra en esta mesa redonda que estábamos escuchando.
Benefit the poorest, and that we must maintain adequate resources for low-income countries. It's a common understanding that while more financial capacity is needed, we also need MDBs that are faster, more agile, more responsive, and whose operations reflect the interlinkage between addressing global challenges and reducing poverty. I think we have a shared understanding also, though, of the need for greater financial capacity and the importance of implementing the G20 MDB capital adequacy framework report recommendations, and in addition, better leveraging private financing, including institutional investors, philanthropies, and domestic sources. We can take these conclusions into our continued efforts to evolve the World Bank and the regional development banks to not just better address global challenges, but to do so as a system, with each institution bringing its unique expertise and capabilities to the table. And before I conclude, I'd like to also note that the United States is doing its part to advance the evolution effort and support the poorest by exploring ways to work with the World Bank to provide significant new concessional finance to incentivize action on global challenges across all borrower countries, as well as enhance support for addressing the urgent needs of low-income countries. And this includes contributions to support crisis response in either recipient countries. And we're talking to other shareholders about how we can best achieve this together. So let me thank our French hosts, and thanks to everyone who joined this roundtable.
Thank you, Janet, and thank you for the very clear commitment of the United States. Prime Minister, you have the final word.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The purpose of concessional finance is to address market failure and also to be a catalyst for development. Today,
Minutos de oro finales para los intervinientes en esta mesa redonda en el foro por un nuevo pacto de financiación global que se está celebrando en París desde el día de hoy, en los dos que vienen entre viernes y sábado, en el que acaba de tomar la palabra el primer ministro de Etiopía, pero acaba de cerrar su intervención Janet Yellen, la que es secretaria del Tesoro de los Estados Unidos de América, y ha dicho que su país va a estar allí para apoyar la financiación de los desafíos globales. Quiere hacer de esta manera a Estados Unidos de contrapeso, claro, de otras potencias en desarrollo como pueden ser Rusia o China, en países o en continentes como es África y también en la zona de los Balcanes, o sobre todo con esas interrelaciones que tienen con India. Justo ayer Narendra Modi, el primer ministro de India, fue de visita oficial a Washington a reunirse con el presidente Joe Biden. El caso es que Yellen ha hablado de la importancia del G20, cuya presidencia ostenta Nueva Delhi, para poner en marcha un nuevo marco de recomendaciones de capital, desarrollo de financiación privada para acelerar toda la transición energética y poner en común un nuevo crecimiento económico global que no deje a nadie atrás. Bancos centrales, dice, en desarrollo sobre los que quiere trabajar Estados Unidos, dice que junto al Banco Mundial, Washington es parte de los esfuerzos para poner en marcha una evolución con la que explorar un nuevo pacto de financiación a los nuevos desafíos globales. Seguimos escuchando ahora al primer ministro de Etiopía.
Market, because the production cost is again high. Fertilizer, minimum 3-4 folds up. Machineries, irrigation systems, pumps, fuels are very expensive. Having all expensive inputs, you can produce, but you cannot fix the market. For this kind of interconnected challenge, we really need to have concessional financing, also grants. Beside these challenges, there are other crises which is aggravating this problem. War.
Estamos escuchando al representante del continente africano, al primer ministro de Etiopía, poner sobre la mesa también los retos que quiere dejar sobre la mesa este continente olvidado para ayudar en el nuevo marco de la financiación, en el nuevo pacto global. Termina esa intervención de la secretaria del Tesoro de Estados Unidos, Janet Yellen, poniendo sobre la mesa el apoyo y el compromiso de Estados Unidos junto al Banco Mundial para dar asistencia financiera a la que se necesite, dice, para hacer frente a los desafíos globales. Mercados financieros que se mueven a esta hora de la tarde sobre zona de ventas. Las caídas son mínimas para los futuros de Wall Street. El S&P 500 consigue mantener la cota de los 4.300 puntos cuando las ventas ahondan más en los parques en negociación abiertos, los del viejo continente, los europeos, Madrid y París, bolsas más bajistas de la sesión, sobre todo el CAC, que está perdiendo en el entorno del 1,16%, cuando el IBEX 35 lo que hace es caer en el entorno del 0,96, manteniendo eso sí la cota de los 9.300 puntos. DAX por debajo de los 16.000. Mercados financieros a los que atendemos en unos minutos. Publicidad y a la vuelta ponte en acción de la mano de Eva Villanueva, aquí en Negocios Televisión.
No puede volver atrás y cambiar el principio, pero puede comenzar donde está y cambiar el final. En Luna Sevilla queremos ser su asesor financiero de referencia para mejorar su presente y su futuro patrimonial, prestando nuestros servicios como agentes de Caser Asesores Financieros. Somos una empresa con una clara apuesta por la formación de calidad, la información transparente y objetiva, y por el asesoramiento financiero personalizado y continuado. Visite nuestra web lunasevilla.es o llame al 91 762 3442.
La vida ya te exige demasiado. ¿Y si por una vez te dejas llevar? Ven a Punta Cana con B-Travel y Palladium Hotel Group y vive unas vacaciones de ensueño en todo incluido. Combina diversión, relax y la mejor gastronomía con playas de agua cristalina. Este verano déjate llevar con B-Travel y Palladium Hotel Group.
¿Hay un mejor momento para empezar a invertir en el mercado? ¿Hubiera sido lo mismo empezar a principios de 2020 que después de la caída del COVID? Probablemente no. Pues es lo que te vamos a contar en la Academia de Negocios TV con el último módulo de amplitud de mercado o market timing. Vamos a intentar recopilar todos los indicadores, todas las herramientas, todos los sistemas de cobertura que utilizamos para que veas y eleves tu trading a un nivel mucho más profesional. Soy Víctor Galán y voy a ser tu tutor, profesor, durante este apasionante módulo de 8 capítulos. Te esperamos y esperamos verte pronto.
Si aún no eres parte de la Academia de Negocios Televisión, ahora es tu momento. Entramos en el módulo más importante que pueda tener la Academia de Negocios Televisión. Hablamos del módulo de operativa. En este módulo aprenderás cosas que ni te imaginabas, ni que existían, ni que fueran a ser tan importantes para tratar de mantener esa esperanza de llegar a ser rentable en el tiempo en el mundo del trading. Descubrirás que da igual si eres capaz de acertar muchas veces o no a la hora de analizar un gráfico. Da igual el activo financiero que estés analizando. Da igual el lapso de tiempo que te plantees para la inversión. Solo aprendiendo la operativa y dominándola, el resto te dará igual. Sé que lo que estás escuchando contradice a la mayoría de opiniones y sobre todo de profesores que imparten cursos al respecto. Pero créeme, confía, si aprendes operativa, el resto te dará igual. Te dará igual que un precio suba, que un precio baje. Simplemente estarás a favor de lo más probable si eres capaz de dominar el riesgo, el capital y tus emociones. Nada es más importante en el trading o en las inversiones que la gestión de estas 3 cosas. Descubrirás que la estrategia es algo secundario y con menos importancia de las 3 cosas que te acabo de mencionar. Te esperamos en la Academia de Negocios Televisión. Verás que lo que vas a aprender te servirá y mucho. Nos vemos.
Muy buenos días, llegamos al mediodía a las 11 en Canarias y continuamos aquí en Negocios Televisión, muy pendientes de lo que pasa en París, de lo que pasa en los mercados y en la escena internacional. Mientras, cuenta atrás para varios hitos, primero Banco de Inglaterra, después apertura de Wall Street. Y empezando por lo último, por el principal mercado del mundo, ¿qué es lo que dicen los futuros? Los futuros americanos anticipan más caídas. Y eso que ahora reducen el ritmo de las caídas al entorno del 0,19% tanto en los futuros del S&P como en los del Nasdaq. Todo esto en una jornada en la que, como decimos, van a seguir sumando las caídas que se apuntaban en la jornada de este miércoles y que vienen sentenciadas por lo que han sido las últimas palabras de Jerome Powell, asegurando en el Congreso que habrá nuevas subidas de tipos durante este año. No era una novedad, era más contundente, era ante los legisladores. Repetía que podrían ser 2 aumentos más y que la economía sufrirá un periodo de condiciones crediticias estrictas y un crecimiento por debajo del promedio. La fecha de todo, de esa subida y de sus efectos, se aproxima y el rojo se extiende. Por tanto, los bancos centrales vuelven a convertirse en los protagonistas con sus renovados mensajes de que se necesitan más subidas de tipos para frenar la inflación. Una vez más, las palabras de Powell han resultado determinantes ante el Capitolio y hoy, por cierto, le volveremos a escuchar hablar ante el Senado. en un momento en lo que ha repetido para avalar esas subidas esos argumentos conocidos: robustez del mercado laboral y la inflación. Razones por las que asegura que no se puede dar por acabadas con las subidas, aunque implique un periodo de bajo crecimiento económico, y anunciaba mayor desempleo para poder volver a una inflación más baja. Temor, por tanto, a que ahora sí se comience a dañar la economía. Y hoy la banca sufre en sus carnes o en sus cotizaciones ese peso de los temores. No hay nada más que asomarse a ver el tiempo real de lo que están haciendo la banca simplemente en Europa, posicionándose en las zonas del castigo desde primera hora, esta hora con caídas que rozan el 2% en títulos como BNP Paribas o del 1,73% en el Santander, y con la mirada muy puesta en la comparecencia de Powell de esta tarde. Pero saltamos al otro lado del Atlántico, porque en apenas una hora el Banco de Inglaterra se prepara para anunciar su decisión de política monetaria. Descontados 25 puntos básicos y dudas, sobre todo para los más hawkish, sobre si cabría un medio punto en su batalla contra la inflación, que ha vuelto a arrojar datos decepcionantes y subidas. El IPC británico no cede y en mayo, de hecho, se ha incrementado a ritmos que repetían del 8,7%. En la subyacente, la que excluye alimentos y energitas, se aceleraba 3 décimas, del 6,8 al 7,1% en interanual. Así, los de Andrew Bailey tienen previsto elevar del 4,5 al 4,75% su tasa de referencia para la libra, pero algunos cuestionan si será o no suficiente para que avance esa batalla contra la inflación. En ese contexto, lo que vemos es la deuda a corto plazo marca máximos del año en el Reino Unido y a niveles que no se veían desde 2008. Hemos visto ese bono a 2 años, el británico, alcanzar el 5% en ese rendimiento más alto, por supuesto, también de lo que va de año. Todo esto, y a la espera de Inglaterra, ya hemos conocido varias decisiones. Por una parte, la de Suiza, que ha subido los tipos de interés en 25 puntos básicos hasta el 1,75%, y es su 5º aumento consecutivo. Y el de Noruega, que ha apretado más el acelerador, medio punto, hasta los 3,75%, en un intento por frenar la inflación y anticipando nuevas subidas en agosto. Son, sin lugar a dudas, las grandes claves, los grandes asuntos que vigila de cerca el mercado a esta hora, junto, por supuesto, con las grandes cuestiones del escenario internacional. Y eso es lo que se cuela a esta hora entre las noticias de última hora que acabamos de conocer y que nos hace mirar a la guerra en Ucrania. Importantes y graves las acusaciones que lanza Kiev, que acusa a Rusia de estar considerando un ataque terrorista contra la central nuclear de Zaporilla, una información que Moscú niega. En estas informaciones, el presidente Zelensky ha señalado que espías ucranianos han recibido información que muestra que Moscú está considerando llevar a cabo ese ataque que involucraría una liberación de radiación. El Kremlin ha desestimado esta acusación como otra mentira del gobierno de Kiev y ha señalado que un equipo de inspectores nucleares de la ONU visitó la planta hace apenas unos días y dijo que todo estaba bien. En la declaración de vídeo de Telegram, Zelensky ha señalado que Kiev está compartiendo la información sobre las instalaciones ocupadas por Rusia en el sur de Ucrania con todos sus socios internacionales, desde Europa y Estados Unidos hasta China e India, y que la inteligencia ha recibido esa información, repetimos, de que Rusia está considerando un escenario de un acto terrorista en Zaporilla. Es, sin lugar a dudas, otro de los grandes asuntos que centra la actualidad de esta mañana, y con todo comenzamos. 8 minutos pasan de las 12 del mediodía y es momento para recibir a nuestro invitado en este tiempo a media sesión, Miguel Ángel Rodríguez, experto de mercado de capex.com. Miguel Ángel, muy buenas. Creía que escuchaba la voz, parece que no. Vamos a tratar de retomar esa conexión hoy con la mirada muy puesta en la apertura americana. Miguel Ángel Rodríguez, experto de mercado de capex.com, muy buenos días.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenos días.
Bueno, estamos viendo cómo el mercado europeo hoy ha arrancado con importantes caídas. Los futuros americanos anuncian más pérdidas. ¿Cómo ves el escenario en este punto antes de entrar en otras cuestiones? Miguel Ángel.
Pues sí, efectivamente los índices europeos están a la baja, pero vienen también presionados a la baja por índices globales en general. En Japón también ha corregido esta madrugada, China también está experimentando desde hace varios días correcciones a la baja, decepcionados en cierta manera por la falta de agresividad del Banco Central de China, que ha recortado tipos de interés, pero de manera menos fuerte que se esperaba, solamente 10 puntos básicos. Hay miedo a que la desaceleración de China se pronuncie, sea más fuerte en el futuro y eso pueda arrastrar al resto. Y luego en Estados Unidos, por las declaraciones de Powell, que no han hecho más que confirmar lo que ya dijo en la última reunión, que hicieron una pausa, pero que muy probablemente, tal y como indicaba el diagrama de puntos, las previsiones de los miembros de la Reserva Federal, pues van a seguir subiendo el tipo de interés. Lo confirmó ayer en la comparecencia primera ante el Congreso y hoy también pues seguirá con la misma tónica. Los tipos de interés de mercado, la rentabilidad de los bonos ya van repuntando, ¿no? Sobre todo la parte corta de la curva, al 2 años. Se espera que haya por lo menos 50 puntos básicos más en 2 reuniones que pueden ser también más pausadas, lo que quieren hacerlo de manera más lenta para poder evaluar el impacto, ¿no? de las subidas de tipo en la economía, datos de inflación, datos de empleo. Hoy se publica uno que son los subsidios de desempleo que afectará al mercado, pero aquí estamos viendo correcciones también. Los futuros ahora mismo, antes de la apertura en Wall Street, que están a la baja también. Ayer cayeron, algunos índices llevan ya hoy con esta 4 días de caída. Hay que tener en cuenta que tienen un nivel muy alto de sobrecompra, ¿no? Con subidas muy consecutivas durante mucho tiempo, sobre todo el tecnológico Nasdaq. Y con esta situación, pues lo más probable es que veamos correcciones todavía a la baja. No estamos hablando ni mucho menos de un mercado bajista, sino correcciones dentro de una tendencia alcista que de momento se puede decir que se mantiene. Ya veremos más adelante.
Mirando al mercado y algunos de esos catalizadores, ponía por supuesto a China y luego también Powell, que ha vuelto a hablar, que hoy vamos a volverle a escuchar, pero de alguna manera le quería preguntar por qué ahora parece que se lo creen y hace una semana no, porque de alguna manera ha repetido el mismo mensaje diciendo, bueno, esto no es una pausa, esto es que vamos a seguir, quedan más subidas y este año deberían ser 2. Es verdad que hay voces como Bosti que ha dicho que ese objetivo terminal se debería mantener este año, pero las perspectivas del conjunto del FONC es que se necesitan más subidas. ¿Por qué se lo cree más y hasta qué punto se acerca ese daño a la economía para que hoy y además Europa caiga con tanta fuerza? ¿Cómo lo ve?
Bueno, hay que tener en cuenta que desde el principio lo que es inusual es dentro de la tónica de comportamiento de un banco central y de la Reserva Federal es hacer una pausa para decir que van a seguir más adelante. O sea, lo que quieren es espaciar, hacerlo en un periodo, las subidas que todavía quedan, según la mayoría de los miembros de la Reserva Federal, como bien has dicho, no todos, porque hay, como sabemos, hay alcistas y bajistas, a hawkish y dovish dentro del, igual que en cualquier banco central, pero prácticamente el consenso es que van a subir 50 puntos básicos. La idea es, primero, la inflación cae, la inflación subyacente en Estados Unidos todavía se mantiene en niveles muy alejados del objetivo del 2%. El objetivo principal de un banco central, en este caso la Reserva Federal, es la estabilidad de precio, por lo tanto, niveles por encima del 5% pues no son aceptables y tienen que luchar contra eso. Y luego la economía está desacelerándose, pero todavía las previsiones de crecimiento no apuntan, tanto de la Reserva Federal como de organismos internacionales en Estados Unidos, no apuntan a niveles de recesión, están todavía de crecimiento casi de un 1% para este año. Bueno, pues sería el mejor escenario posible, ¿no? Para un banco central que en un principio estábamos todos preocupados de que pudiese hacer un daño severo a la economía, pero de momento no hay señales de esto. En cuanto aparezca un dato muy negativo y sobre todo en el mercado de empleo, que sigue estando muy ajustado, ¿no? Con niveles del 3,7% de desempleo, cuando ahí es donde podrían sonar un poco las alarmas, ¿no? Pero de momento eso no ocurre y eso le da pie para poder seguir haciendo una política monetaria más dura, más restrictiva. ¿Por qué no se lo El mercado, cuando en la última reunión, lo inusual de decir hacemos una pausa para seguir subiendo, el mercado, bueno, pues un mes de diferencia, el mercado anticipa ya las subidas de tipo de interés y la anticipó. Ahora lo que está haciendo es confirmándolo delante del Congreso norteamericano, está reafirmándose, ayer lo dijo muy claramente, que quedan subidas de tipo de interés y eso es lo que está haciendo. En el mercado de renta variable, los índices, sobre todo los tecnológicos, que en un principio subieron impulsados por la creencia de que estábamos ya al final, de que no iban a haber más subida de tipos, pero ahora están viendo correcciones que ajustándose pues, a unos tipos de interés algo más altos. Hay voces, como bien dices, en el mercado pero vamos, estas voces vienen desde el año pasado diciendo que esta política monetaria ultra restrictiva va a causar una recesión. Bueno, eso lo venimos oyendo hace mucho tiempo, pero de momento eso no aparece, ni hay señales todavía de que sea así. ¿Qué puede ocurrir en el futuro? Puede ocurrir, sobre todo por parte, que ayer lo comentó Powell, por si se confirma lo que llaman la crisis de crédito, ¿no? La restricción, la contra.
Society, including Conservation International, now a leader in this field. Why? Because through a better coordination of actors, this new method will make it possible to rationalize funding, maximize our collective impact, and thus support ambitious commitments on the part of beneficiary countries while meeting the needs of other countries. Partnerships for just energy transition, known as JETP, can become a model of sustainable development for partnerships built according to a similar logic. They involve all stakeholders to enable a gradual exit from fossil fuels. They mobilize both public and private funding. Many of you are piloting these strategies with significant funding. Mr. President Ramaphosa, JETP in South Africa, which continues to grow, aims to become an example for other such partnerships. I was fortunate enough to be in your country, Mr. President, last Monday and Tuesday. This model concerning fossil fuels can be replicated for other areas, including the protection of forests and biodiversity. With other partners, we have launched discussions with several countries, share this ambition. The One Forest Summit in Libreville in March launched this dynamic movement, and the discussions are continuing with the Congo. And I am delighted that the President of the Republic of Congo will be with us today to discuss this question. France is investing in these partnerships. We contribute very significantly to JETP with South Africa, Indonesia, and Vietnam. And you know, of course, the projects concerning JETP and Senegal. We are also considering the development of JETP in Mongolia. There are also partnerships for the protection of forests to be concluded between now and the COP28. We know, Mr. President, in particular, we can count on Colombia in this regard. And you can count on France to remain fully engaged with regard to this subject. Madam President of the European Commission, together we can play a leading role as Europeans in bringing together the necessary funding, relying on the global gateway, which can provide tremendous leverage for green growth. Together, we can build these partnerships that will protect our planet and therefore our people. The innovative mechanisms, such as carbon markets, debt swaps, to finance the protection of nature, which you are successfully promoting, Mr. President Petro, also contribute to the financing of our common ambitions. So, a few words of introduction. And I would like to remind you that we are starting our debates a bit behind schedule. So if possible, I would like to ask you to limit your speeches to the 5-minute period that was planned upon. And now I'd like to give the floor to the first of our speakers, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. Thank you once again for being with us. Your country has shown the way forward, as I said, with the first partnership for fair energy transition, working with Denmark and the Netherlands, who made financial contributions. Could you tell us a little bit about where this partnership is now? Mr. President, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. I welcome this opportunity to be on this panel and to be in this summit as well. And we participate here with the full hope that this panel or this summit will add on to a number of processes that we need to embark upon to enlarge and broaden our own experience as the world, but it should not be seen as replacing what we are all doing at the multilateral organizations level. In other words, we should still remain centered around what we are doing in institutions of the UN. So this summit should add on to that and yes, bring about an influence, but should not precede and seek to influence negatively those processes. South Africa, as most of you will know, we did arrive at a deal, the JETP deal with a number of countries. And we found this to be a pioneering deal, quite historic, in that an amount of $8.5 billion was committed to support our transition to clean energy, which as South Africa, we had preceded by coming out with a very bold plan where we realized that we've got to embark on this journey. And there are quite a number of lessons that we are learning as we are moving ahead. I'll just maybe share 5. The first one is that a plan like this on the own country's challenges and experiences. It should never be imposed on any country. In our case, we've had to take into account our own experience as a nation and as a country, where we are dealing with challenges such as unemployment and poverty, and also dealing with a history of division in our own country, of racial division and all that. So any plan of this nature that helps a country to transit needs to take into account the circumstances of any country that is going through this type of plan. The second one is we've had to say this should be a just transition. It must take into account the existential situation of various communities, particularly workers who work in fossil fuel establishments. What happens to them when we transit to their job situations, communities who live in those areas. So all that needs to be taken into account, and any country that embarks on this journey must define what a just transition is going to be and what it is going to look like, so that whatever is done should not leave anyone behind. In fact, we should see a situation where new sectors will be established and people will be taken along. The third one is that we need to be flexible. It needs to be a flexible type of journey. Right now in our own country, we have learned, as we've been traversing this path, that we've got to take into account our current challenges. And our current challenges are born out of the history of our own country, but also they have to deal with our energy shortage right now. 90% of our energy is generated out of fossil fuels. And right now, the country is going through a major energy challenge because our energy generation is way below the needs of the country at the moment. So we've said that as we transit, as we implement this JET-P, we need to take into account that, and some of our fossil fuels power stations will need to remain in existence as we are traversing this journey. So it is important that that should be taken into account. The other one, of course, the major one, is the finance part. What we did after making our clear, bold statement, as well as after reaching this JET-P deal, and having been offered 8.5 billion in the form of grants, in the form of concessional loans, and in the form of plain vanilla loans, we found that actually we're going to need much more, up to $98 billion, which is far much more than what has been on offer. So therefore, we therefore need access to funding, and the funding has to be innovative. Funding has to increase on the grant size, and also the concessional loans also need to be considerable. And where we have gone to now is that we found great understanding from our partners about our situation. Recently, just yesterday, I had the Prime Minister of Denmark and the Netherlands visiting our country at the same time. And they made commitments, being very much alive to all the circumstances that we face. So we are encouraged by that, because all this journey requires partnership. And the partnership must be active. It must be a partnership that takes into account where we are, but it must also be a partnership that is willing to commit to a future that will lead to fair. So that's where we are, and the lessons that we are learning are ongoing. Almost every day we learn lessons. What we've had to do is also to set up a commission that brings everyone, every important stakeholder in the country together. So I've set up a presidential climate change commission, which brings scientists, academics, trade unions, government people, both at local government level, provincial, and at national level. So all of us participate in this type of debate, and it's becoming a very rich debate, because nearly everyone participates. It's not just government imposing its own will and wishes on our people. So everybody sees in a very transparent way what we are seeking to achieve. And so that in the end ensures that no one is left behind, and we walk this journey together. So that's the lessons that we can put out for everyone to hear.
Thank you for your words, Mr. President. Thank you. And we're quite happy to see that the nations are joining the JET-P. And thank you for reminding everyone also that any transition must be a just transition and take the local conditions fully in charge. Monsieur le Président de la République arabe d'Égypte, nous étions il y a un an chez vous, à Sharm el-Sheikh, pour la COP 27. Est-ce que vous pouvez non seulement nous dire comment les évolutions
Can you tell us how things have changed since that time with regard to the commitments made by the different parties with regard to climate change and international solidarity measures? Will there be good news from you as the former president of COP27? And also, what about your country and your vision for a partnership on the international, on renovating the international finance system? So two topics for you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Let me first of all address my warm thanks to President Macron
على حديثها الرائع والملهم اللي تحدثت به وكل من تحدثوا في الجلسة الافتتاحية. واسمحي لي أنا
the minister who has taken the floor and everyone indeed who has spoken during the inaugural session. I would like first of all to address two different aspects of this topic. I'd like to give you Egypt's opinion and then the efforts which we are unrolling and the measures which have been taken nationally. I'd like first of all to say that I thank Mr. Macron very much for having hosted this summit in the context of this crisis, which has been going on for more than 3 years. This has had a very real impact on the world as a whole, and also been particularly sensitive for developing countries and low-income countries. This also is a threat to everything these countries have been able to do and consolidate in recent years. We are all obliged, therefore, to work together to meet the needs of developing countries, and this will also allow us to have a more robust response to our different challenges. The climate, which we are not the main parties responsible for, but we are the first ones hit by it. In present circumstances, well, in November we hosted COP27 and many commitments were made. But I can say here today that the scope of the problem, funding, and all the associated challenges will have to lead us to search for solutions, either nationally or internationally. The goal was to express these goals and commitments in terms of fair transition and sustainable development, which would correspond to countries' actual needs. Here I would like to mention this vision of bringing about development, which is based on quality jobs and a just transition to forms of production based on scientific factors and able to meet energy needs. As a result, we consider the green growth is not an alternative to sustainable development. I'd also like to mention some of the projects we have carried out in Egypt on the service of green growth and sustainable development. And here I could indirectly answer the question asked by the minister. The experience we have in the framework of an innovative program, which we launched during COP, dealing with equitable finance in water, food, and energy.
منصة وطنية للمشروعات القابلة للاستثمار تم إطلاقها بمشاركة مؤسسات وشركاء التنمية والقطاع الخاص لدعم البرنامج من خلال التمويل الإنمائي التمويل باعتباره العامل المحوري زي ما ذكرت قبل كده في تحقيق التنمية المستدامة بما فيها مواجهة تغير
المناخ development to occur and for the Paris Agreement goals to be met.
فضلا عن معالجة الاختلالات الهيكلية للنظام المالي العالمي الذي تحدد قدرته على الاستجابة السريعة والفعالة
structural balance. There are forms of imbalance which make it difficult to react quickly and effectively to crises. Today we've heard mention made of the international financial or monetary system, and over the last years there have been many new developments. And I think all of this basically means that we will have to deal with new criteria, new paradigms, that we will have to finance development in the context of a multilateral agenda, where we will also have to look at all the relevant paradigms that are on the table. One of the most important of these concerns different international problems. In Egypt, by way of example, we have a children's health program that was launched in 2016, and this effort together with the IMF has allowed us to meet many of our goals and have a 6% improvement overall. If we continue along this path, we should meet our goal. All this on the basis of our reform-oriented program. Unfortunately, the pandemic and also the invasion of Ukraine have had a very negative impact on our projects, which have flagged and weakened compared to our expectations. We also have the problem of indebtedness, which is particularly serious for developing countries, for middle-income countries, and there have been other problems as well. And it's very important today to say that we have a plan to deal with our debt, but given the circumstances of the last 3 years, we have come up against an enormous number of problems, and to be able to follow our path toward effectiveness and success, we need to shoulder these different burdens, solve these problems, and achieve our goals. In the context of this forum and this pact, we believe we will find solutions. And we would like to meet our SDGs and emphasize the recommendations enumerated by the Secretary General of the United Nations. This will be consistent with our national priorities and makes it even more important to find international solutions rapidly, especially for the debt problem, and a review of the mechanisms allowing us to suspend the debt of the most vulnerable countries. It's also necessary to emphasize sustainable development, which will allow us in turn to suspend or cancel certain taxes. Hence the interest of multilateral policy making, permitting us to meet these needs and to bring about dialogue between the different institutions concerned. So the debt problem can then be tackled. The international community demanded a certain number of reforms to that end. By way of conclusion, I would like to put our viewpoint on the record, emphasizing sustainable development, which, to my way of thinking, is a very important subject if we are to face up to the challenges of climate change. This is a goal that is in everyone's interest, not only that of developing countries. I'd also like to welcome the efforts made and tell you that Egypt has taken measures in the context of climate change, and we have truly participated in the context of the Paris Agreement in these meetings. And we've set forth a very far-reaching program which intends to transform the energy sector. And we have met the goals we set ourselves. We have programs that are saying for sustainable development, but also for this energy transition, and which will protect the environment. We have certain sites, our lakes, which have greatly suffered, and we have tried to transform these areas in a way that correspond to our environmental needs. This has required a great effort in Egypt. We've been dealing, for instance, with processing irrigation water in such a way that these waters do not pollute our environment. There are many other subjects we could touch upon. We have 13 million cubic meters of irrigation water, which are now reused annually for environmental purposes. We know there's a lot to be done, but at the same time, as I was saying, this water is used in a way that does not pollute the environment. We also have had the issue of renewable energy, electricity, programs that have needed considerable amounts of financing. We have made big efforts to finance these different programs, and we're headed in the right direction now. We will be able to meet the needs of a balanced management of these different plans. But given the present circumstances, the last 3 years now, I can also say that we will need understanding from our partners in development and international financial institutions. And here I think I speak not only for Egypt, but from other countries that have the same problems. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, des informations que
Thank you very
vous nous
much,
avez
Mr.
données.
President, for the information you've given us.
Et souhaitons
Shukran.
beaucoup d'ambition à la COP
And we
28.
wish great ambition to COP28. And we've heard just now from the President of Niger and the Prime Minister of Barbados, both of whom I would like to greet now to hear how necessary that was. And now, Madam President of the European Commission, I am turning toward you. Could you tell us perhaps the way in which the Commission can support energy transition programs, but also the fight against deforestation in favor of biodiversity, especially with the Global Gateway, and where we stand with the carbon market, which we know gives rise to interest, sometimes questioning, on part of some of our partners.
First of all, I really want to commend you for inviting and starting this summit of global financing, new global financing pact. It is absolutely time that we do that. And many very fascinating initiatives are around this summit here, but I want to contribute with 3 points. Indeed, the first one has already been mentioned. This is Global Gateway. This is our 300 billion investment program from the European Union for investment abroad. And we've been speaking a lot about it. Of course, one of the prime projects is the JET-P in South Africa. We have JET-Ps in Indonesia, in Vietnam, as of today in Senegal. There it is, these JET-Ps are for the transition to renewable energy, but we also have forest partnerships, as you said it, Zambia, Uganda, Congo, for example. And we have the partnerships and the Global Gateway investments, for example, in green hydrogen, just signed at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. Important is here, this is funding from the European level, but as you heard from the different projects, a Team Europe approach, so also the member states are contributing. And it's not only about funding, very important is also the knowledge transfer. For example, as you mentioned, the skilling and upskilling of the workforce, or when it comes to vaccines, the knowledge about mRNA vaccines, for example. I'll stick here to climate because that's the topic of the summit, but just as an example. Another very important factor is that the global gateway, of course, is de-risking for private capital. And this is creating a conducive environment for private investors. We need the private capital. And this, I think, is one of the main themes of this summit. And therefore, my second element is looking at the question, how can we attract more private investment in climate finance for the emerging markets and the developing economies? That's the core subject that we have to deal with today. And I would like to present here my second point, our new green bond initiative. Because, as I said, the problem for emerging market and developing economies is to have access to capital markets. Without this access to the capital market, without this access to the pension funds, the assets managers, emerging markets and developing economies will not get the funding needed to make this transition. And public money alone will not be able to come up with the solution. Therefore, we've looked at what are the attractive capital markets elements. And of course, green bonds are vital to help any kind of country to develop to push forward the green transition and to invest in the infrastructure needs. But if we look at the developing markets and the emerging economies, then we see that there are some stumbling blocks. Basically, on the side of the countries that want to issue the green bonds, we see a lack of expertise. It's a new market element. But also on the investor side, we see that most asset managers and pension funds are not really well informed about these interesting markets, and therefore too little is done and they hesitate. What we even see is with a global slowdown and the rising interest rates, that investors are starting to pull out even of these markets and economies. So last year we saw a pulling out of $70 billion from emerging bond funds. So we really have to address these issues. Now, our offer is that we first of all share directly expertise and know-how, how you develop these green bond markets. Nobody issues more green bonds than the European Union. We had to learn it too. We've stepped up massively in the last years, but it was a learning process. So we want to share this knowledge. This is very important, and also give technical assistance and expertise to build up such a market. The second part is, of course, we also have to push the investor side. And therefore, we want to financially support the de-risking for the investors. This is the first entry, the first open door to go into these markets. And here, together with the EIB and the development finance institutions of member states, we are now committing 1 billion euros, basically to give private investors the certainty they need to step up their investments. And this could attract around $15 to $20 billion of sustainable investment. That's the second element. The third element is something new, where we still have to work very hard on. The green bonds exist already as a market. And this is the topic of carbon pricing. Carbon pricing is one of the most effective, if not the most effective tool to cut emissions in a way that nudges the polluters, the industry, the traffic, mobility sector, building sector, either if they continue to pollute, to pay for the pollution, or, and this is the interesting part, nudges the participants into innovation. And emission trading or carbon pricing, so put a price on carbon greenhouse gas emissions, has as a consequence that people decide, do I want to pay for it? No, I prefer to innovate and go into the clean direction. We have made a very good experience with that in the European Union. Just to give you a figure, we started to introduce carbon pricing in 2005. Lots of learning processes had to be done, successes and less good years. But if you look back now throughout the whole period, there were revenues from carbon pricing of 142 billion euros. And at the same time, emissions went down, CO2 emissions went down by 35%. So both goals you want to have. You want to have emissions go down and there are revenues. Now, we are extending the emission trading on buildings and road transport. And what we have introduced anew is that we say the revenues have to go 100% into climate issues, and here a fair share should go to climate finance abroad. But this is only the European Union. The initiative I wanted to propose is that we look at global carbon pricing, because that could, of course, generate much, much more funding that could then go, and it is private money that could then go into the climate finance that we need so badly. And here again, two figures. How much of the global greenhouse gas emissions are covered by carbon pricing right now? Only 4%, only 4%. It's almost nothing. But these 4% have already generated last year $55 billion. So it's really worth to think about how could we increase the level of carbon pricing. For example, in the highly developed countries, if we take the G20, they have 80% of greenhouse gas emissions. If we only cover, for example, 60% of the greenhouse gas emissions with carbon pricing, you can imagine what could be generated and how much investment this could liberate to go into climate finance. So Global Gateway exists, green bonds are on a good way, carbon pricing, we still have to work a lot, but the proposal is fully aligned with a challenge that Canada did on carbon pricing, and I think it's really worth to look into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Et si vous permettez, merci de
Madam
votre
President,
engagement et de votre action.
and thank you for your
à la tête de la
commitment
Commission
and your
européenne
action at the
pour
head
tout
of
cela.
the EU Commission.
Monsieur le Président de la République du
Mr.
Congo,
President of the
je vous
Republic of
remercie
Congo,
de nous avoir rejoints
I would
et
like
j'ai
to
envie
thank you
de
for
vous poser
joining
une
us,
question
and I would like to
assez
ask you a
directe.
question, a
Selon
quite
vous,
direct
Monsieur le Président,
question. According
comment
to you,
peut-on forger un partenariat international
how could we
fort
build a strong
pour
international
protéger
partnership
cet inestimable
to
trésor de
protect
biodiversité
the
qui se
inestimable,
trouve dans
the
votre pays,
fantastic treasure
Monsieur
of
le Président?
biodiversity that is found in your country, Mr. President?
Merci, Madame la Ministre.
Thank you,
Je voudrais d'abord
Madam Minister.
saluer l'initiative prise
I would
par
like to applaud the initiative
le
taken by President Macron in organizing this summit. And I hope
le sommet de la rupture.
that this will be a summit
sommet de
that
la
marks
rupture.
a real
Pourquoi pas un
shift.
sommet historique?
Perhaps it will be a historic break with the
parce
old
que
institutions.
Nous voyons tous que le changement climatique continue
We can
d'avoir
all
des
see
effets
that climate change has had devastating
sur
effects
les économies et les populations
on
des
the
pays en
economies
développement,
and the populations of developing
particulièrement
countries,
en Afrique.
in particular in Africa.
Et cela a été dit tout à l'heure à la cérémonie
And it was said earlier in the opening ceremony
en des termes émouvants,
in very moving terms
poignants.
by different speakers who were quite poignant.
Certains auteurs de ces propos sont dans la salle. Je vois mon ami
I see
et frère, le président Bazoum du Niger.
my friend and my brother, President Bazoum from
Niger.
Il se trouve que face à ces drames,
Faced with this dramatic
je
situation,
peux prendre un repère. Et c'est la COP de Copenhague en
I
2009.
looked to the 2009 COP that was held in Copenhagen.
C'était même à ce moment la COP de l'espoir.
That was called the COP of Hope.
Et il avait été annoncé
And at that
à
time,
Copenhague des soutiens
in
importants
Copenhagen, announcements
aux
were made
pays en développement, aux
concerning
pays pauvres,
important
pour
support measures
l'adaptation
for poor countries
et l'atténuation.
to adapt and
Et
mitigate.
nous sommes partis de Copenhague
And we left Copenhagen
jusqu'à Sharm el-Sheikh, chez mon frère.
and
Et à
more
Sissi,
recently we've been in
rien
Sharm
ne s'est
el-Sheikh.
passé de
And
significatif.
between Copenhagen and Sharm el-Sheikh, I'm not sure that anything
Et
significant has really
à
taken
chaque
place.
COP,
Every time
on
there's a new
analyse toujours la même
COP meeting,
situation
the same situation is analyzed again.
et on fait les mêmes annonces.
We make the same announcements.
À Copenhague, il avait été
In
annoncé
Copenhagen, it was announced
100 milliards
that there would be $100
de
billion
dollars par an
per
pour
year
les pays pauvres.
for
Et
poor
on n'a pas
countries,
vu cela venir.
but we never saw it.
Et
It didn't
donc,
reach us.
je pense que aujourd'hui, nous sommes
I think that today
à la croisée des chemins et il va
we're at a
falloir
crossroads.
aller vers des actions concrètes.
We
Je
must
n'ai pas
make
envie de beaucoup
decisions.
parler aujourd'hui. Je voulais seulement participer
I
à
merely
des
wanted
réunions au
to
cours desquelles
participate in meetings
on
here
aborde
during this summit
concrètement
where we
les
can look
problèmes
concretely
et on annonce
at these
des
problems
solutions. C'est ce que
and come
le
up with
président
solutions.
Macron a dit ce
That's
matin.
what President Macron said this morning.
Et d'ici demain, nous verrons,
And
je l'espère,
let's see what happens
des
today
solutions concrètes,
and tomorrow.
ce qui est attendu.
Concrete
Mais malgré
solutions are
cela,
what are needed and what we would
malgré ces
expect.
situations difficiles,
But despite this difficult situation,
les pays forestiers comme les
heavily
nôtres, ceux
forested countries
du
like
bassin du
ours
Congo,
in the Congo Basin
ont continué de fournir
have continued to
des efforts très importants
engage in significant
pour
efforts
préserver les forêts
to preserve the
du
forest
bassin du
land
Congo qui sont
in the Congo
un
Basin.
patrimoine
This is
mondial.
a World Heritage Resource.
Dans mon pays, nous avons
In my country,
lancé, et malgré l'importance des forêts chez nous, un programme
we have launched a program
d'afforestation sur
for
10
reforestation
ans.
over 10 years.
Nous croyons que au cours des 10 prochaines
We
années,
think that in the
nous
next 10
pourrons
years,
faire le reboisement sur
we will be
1
able
million
to
d'hectares. C'est l'objectif.
undergo reforestation over 1 million hectares.
Dans notre pays,
This is
nous
our
avons
objective.
fait voter
In
par
our
notre
country,
Parlement
the
une loi
Parliament voted a law,
qui
voted
fait
on a law
que les 6 novembre de
that
chaque année,
means that
chaque
on the 6th
Congolais
November of
doit
every year,
planter un
each
arbre
citizen must
d'essence
plant a
forestière
tree,
ou fruitière. C'est une loi
either a forest tree or
qui
a
est
fruit tree. This is a law, and it is carried out.
Et nous pensons que ces efforts sont
We think
consentis
that these efforts
par notre peuple
are something
sans
that our people
contrepartie.
appreciate and that our people make
Et
without
dernièrement,
any
à
return
Sharm el-Sheikh,
from
nous
the rest of the
avons
world. In
lancé
Sharm el-Sheikh,
un appel
we launched an appeal
pour que soit
in order
initiée à
that
l'échelle du monde une décennie de la forestation.
there should be a decade of
Et cet
reforestation
appel a été
launched around the world.
dernièrement soutenu
And this appeal was or has
par
been
le
supported
sommet
recently
de l'Union africaine
by
à
the
Addis Abeba.
African Union Summit meeting in Addis Abeba.
Et je voudrais saisir cette
I would
opportunité
like to
pour
take this
confirmer
opportunity to confirm
la tenue prochaine à Brazzaville
that in Brazzaville, we will
en
soon be
octobre,
holding
novembre
in
de cette
October or
année
November of this
la
year
tenue du sommet
a
des 3 bassins,
summit
le
for the 3
bassin
basins,
de l'Amazonie,
the Amazon
le
Basin,
bassin du Bornéo-Mékong
the Borneo-Mekong Basin,
et le bassin du Congo.
and the Congo River Basin.
Et s'agissant du bassin du Congo,
And as far as the Congo River
ce
Basin,
sont 220 millions
there
d'hectares de
are
forêt.
220 million hectares of
220
forest,
millions d'hectares de forêt
220 million
protégés.
hectares of forests that are protected,
Et c'est aussi 10% de la
and
biodiversité mondiale.
10% of the world's
protégée.
biodiversity is protected here.
Et nous pensons que le bassin du Congo
We think that the Congo River Basin
pourrait devenir le dernier grand puits de
could
carbone
become
tropical terrestre du monde si
the last of the large
on y
carbon
ajoute
sinks in the world.
les tourbières, les mangroves.
If you look at the mangroves and the peat
Et
fields,
nous pensons que c'est un effort très important qui est consenti
we think that this is a very
Euh,
important effort made by our
en
country
faveur de l'humanité et pour lutter contre les changements
to fight
climatiques.
against the climate change for the benefit of all
Le sommet des
humankind.
3 bassins forestiers
The
porte en lui
3
une nouvelle
Basins
alliance
Summit
écologique. De ce
could be a
fait,
new
nous
environmental
attendons
alliance,
des pays du Nord
and we are
la
expecting the countries of the
création d'un
North
marché
to participate in the
structuré
creation of a
qui
structured market
rémunère au juste prix
that would pay at a fair
et
price
les services
for the
qui
services
rendus
that
à
we render
l'humanité
to humanity through this
par
environmental
ces bassins,
preservation effort
car
in these
ils
basins,
représentent le futur moteur
because these
de notre
basins
croissance.
are the future drivers of our growth.
Nous appelons donc les partenaires techniques et
So we
financiers
call
et le
on
secteur privé
partners in the financial sector
à
and the
soutenir
private
les efforts
sector to
d'atténuation
support the efforts
et
for mitigation
d'adaptation
and adaptation
au changement climatique des pays
with regard
à faible
to
revenu.
climate change that are
Car
carried out
le
in
coût de
low-income
l'inaction
countries, because the cost
excède de
of
loin
inaction
les montants nécessaires pour
is
prévenir
certainly
les
much
catastrophes
much
climatiques
greater
et à terme
than the cost of any
la
financial
destruction
support.
de notre planète. Et il conviendrait que l'agenda sur le climat mette l'accent sur la nécessité de
need to
soutenir
focus
les
on the
pays
necessity
hôtes de ressources environnementales
of supporting
dans leur
countries
effort
with
de
high levels
préservation de ce
of
bien
environmental resources as they
comme
preserve
bien
these
public
common
mondial,
goods. They are common
car ceci
goods
est
that
souvent
belong to
fait
all humankind.
aux dépens des investissements pourtant indispensables au développement
And
économique
yet,
et social de ces pays.
social and economic investments in these countries must
Je voudrais,
continue for the welfare
pour
of the people.
terminer,
And to conclude,
signaler que les pays du
I would
bassin du
like to
Congo,
say that the countries in the
c'est
Congo River
16
Basin,
pays.
there are 16 different
16
countries
pays du bassin du Congo ont mis en place
which have set up
le fonds bleu
the
pour le
Blue
bassin du
Fund
Congo.
for the Congo River Basin.
C'est un fonds qui
This is a fund
vise le développement
that targets
des économies
economic development,
vertueuses. Et
virtuous economic
c'est un
development,
fonds
and the fund
qui va donner aux pays
will give the countries
membres du bassin
that
du
are
Congo
members of the alliance
de développer une économie
the opportunity
verte.
to develop
Ce
green
fonds bleu
economies. This Blue Fund
a été mis en place et
has been established
placé dans la Banque de développement des
within
États de l'Afrique centrale
the Development Bank of
et
Central
pour sa
African
gestion.
States for its management.
Il est soutenu
And it is
par
supported
la Banque mondiale.
by the World Bank.
Nous demandons aux pays pollueurs notamment
We are asking
un effort
polluting countries in particular to make an effort to move towards concrete solutions. These polluting countries need to make an effort, and they could, part of this effort could be contributing to this fund, which will enable the countries of the Congo River Basin to continue to preserve this world heritage environment while pursuing the development of these countries. Protecting the Congo River Basin, which belongs to all humankind, is essential. Today and tomorrow, we must move towards making concrete decisions. It would be too bad if this global summit once again like the many summits that have been held since Copenhagen, came up with only words and not concrete actions. I think this is a historic moment, a turning point, and I think that this summit is a summit that shows the time for a real shift. And I think that by tomorrow, we will really move towards new and important decisions. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous y travaillons tous aujourd'hui.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will all be working on that today and tomorrow. And we would indeed like to make this a summit where things really shift. And thank you for reminding us of the Brazzaville summit. I think that we will be talking about the carbon sinks in a moment during this position as well. Mr. President Petro.
Je crois que l'an dernier, vous avez lancé une initiative intéressante qui est cette plateforme
You talked about an initiative that is a multi-actor platform to protect 30% of the land and sea space in your country. Can you tell us more about how this works and what the different responsibilities are on this platform?
Thank you. Could you, if you let me, I have a very amiable debate with the President of the European Commission and the CELAC Summit, the ECLAC Summit in Latin America and Europe in June. We'll see what this has to do with this question. All of these years and even decades has been flowing on in our COPs and our worldwide discussions and forums like this one. The level of investment which is needed so as to overcome the climate crisis at global level. What does that have to do with changing world energy use? Finding substitutes for fossil fuels, not complementing them with other things, which is what has been happening up until now. Without doing this, there will be no solution. Second thing is to change mobility, having public transport with clean energy throughout the world. Third thing, changing the ways in which we produce in farming and industry, moving away from carbon and from oil and from these processes of production and changing the social processes of production as well. And this, throughout the world, is what we see with chimneys with belching out greenhouse gases, changing our climate, especially this happens in the north, and then the south absorbs this like the sponge. You see this in the Congo, in Amazonas, in Indonesia. So we are sponges, if you will, whereas the north is where emissions are happening. So being a sponge isn't enough. We have to make efforts for climate mitigation of a very fundamental and thorough kind, and that's the fourth aspect of investment. We have to make an effort to adapt the system, to free up areas of water, to organize populations around water. Water is going to become the access for local social organization. But if the crisis gets worse, we're not going to simply have a local reorganization of populations around water, but we're going to have a reorganization of humanity as a whole around water, with an exodus of millions of people toward places where there is water, because there isn't any more water in their countries. And so there will be an enormous political tension, which is going to go on growing, for the south moving toward the north. And from sponges, we will turn into an exodus. So this reorganization of territory, changing energy use, changing technical forms of production and of agriculture, changing mobility. How much is that going to cost? Well, it's going to cost billions of dollars. And this is the debate we're having. Capital, which follows profitability, that's a law. Or markets, if we prefer, and the world of markets and merchandise will attract resources to themselves until they are funded in that way, and we will reach until it reaches its own limit. And if we don't recognize that limit, that means that the risk of extinction of the human race is going to be squarely on the bargaining table. And you need to think that, yes, that is possible. Carbon taxes, green bonds, different banking mechanisms, the possibilities of having loans and credit, different interest rates for this type of projects, both in the north and the south, and the belief that capital, which arranges and organizes markets, will become a sort of Frankenstein. And how do we solve the Frankenstein problem? And Frankenstein here is the climate crisis. And those who have been at the origin of the problem, are they the ones who are going to solve it? That's a theoretical and political discussion. You've seen the debate with Nicholas Stern and Mr. Nordhaus, who's a Nobel Prize winner, dealing with exactly these subjects. But at the end of the day, both of them, one more radically than the other, reflect that the market can do this. However, the numbers we see today, dealing with the climate crisis, tell us otherwise. We are failing. Human life, that is to say, is failing on our planet. And this is my proposal, therefore, because it would have been interesting at the beginning of the 20th century to talk about a war against capital. But today we haven't time for that. We haven't time. We need to admit that capital that creates markets also has limits, and that it can only support processes up to the point where they are profitable, but that most of the investment which is going to be needed, the resources that are going to be needed so as to truly overcome this crisis, go well beyond the point of profitability, will not be subject to a logic of profitability. Neither markets nor capitals will be able to help us in most of this space. They can only have a complementary role to play. And so here, there are some ideas I wanted to put on the table, which aren't enough, but I think they are important. The climate crisis involves a great global Marshall Plan of investments that private capital won't give us, except perhaps on a limited scale. So what we're suggesting is this, that we tackle this in a complementary way, but very substantially as well, the necessary scope, with much greater capital flows. We can look, for instance, at the Global Climate Fund that we've talked about, with additional revenue that could come from a tax on international capital transactions, the Tobin tax, as economists call it, but applied and earmarked so as to finance international action to overcome the climate crisis, and a reduction of public debt in all countries in the world. That is not something that will condemn, for instance, retirees in developed countries, because the way the system has been constructed, the international financial system, we've ended up with pension funds in rich countries being the owners of the debt of medium and low income countries throughout the world. So if you have simply a wiping out of the debt, you're also going to be condemning retired people, and that would be a perverse effect. And what we suggest is to have a debt for climate action swap. And the experience of COVID and that the IMF has had with COVID has showed us something that can be done today in practice. That is to have a special issue of special drawing rights throughout the world. To put it, it would be a monetary action, to put it in economic terms. The criticism which is leveled about this is that prices will change throughout the world, that there will be inflation. And if we go back to Mr. Keynes in the 21st century, I think he would tell us that if we have this worldwide issue of special drawing rights that would have to go to every country to have a progressive distribution of its effects, with more benefit to the poor, although there would also be benefit to the rich, that would be a payout of capital held by entities like pension funds that would increase worldwide liquidities, but it would be applied in inverse proportion to the countries, because those countries who saw their debt and debt service being reduced, it would give them a budget space that could be used for climate action. So we would be swapping debt for climate. And if we look at involving all countries in this type of mechanism, that would be, for the very first time since we've been talking about the climate crisis, a first fundamental action, a first step, which is essential. Because we would have a Marshall Plan for investment, for mitigation, for adaptation in every country in the world so as to overcome this climate crisis. And that involves an institutional change of the world financial system. Because the IMF and the World Bank, etc., would have to land with their principal goal being to have these transfers up to people holding public debt instruments such as bonds, multilateral banks, and have a reduction of this debt service in all countries in the world. And that would be its first main system, quite different from what we have today. And that would imply North and South would have to have a very different form of dialogue. And to say this isn't how are we going to loan you money, how are we going to give you money on the margin, but rather how are we going to create a society that allows life to go on existing and flourishing. Because as you were saying, for your grandchildren, President, for my grandchildren in Colombia, for your grandchildren in the Congo, this problem of the extinction of the species would concern everyone. And so to have this immediate emergency action, we can't think about market mechanism solving problems and saving human life at a type of emergency moment when we are truly confronting extinction. Rather, we need to think that we are facing an emergency and we need emergency methods. And these will involve restructuring the international financial system. Not saying that we're going to do away with it, but that its functionality will change. And from that point forward, the possibility of international taxation on financial transactions on the side where revenue is generated or on the side of public investment in our countries with reduction of debt via international issuing of special drawing rights, changing certain factors, would allow us to have much greater power to exercise on the lever so that we could then truly have a great reduction of emission of greenhouse gases in the world, because that I think is the key factor. If the gas goes on flowing this year and the percentage goes up, then we will have failed. And everything that would have been put forward in the different COPs, all the different mechanisms which are important and even precious. We want, for instance, to save the Amazon forest and the Congo. But planting trees all over the world will not stop problems from recurring, because even if we cover the whole world with newly planted trees, we will be able to absorb the quantity of flows of gas that are coming from the most advanced economies in the world, China, United States, and the European Union. And so this is the dialogue that we need to have in those terms. And what I would suggest here is that we create an expert group with economists, people who have worked in the financial system internationally, for the COP, where we will have a report on the reform of the world financial system so as to finance on a very large scale the necessary action against climate change. And that would be an idea for this meeting, not to fight against capital. That's not why I'm taking the floor now, but to say that we need a new paradigm. For 40 years, all of our countries have been having the same religiously chanted slogans. And if we go on doing that, that will take us to the point of extinction. So I think the dominant paradigm of the last 40 years has come to its end. Today, we need to recover the power of the state, of human planning, on a global level, multilaterally, so that without bringing about the end of the market, but seeing where the limits of market action happen with a fight against climate change, and make over and beyond that a great public investment to act on public debt in such a way that this new space that we could call the Marshall Plan against the climate crisis could be created, and then allow us to see the numbers actually work, that emissions of greenhouse gas tend towards zero, which is the only way we have to save the human race and the earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much for your ideas. You know that we are all working on innovative financing, in particular in the context of this summit, and also the question of increasing special drawing rights for developing countries. Mr. Sanjayan, we are running through our time quickly, but we have you here as President of Conservation International. I remember you launched an alert last year at Sharm el-Sheikh with regard to the importance of primary forests as carbon sinks. Where are we today, 1 year later?
First and foremost, my big thanks to President Macron and to you, Minister, and the others in the French government for really taking a leadership role in bringing us here, in continuing to push for this, and also, importantly, giving equal space and voice to the Global South. I very much appreciate the words from our excellencies. The Marshall Plan for climate and nature, I would say, is very much overdue. I grew up in Africa, and when I grew up there, electricity was intermittent, to say it politely. My daughter now is 4 years old. When she is my age, the one thing I can be confident of, I am sure that she will live in a world where energy is cleaner, greener, very likely cheaper, and very likely more equitably available to all. That trajectory is happening right now. All of you here, this conference itself is proof that that train is moving. Now, it is not moving fast enough. It's not scaling fast enough, but it is going. It is heading in that direction. The unfortunate thing is we cannot say the same for the nature transition. The nature transition is still stuck. And it's incredibly important because today about 12.5 gigatons of carbon or carbon dioxide equivalents comes out from our destruction or misuse or mismanagement of nature into the atmosphere. So we will never be able to attain the Paris Climate Agreement if we do not have a Marshall Plan for both climate and nature. About 14% of the planet has the world's most dense carbon stores, irrecoverable living carbon stores. Congo Basin, Colombia, parts of South Africa. I mean, these are countries that are rich in carbon. They also contain about 90% of the world's biodiversity, and they need to be the focus of our attention in this coming decade. In March in Gabon, we had the pleasure of joining President Macron, the Rob Walton Foundation, in announcing a seed fund of $100 million just to get started, to jumpstart this process. It's inspired by JETP. It's inspired by the amassing of financial resources, public, private, philanthropic, towards an energy transition that we're now seeing played out in South Africa and other countries. The seed fund is there for nations like some of those here to help them prepare and set the stage for really driving investment, public, private, philanthropic, bonds, debt for nature, green climate fund financing, GEF and World Bank financing for an equivalent nature financing. There are three things that must happen for this to be successful. First, you need heads of state engagement and endorsement. You need alignment of policies across multiple ministries. Second, you need indigenous voices and local communities on stage participating, planning, directing, because most of this carbon actually sits within the stewardship of indigenous communities and local people. And third, you need good science, good monitoring in order to make this work. My last point is we need the private sector at the table. To scale, we need the private sector. Government to government is extraordinarily important. Charities and nonprofits like ours and civil society can play a role. But at the end of the day, to move capital fast, to change the trajectory of growth, you need the private sector at the table. And some of that is already happening, sometimes despite our best efforts. It's already happening. In South Africa, I recently visited a project that is funded by Kering, the French fashion house, as well as Inditex, on regenerative agriculture in the Drakensberg at scale, putting communities to work in restoration. In Colombia, a groundbreaking project in Cisparta, where the first blue carbon was really brought to market at scale. This is a mangrove restoration and conservation project involving local communities, was initially funded by Apple. So you can see that the Canadian Pension Fund, you talked about pension funds, the Canadian Pension Fund Investment Board is currently investing in the Peruvian Amazon with indigenous communities directly to protect nature. So to me, these are the three things we need. We need seed funding to get countries prepared. We need large-scale funding that involves philanthropy, private, public sector, all instruments possible for a Marshall Plan for nature and climate. And we need the private sector engaged. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Directeur.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you for your patience.
President of Conservation International. Thank you for your
Messieurs les présidents, Madame la Présidente,
Mr.
Monsieur le Directeur,
President,
il me reste à vous
Madam
remercier de vos
President,
contributions à cette
I would like
table
to thank
ronde
you all very much for your
pour la
contributions to this
croissance
roundtable
verte.
for
Elle est possible.
green growth
Ces
partnerships.
contributions seront utiles pour
These
forger
partnerships
le
are
nouveau
possible and
pacte
will be
financier
useful for
mondial que nous
developing
appelons
the
tous
new
de nos vœux pour lequel
global
nous travaillons
financing
pendant
pact that we
2
all
jours.
hope to
Monsieur le Président
achieve
Bazoum,
thanks to
vous
our
avez eu
work
la
here these
patience
2 days.
de rester jusqu'au bout de cette table ronde. Souhaitez-vous ajouter quelque chose? Sinon, je vous remercie de ce que vous avez dit tout à
Would you
l'heure
like to
et de
add
votre présence ici.
something?
Merci, à tout à l'heure.
Thank you all very
Merci beaucoup.
much. And we'll see you in a moment.
Afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this afternoon session where we're going to be dealing with some of the key elements, building blocks for solving the challenges and facing the challenges that we've been discussing throughout the morning. There's been a very strong and very loud and clear call for action. I think we're increasingly aware that we're all on the same boat. And the challenge is to come up with solutions and implement them so that we ensure that fighting climate change and fighting poverty are complementary, that they are not inconsistent, that they are compatible, that world leaders are not forced to choose between investing in their education systems and rebuilding their economies after an environmental disaster. I think this is, putting right on the spot what the challenge is. And special drawing rights of the international financial institutions and debt relief have been repeatedly pointed out throughout the journey as part of the solution. And so these are the two key topics that we will be dealing with in this roundtable, and I'm delighted to be joined here by some of the main characters and the people that can really share experience on the ground on these two subjects. First of all, we have Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the IMF, and Akimuni Adesina, President of the African Development Banks. These are two of the persons that have to come up with the solutions and implement them. Then we have the President of Sri Lanka, Ranil Wickremesinghe, and Edouard Girente, the Prime Minister of Rwanda, Mahamed Idriss Déby, President of Chad, and Kais Saied, the President of Tunisia. These are, as I said, some of the main characters that can really share their experience on the ground in dealing with the challenges and trying to find workable solutions. We will split the session in two parts, focusing the first one on debt relief. Because currently, 15% of low-income countries are suffering debt distress, and 45% are exposed to high debt vulnerabilities. And this situation is obviously made worse by rising interest rates and the rising cost of food and fertilizers, the rising cost of addressing the needs of the people in these countries. There is a very changing landscape in terms of the creditors. And so it is challenging, but making progress on debt relief is of the essence if we want to bring them with some breathing space to make the right decisions for their people. So let us begin this discussion with Chad, which constitutes the first case to be agreed under the Common Framework, a mechanism that was created under the G20 and the Paris Club in 2020 to support poorer countries weather the impact and the fallout of the COVID pandemic. So, Mr. Mahamed Idriss Déby, could you please provide us with some insights into the process that led to this agreement and the lessons and best practices that you'd like to share with some other countries going through the same ordeal?
Merci, Madame.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam.
J'aurai le temps de finir
I hope I'll have enough time
mon discours.
to complete my speech.
Je crois qu'on a fait 5000 kilomètres.
I think we've traveled 5,000 kilometers
Dire tout ce qu'on pense.
in order to be able to say what we have to say. So, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and of government,
Distingués invités,
distinguished guests,
respectifs, je voudrais à l'entame de mes propos
in your
remercier
different ranks and capacities, I would like
Français pour
to
son
thank the
accueil.
French people for welcoming us here.
Féliciter le président
And
Macron
I would like to
pour,
congratulate President
cette belle
Macron
initiative qui nous réunit
on
ce
this
jour
wonderful initiative
Paris
that is bringing us together
pour
today
discuter de
in Paris
l'avenir
to
de
discuss the
l'architecture
future of
du
the
financement
architecture
mondial
of the
de
global
nos économies.
financing of our economies.
Le choix de ce sujet et la qualité de
Choosing
l'organisation
this topic and
sont appréciés à leur
the
juste
wonderful
valeur
organization are well
et je voudrais
appreciated.
remercier
And
toutes les
for
équipes
that, I would like
techniques
to thank all of the
qui
technical
ont
staff
fait de ces assises
who've
une réalité.
made this meeting possible.
Le Tchad est honoré de partager son
Chad
expérience
is very honored
en
to be able to
matière
share
de traitement
its
des dettes
experience
au sein du
in
cadre commun.
dealing with debt alleviation
Étant le
for
premier
the common
pays à
good,
porter l'ambition
being the
du
first
cadre
country
commun
to carry the
dans un
ambition
contexte
of this common
global
framework
et
in a
régional
global and regional setting,
marqué par une extrême
which
volatilité.
is marred by a
Nous sommes
terrible
parvenus en
volatility.
novembre 2022
We have managed in November
à un accord
2022
sur le traitement de
to
sa
reach an
dette
agreement
extérieure
on
au sein du cadre commun
managing foreign debt
avec son
within the common
principal
framework
créancier commercial
with our
et le
main
comité de
trade
créanciers
creditor
bilatéraux
and the committee of
officiels
bilateral
co-présidé par
creditors
la France et l'Arabie saoudite.
shared by jointly by
Nous
France and
saluons
Saudi Arabia.
ici l'ensemble de ses partenaires
And we would like
de
to pay
développement
tribute to all of the partners
dont le Fonds monétaire
for
international
development
et le
within the
secrétariat
International
du Club de
Monetary Fund
Paris
and the Secretariat
pour
of the
leur
Paris
soutien
Club.
continu
We would like
tout au
to thank
long
them
du
for their
processus
continuous support
de
all
négociation.
along the process, the negotiation
Le
process.
cadre commun représente une avancée positive
This common
pour
framework is a step
l'architecture de
forward
résolution des crises
in
de
the
dette
architecture in
souveraine
trying to find
à
a new
travers une
architecture for
approche coordonnée
alleviating sovereign debt
et
through a
simultanée des dettes
coordinating and
bilatérales
simultaneous
et
approach of
commerciales
bilateral
extérieures.
debts and foreign trade.
Il a contribué à
Indeed,
structurer
it
un
contributed
processus
to setting up a
d'engagement
process
et de négociation
of
constructive
commitment
avec les
and
principaux
constructive
financiers commerciaux
negotiations with our
extérieurs
main
du Tchad.
trade creditors that are foreign, of
Les
course.
paramètres du traitement de la dette conclus
The
en
different
novembre
parameters for
2022
managing the debt,
au
as
titre
agreed
du
upon in
cadre
November
commun
2022 within the
permet de
common
restaurer la,
framework,
la
allows us to
soutenabilité de la
restore
dette
the
publique
sustainability
tchadienne.
of our public debt in
Le
Chad.
Tchad forme le vœu que le précédent
Chad
établi en
wishes
novembre
that the
dernier
president established
offre des
thereby in
éclairages
November
utiles
last will
pour le
shed some light
processus
that might
de,
be useful for the
de
future of the
renégociation en
process
cours
of
et futur
renegotiations underway
pour les pays
and
les plus
future
vulnérables.
negotiations with the most vulnerable
Distingués
countries.
invités, nous sommes tous
And
conscients
distinguished
des
representatives,
enjeux en matière
we're all aware
de
of the
rétrocession des
challenges we're
DTS.
faced with
En tant que
the
principal
DTS,
instrument du
and as
FMI
the
pour
main
l'octroi de
instrument
prêts
of the IMF for
concessionnels,
granting
le Fonds
loans, the fund,
fiduciaire pour la
the
réduction de la
fiduciary
pauvreté
fund for poverty
et
reduction
pour la croissance
and
a joué un rôle
for
déterminant
growth has
ces
played
dernières années
a
pour aider
very
les
important
pays
role in the
à
past few
faible
years to
revenu
help
à faire
countries
face
with
aux
lower
chocs
incomes
extérieurs.
to face
Dans
external
ce
shocks.
contexte, le Tchad est convaincu
In
de
this
l'utilité des
context,
mécanismes
the Chad
de financement innovants pour permettre
very
aux
sure
pays
of
les plus
how good this
vulnérables
innovative mechanism is
d'investir
to
dans,
allow more
dans un
vulnerable
avenir
countries
résilient,
to invest in a
inclusif et
resilient,
durable.
inclusive, and sustainable
Il
future.
salue la création et envisage à
It
cet
also
égard
commends the creation of the
d'accélérer
framework and,
au
in
Fonds
this respect,
fiduciaire pour la résilience
thinks
et la
about
durabilité
speeding up
et
not
au
only the
guichet choc
resilience but
alimentaire du
the
FMI
sustainability
récemment créé.
through the recently
Compte tenu
created
de la
food
fermeture des marchés de capitaux,
supply shock
une
till
mobilisation
at
plus
the
importante
IMF.
des dispositifs de financement mixte
The
pour
mobilization of the
semi-professionnels
mixed financing
devrait être envisagée
mechanism
pour les
should
pays
be
à faible
envisaged for
revenu
lower income
afin
countries
de lutter
in order
contre
to
les
fight
effets des changements climatiques,
against the impact of
assurer la
global
sécurité
warming,
alimentaire
in order to
et apporter
ensure
des
food
réponses aux
security and
importants
in order
défis
to provide
humanitaires
answers to the
et
major
sécuritaires auxquels nous
humanitarian
sommes
and security challenges
collectivement
that we're
confrontés.
collectively faced with.
Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, le Tchad, mon
Excellencies, ladies
pays,
and gentlemen,
est
the
l'un des
Chad,
pays les plus
my
vulnérables
my
au
country is one of
changement
the most vulnerable countries
climatique,
and the
aux
most
effets des changements climatiques.
vulnerable in the face of
Toutefois,
climate change and global
nous
warming.
sommes engagés
However,
sur trois aspects.
we are fully committed on 3 parts.
Premièrement, réussir la
First of
mise
all,
en œuvre des objectifs de
to
développement
exceed in the
durable
implementation of the
pour
Sustainable Development
éradiquer
Goals in order to
l'extrême
eradicate
pauvreté et améliorer la
extreme
qualité
poverty
de
and in
vie
order to
des
improve
populations.
the quality of living of our populations.
Deux, réduire nos émissions de gaz à effet de serre,
Oh,
notamment en
reducing
développant
our
les
greenhouse
énergies
gases effect by
renouvelables.
developing renewable energy sources.
Trois, protéger la
And
population
thirdly,
qui
to
souffre
protect the
en
population population which is suffering year after year from the consequences of global warming.
Tout cela
All of that, of course, takes its toll on the agriculture and the breeding in our countries with threats that are very tangible, threats to food security. So, with the direct consequences of the losses resulting from global warming, if we dedicate most of our resources to making up for the losses and prejudice suffered because of global warming, which is something we haven't caused, well, our countries will be deprived of their availability and their capacity to invest in renewable energies and health infrastructure, education infrastructure, etc. So this is a position that is quite common amongst African countries. Our countries are facing a new momentum, which is very often brought in from the outside and makes our economies more fragile and reduce thereby our resilience. 36% of the population in Africa is currently exposed to at least one climate-related event which is extreme. Last year, we suffered floods in Chad with very heavy consequences on our local economies and our populations. Over 1 million people from Chad have been displaced. Thousands of acres of agriculture and heads of cattle have been decimated by these floods. This phenomenon might repeat itself and calls for urgent preparation and global solidarity, which is stronger and more spontaneous. Only recently, once again, we committed before the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank to reinforce our stabilization funds after a slight increase of oil, the oil barrels. This without taking into account the multiple crises that our neighboring countries are facing, and which Chad cannot ignore out of humanism and friendship. So we deployed over 1,000 men over the 1,300 kilometers of our border with Sudan to secure the population fleeing Sudan because of the war in the country. And today, in addition to 600,000 refugees, incoming refugees, we have received over 200,000 refugees from Sudan in the last wave of immigrants. We use our own means, and this, to solve the problem, it has a heavy impact on our budget and on our modest reserve. This situation cannot be forgotten by the international partners who need to show that human lives deserve international attention. Ladies and gentlemen, until now, we have all taken stock of the situation according to which the needs for our countries to develop and our populations to thrive are going faster than the reforms that we have been able to set in place to reinforce our internal reserves that are supposed to finance said development. So in all logic and in view of the situation, we all use debt to finance the development of our countries. In Chad, with a debt level of 36.2% in 2023, we are still far from the 70% threshold that is set at the sub-region. During the last 10 years, we have invested consistently in reducing our debt level. Chad is also the first country which has passed an agreement to manage its external debt with the G20 and with its main private creditor. However, in spite of the fact that African countries have different debt profiles, it is essential to make sure that the financing mechanism, generally speaking, meet the needs, the specific needs of these countries. And this would entail more contextualization to understand the situation, greater flexibility in view of the ongoing changes, and less red tape and more resources granted. Chad has committed to greater transparency and increasing the dialogue with its creditors, and we're carrying on with our structural reforms in order to favor even more the mobilization of internal resources in order to diversify our economy and reduce our dependency on oil. To do so, we will need more concessional resources. This also means that the global financial system should make available to our multilateral development banks, namely the World Bank, the African Development Bank, etc., should make available more resources and ensure that there is a reinforcing of special drawing right and an accurate sharing of use. Our multilateral development banks, in return, should make greater efforts to reduce their bureaucracy, take greater risks, and accelerate the implementation of structuring projects. So therefore, I would like to call out to the world so that we can not only meet, but also abide by our commitments as international development goes. We've already had good ideas, but they require real commitment for their implementation. The allocation of 0.7% of the budget of developed countries towards developing countries and the implementation or the setting up of the summit for the development of African economies of African countries in Paris in 21 on the allocation of SDRs, and the abidance by the agreements of the commitments made during the Paris Agreement and the mobilization of $100,000 per year for the Green Climate Fund. All of those are our commitments. So, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to say that I cannot not mention the fact that powerful countries are at the origin of climate change, which has severe and heavy consequences on countries of the Western Hemisphere and of the Southern Hemisphere, and in particular on African countries. Therefore, I would like to call for the unilateral suppression of the debt of African countries in order to compensate for the huge damage caused by global warming, and in order to alleviate the huge burden that African countries have to suffer in spite of the fact that they haven't caused it. And I'd like to highlight the fact that the very commitment and mobilization of all towards Ukraine is a model for our future action for international development. Thank you very much. Thank you, President. Thank you, President. I think that you have very well expressed what the challenges of the countries which are in the first line of the impact of climate change are. And you've also shared with us the advantages or the pros of the common framework for tax alleviation, and also the importance of SDRs. So this we're going to discuss further in a moment. And I'm very happy to see the importance of the resilience Investments and Sustainability Fund, and also the food shop window. And I say that because I'm the Vice President of the Spanish government, and Spain being the first country which has contributed to creating this Resilience and Sustainability Fund. It's always very important for us to know how that you appreciate the instrument that we've worked so hard on, and Kristalina, you know very well what our commitment was towards creating this new instrument. So thank you very much. We're now going to move on.
So President Wickremesinghe, you are in a somewhat special situation. We move now to a middle-income country. The coordination challenges are maybe greater in the sense that you are not subject to the common framework. We just heard that this was an important instrument in the case of Chad. The official creditor committee has been formed with Paris Club and non-Paris Club members. I understand that India's decision to participate and co-chair this creditors gathering is a major milestone. So what is your view about the restructuring process, and what do you consider to be the main bottlenecks? We've already heard from the president of Chad that we need to reduce bureaucracy. I'm sure that we all agree on that. Simplification is sometimes the most complex thing to achieve. But we're very interested to hear your experience in this regard.
Thank you. When Sri Lanka was declared bankrupt as MIC, we were not eligible under the common framework for debt restructuring. We had limited access to concessionary financing, and there was a complete loss of external financing. Therefore, Sri Lanka's response was to take ownership of this program, both for debt restructuring as well as the economic restructuring needed for growth. Then we negotiated our conditionalities with the IMF and the creditors. So it's like we were working on a menu. The argument of what are the items that should get on and what are the items that could be taken off. I think we had agreement actually to about 90% of the items. So we own it as much as the IMF is. Of course, we had two exceptional situations. One is that India came to our help, and that was nearly $4 billion available when no other source of funding was available. Secondly, through the World Bank and the ADB, we went through the process of reverse graduation. So the gain became entitled to concessionary funding. But from the time we declared ourselves bankrupt, it was a delay on bureaucracy on both sides. We delayed, and if we had funding by May, the upheavals of July could have been avoided. But anyway, we had the upheavals of July. We went in immediately as it settled down. By September, we had a staff level agreement, but it took us another 6 months for agreement to come before we got any monetary assistance. So undertook significant economic reform that imposed pain on the population, but without any predictability. Now, this is the problem we have. And I would say, given the increasing vulnerabilities facing middle-income nations, MIC's access to concessional financing must be viewed from a broader perspective. That is, access to an automatic and time access according to an which should be automatic and timely under an agreed criteria. If you fulfill the criteria. Secondly, I mean, I'd agree, President Achad, if I knew we could have done it much faster, I would have told Maldives to invade our country. At least we could have got the money much faster. But we followed it up. We did the debt, the staff level agreement came last September. By November, we had the climate prosperity plan, which we announced at COP27. Now, it's been followed up by Sri Lanka's growth agenda for a highly competitive green economy. So our financial needs, both official and private, has virtually quadrupled. So that's the problem others also have to face. Then I would say, following the conclusion of negotiation, the IMF and the successful approval of the EFF, we have had no roadmap to follow regarding the next phase of debt restructuring. So before we can get the next tranche from the IMF. So it's a question of us now mapping the road out. But I would like to certainly point out a few of the experiences. The data-led approach was a key to our success. It was our program, not an IMF program. Secondly, we found sponsor for us among the official creditor community. That helps. Thirdly, you have to be very pragmatic when you are implementing this. I am not sure that a binding framework like the common framework would have rendered the process quicker or more efficient. The approach for a middle-income country would be to move. If you have a common framework, what happens is we move as fastest as the slowest creditor. So we get tied down. So that's why we're not in favor of a common framework. We were able to create traction with the most committed creditors, raising the general quality and efficiency of the process. Because we are still frustrated by the lack of process. The cost for us, economic and social, has been very high. Now, as far as the creditors, our creditors include the Paris Club and the non-Paris Club members, of which India and Hungary, India and China are two of our main creditors, Japan from the Paris Club. So we've attempted and to establish an ad hoc platform for the official creditors, including the Paris Club members and others. India, Hungary, others came on to this to participate in the ad hoc platform. China participated as observers. We shared the information with all parties on an open transaction, transparent process. Then I must thank IMF. With the intervention of the IMF and Sri Lanka's coordination, we are dealing with both groups. So what else helped us was that Sri Lanka had ongoing negotiations with Japan, India, and China separately regarding further trade integration and also some of the development programs for the future. This assisted our process. But as far as my experience is, we have to have some improvement for the interaction between the committee and the debtors, because the debt restructuring process is a negotiation and it should by essence be interactive. Looking at the dealing with Paris Club and non-Paris Club, we need a new approach because this is basically a geopolitical issue. The mistrust between US and China and the growing tension, it has to be addressed by all, not merely by Sri Lanka or the country concerned. If you do not resolve it, I think we will still, in Asia and Africa, we will get caught into another situation, not our making. So these would be the major issues that we have addressed. And restructuring is needed. I agree with it. It has to move fast. Otherwise, most of the countries, whether LIC or MIC, will not have much hope. And there will be more instability, political and economic instability. And without creating a separate process under this round table, we should deal with the issues of the middle-income countries, because most are under stress. It's better to deal with them under stress than when they are bankrupt. So that process has to evolve. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, because you've been also extremely clear and to the point. You said how important it is to have a menu and to have customized solutions, not one size fits all. You have to adjust to the circumstances. Time is of the essence. also sharing your experience and the political sensitivity and the need to have ownership of the measures that are taken and the need to have political stability, as one of the top priorities of the process. The importance of building a roadmap, a clear process. It is true that we are learning by doing and we are developing the process as we go along. And then the positive message of your growth agenda. So there is hope, there is a different outlook for the country after this process. They need to be pragmatic and geopolitics overarching all of this. I'm sure that the next speaker, President Sayed, je suis sûre que vous allez aussi
I'm pretty sure, Mr. Sayed, that you're going to be able to share your experience with us as the president of a middle-income country, a country with a debt situation which is considered sustainable, but which is putting important reforms in place, and will be able to share with us the direct experience of how to guarantee the sustainability of the debt of a country like yours, and how we can reinforce the financial architecture internationally in order to support middle-income countries like yours in particular.
Merci.
Thank you.
Pour cette invitation.
Thank you for having invited me here today.
Cette occasion
This is an opportunity to share our views. I'm going to be speaking Arabic, but I'm going to begin with a joke. After the time of Laura and Adi, maybe some of you remember this. You may remember the song at the beginning of each film of this duo. I'm Laurel and you're Adi. I'm the taller and you're the smaller one. Ladies and gentlemen, with this spirit of smaller and larger actors, we cannot go towards a better world. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not the smaller ones. I'm going to be speaking French. Talking about the financing situation around the world, and to go back to something that was said by François Hollande at the Parc des Expositions in Paris, in Bourget. He said, "My true rival does not have a name, does not have a face, no party. They will never present their candidacy, yet they are governing. This rival is the financing world."
نحن اليوم نتحدث عن ميثاق عالمي جديد في مجال المال، ولكن هل يمكن أن نبني نظاما ماليا جديدا؟
We are going to build a new financial system by using the same criteria and with the same principles, those that were established after the World War II. Now, this is not a possibility. At the time, we were under occupation, even if the description of such an occupation, of course, varied. But we were not there to participate in building the Bretton Woods system. Can we create a future for the entire humankind on the basis of these agreements to which we were not party to? Can we start over, based on an outdated vision that is no longer viable today. I think that we owe it to ourselves to think in a completely new way. Above all, we must realize that we no longer think in the same way. If we continue to think like we did in the past, we are going to drive the difference between the global north and the global south. The global south that continues to suffer over 7 decades, 70 years of misery, of poverty, and of privations. The figures, ladies and gentlemen, that were presented and talked about today around this roundtable show very clearly that the time has now come for humankind as a whole to think about new and different ways, and that we look at the past and the suffering of the past, and of course look at those that were responsible for the suffering in a new way. Our continent, our dear African continent, on this continent, in some countries, life expectancy is only 40 years. Why are children dying in our African countries? In our countries, children die of hunger due to wars. Wars that are raging, that are causing victims among the poorest and the most vulnerable, that don't even have enough water to drink. I would also like to, frankly, in a frank manner, discuss the following. We cannot build back better if we're not honest with ourselves, and if we're not able to face the past with accountability and responsibility. Those that are bearing responsibility of this climate change, those that are responsible. Were we the ones responsible for this climate change? Are we the ones responsible for the fact that the rain is no longer falling? Who is responsible for this? Natural disasters and other types of disasters that the world has experienced, such as the pandemic, for instance. We've also experienced other kinds of disasters. COVID-19, special drawing rights were allocated, and you all know how they were allocated. And what did Africans obtain? What did humanity living in the global south obtain? Maybe a third? There are many examples of such disasters and pandemics. All of these, we do not bear the responsibility for. Mad cow disease, bird flu, and other types of epidemics. We have always borne the cost. We have always paid the heavy price for these disasters and pandemics. And you know it. You have the figures. You know that the debt and the loans that were granted to countries did not always trickle down to the populations, and they didn't always benefit. This debt was sort of taken hostage. You know in whose hands this money lies. You know that it was looted. It is in banks in the global north. Why is this money not in the hands of our populations?
كانت الأنظمة الديكتاتورية تمثل الوسيلة
Dictatorships
التي تتيح
were
لكثير
the way for many countries to protect their own interests at the expense of the interests of the people themselves. We want to be your partners, ladies and gentlemen. We want to become your partners in building a new world, a world that will benefit the entire global population. Today, the world is facing a crisis, and it's not possible to tackle this crisis if we neglect the principles of fairness, of equity and justice within countries and within societies, but also fairness and equity and justice on an international level. We need to work on equal footing. This is essential to implementing the principles of justice and freedom. These are the grounds for building a new global architecture, because trying to preserve this system that has really run its course, this will not drive us forward, and we do not want to continue to be the victims of this global system that should be rebuilt, rethought. Our suffering and our interests can no longer be ignored. We want a new world, a world based on a new common vision, a vision that encompasses all humans on equal level. Americans, Asians, Africans, Europeans, we are all one single human race. We are all human beings. So we need to base all of our actions on these principles. We need to achieve outcomes that are being sought by all human beings. Thank you for your kind attention.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Président.
Thank you, President Sayed. I think that you were very clear as well. You explained really well the fact that a new world is being built. You said we need to really overhaul it. I think you'll agree that this new world must preserve everything that is good that has happened since World War II. For instance, we need to try to find solutions on the basis of discussion, and we need to support peace and cooperation and solidarity. We need to create and strengthen a network of financial solidarity. I think there are some things that have worked, and this is actually a segue which is taking me to Ms. Georgieva.
I think for you, Kristalina, because we've just heard we need to change many things, we need to improve many things. Today, we had the good news coming from you that we have reached the targets for the recycling, if I may call it that way, of special drawing rights, a point that Mrs. Sayed has spoken of and has flagged the need to reflect upon. I think you have also been pushing a lot for the global sovereign debt roundtable, an issue that has been brought up by the president of Chad. And so what is the role of the IMF and the World Bank in this brave new world, which is in the making as we speak?
Thank you very much, Nadia. I am very pleased together with you to join this group of distinguished men and bring a little bit of color My deepest gratitude to everybody who has spoken. I do believe that we are faced with a rapidly changing world, with many challenges, with dramatic transformation. Just think of what artificial intelligence presents as an opportunity, but also as risk unless we work together to utilize it. I was speaking earlier that if you look back to the time the two institutions were established, what a different world it is today. The population of our planet has increased more than 3 times. So we were 2.5 billion, now we are 8 billion people. The number of countries at the time of the end of the Second World War, there were only 99 independent countries. Only 44 of them were at the Bretton Woods. By the way, there were many developing countries at the Bretton Woods as well. Today, we are over 200 independent countries. The world economy increased more than 10 times measured by GDP. It was less, around $8 trillion then, now it is 100 trillion plus. So if you take this, you might say, well, this is a richer world. Per capita income has tripled. But where is the problem? I said it to the audience before, I would repeat it. The problem is in the averages. You can put your head in the refrigerator, your feet in the oven, your temperature would be average, but you will be dead. Averages hide inequalities. They hide behind them. There are people who have gotten very wealthy and people who are poor, and their numbers now are growing. So we do have to reflect that, yes, we are a richer world, but we are a more shock-prone world. And unfortunately, we are now, as a multipolar world, also a more divided world. I am a head of institution that over these many decades had to transform many times. I have a very simple vision for what we do. We support policies, good policies for people. And we always have to strive to make sure that countries are getting stronger, that people are better off, and there is inclusiveness in how they develop. When I think, I mean, I hear everybody saying we have to transform these institutions. I very much agree. I would like to see a better representation, and I would like us to all strive for that. President said, with all my respect, I'm saying this with deep respect, I would be careful not to throw the baby with the bathwater. Don't lose the institutions you have. Make them work harder, make them work better. Because it was much easier to have 44 to agree than it would be today to have 204 to agree. And maybe as we strive, maybe we can build new institutions, but between now and then, please help us to run those we have for the benefit of people, especially the most vulnerable in our societies. And I want to say 2 words about what we do in that regard. The first is on debt. 2 things have happened that are dramatic. One, the burden of debt has gone up, especially because of COVID, when economies were in standstill. And it has become more expensive to service because interest rates have gone up. 2, the landscape of debt is much more confusing today. It used to be Paris Club members, they have a process, they agree. London Club, private sector, they agree. Now we don't have that. We have multiplicity of public and private sector lenders. So what does it mean for us at the IMF? It means, together with the World Bank, with the Indian presidency, bring this diverse group, the traditional creditors, the new creditors, the private sector, and bring them together with the debtor countries. So we have a roundtable, we call it Global Sovereign Debt Roundtable, with the objective to improve debt restructuring, make it faster. I'm very hopeful we would get the wisdom when a country asks for debt restructuring to have debt stand still. You don't service your debt. If you need it to be restructured, it means you don't have money to pay. In other words, commonsensical improvements, and of course, accelerate. Every day that passes without resolution on debt, people suffer. And on debt restructuring, today we will talk about Zambia, which I think is a great case of celebration because it makes debt restructuring agile and effective. And I want to recognize that. Well, tonight we would be recognizing everybody, but to my dear brother, the president of Zambia, congratulations for you and for your bring as an example. Secondly, what we do at the IMF is to bring more resources faster at concessional terms. We have, during COVID, I'm proud to say, WHO announced pandemic. 1 week later, we disbursed our first emergency financing. And since then, we have financed 96 countries. When I started in the job, I never thought that it would be that a time of shock upon shock. And we have done the mobilization of SDRs. And I want to say to everybody on this stage, don't go poo-poo on the SDR allocation. Yes, 650 billion, Africa received 34 billion. Between 34 billion and zero, I go for 34 billion every day. And how did we create it? Because we have strong members that make it possible. If we don't have these strong members, there is no SDR allocation. And then I was the first to say, it is unfair. Countries that received SDRs don't need them. Why don't you lend it to us so we can lend it at concessional terms to you, to those who need it? And one day when I report to my grandchildren of what their grandmother has done in life, I will be proud to say, yes, it is like in this story that you have a sleeping beauty and the prince comes, a kiss, and the beauty wakes up. This is what we did. These SDRs were a sleeping beauty, and actually Emmanuel Macron was the first prince with the kiss. But it was Nadia Calvino that delivered the first contribution. So bravo, Nadia. Yes. And now we have, this is my announcement, we have reached 100 billion on lending of SDRs. That was our target from 21. We have achieved that target. And 60 billion of those are already in the fund working for countries. We have delivered to 7 countries RST. We have delivered PRGT to 56 countries, 56 low-income countries globally. And we are now working with my brother of the African Development Bank to make it possible for regional development banks to use SDRs as hybrid capital. What is my message? Stretch, do the best you can. And of course, work on making the world a better place for everybody. Thank you, Nadia.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kristalina, for having been so creative, to try to find new ways to address new problems and trying to improve and build on the multilateral system that has served the world for the last decades. And your presentation brings a perfect cue to President Guirente's intervention. I was struck by the fact that your country was one of the first users of the this IMF Resilience and Sustainability Trust program. Your experience is useful from many points of view, and there's already been this discussion about SDR allocation, SDR reallocation. That's going to be obviously one of the building blocks of any possible agreement and a way forward. So the floor is yours, Eduard.
Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you. I think we need to recognize that, that there was a progress made. There's a good progress. A few years ago, this kind of discussion wouldn't happen because what we used to discuss was if the climate change was real or not. So now I think should be happy that at least the debate we're having now is about how do we handle it, but at least we are all on the same page that the climate change is a reality now. And that's visible from what we have been suffering from in Africa, either drought or landslide or, you know. So now there's no discussion about that. We're on the same page that the climate change is real. And now what we need to do is how do we go about it? How do we fight the effect from that climate change? But also on that aspect, also I think we're in agreement, we know what to do, and we shouldn't be using a lot of time to discuss again the solution, because we know solutions now. How do we implement them? And we need to implement them timely, to take right decisions, and also to take timely decision to make sure that we do that as soon as possible. So now, you are asking me our experience in working with the IMF. I want first to congratulate and thank the IMF leadership, Kristalina and her team. We had a very good work together in terms of financing, in terms of climate change-related effects. We have been working with them. It was like our Minister of Finance, our Minister of Environment have been working with the team of IMF, like we're really the same team. And we reached the agreement where we got some financing, and the commitment is almost 300 million, but we got the first part of it, which is almost 95 million a few weeks ago. Christiana is there in the shows, and we are very thankful for that. But our experience, of course, that program has been there for a few weeks, almost 6 months now. But our experience is this one. I want to be long. I want just to say a few things to share with you. Is that you can't fight climate change alone. Individually, you need to have partnership. That's the first thing. We need to have partnership, because what's different from other programs that you can do on your own as a country, but in terms of climate-related effect, if you do things on your own, it doesn't going to have an impact. So we need to go together to make sure we have an impact on what to do from what we are doing. So partnerships are very important. The second thing is, of course, getting enough financing. What we have done with the IMF was, let's call it a seed capital to try to call for other financing, because climate change effect is a huge, so we need more financing. The third thing is that it can't be only public sector. You need to involve the private sector. Now, what we have been doing with IMF and other international institutions, including African Development Bank, World Bank, and other partners, is to see how we can involve the private sector in this fight. So this is how Rwanda and the government have created now what we call Ireme Invest, which is going to be a fund to help private sector to jump in and be part of that process. So I don't want to take a lot of time because everything has been said. So I want just to mention those three key things in fighting climate change-related effect. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thanks, because you have made 2 or 3 very important points. First, when you say climate change is real and is very real, you know, these kind of events are extremely helpful to fight those that are actually still denying the reality of climate change, or taking an ostrich approach, you know, saying, well, this is not my business, you know, not in my lifetime. So I think it's very important to remind us of this reality that you're feeling, you know, on a daily basis, and the importance of partnership. We're all in the same boat, and we need public and private cooperation, because the mobilization of public investment is only one small share of the total investment that needs to be mobilized to address and to achieve this global public good, which is fighting climate change and ensuring a more sustainable development. Now, we were supposed to split the session in two parts, but since the discussion has got so hot, I think that we're going to wrap up with the presentation of and the remarks of President Adesina, which I think, I mean, the ball is really on your court to say SDRs, some would want more, some would want a different distribution, but that's already a very good piece of news. That's what Kristalina said, and I wholeheartedly agree. But this is not only an IMF business. We need to ensure that all multilateral development banks can also play a role in channeling these special drawing rights so that they really get where they're most needed and that they support change on the ground. So what is your proposal? You know, how do you see the role of the multilateral network of institutions, and how can we help this new reality, this new world, be developed in a manner which is fair and supports the most vulnerable?
No, thank you very much. And it's such a great pleasure to be with Your Excellencies, my sister Kristalina here. I think what this panel just shows you is that if we're going to solve the problems we face today, we need great political support for the reforms that are going to be needed. Kristalina was talking a lot about those reforms. We also need financial institutions, and we need the global financial architecture to work much better, all the way from the IMF dealing with global macro and fiscal stability, but the multilateral development banks that have the knowledge, the skills, the experience, and the instruments to drive things of investment in water, sanitation, health, education, agriculture, energy, and all of that. So how we work as a system becomes very, very important. But I'll make 3 points, and I have a session I have to stop myself out of time, but I just want to make 3 sets of points. One is that in the whole issue of the debt treatment and the debt resolution, you know, sometimes I feel it's like a patient that goes to a doctor, and the doctor keeps saying, come back tomorrow, keep making it more complicated. And so by the time the patients eventually are supposed to be treated, the patient is dead. And so that it becomes almost like a post-mortem kind of a thing. So if you take the case of Africa, like in the 90s, when it was such a protracted process, it was not transparent, and it didn't really, we had what do you call it, a lost Africa decade in that period. Now, listening to the heads of state today, and also from Sri Lanka, and the common framework that we are talking about, it's a great thing to have the common framework, and we all support that common framework. But again, Chad is the only one that's been done, and Kristalina was talking about the one for Zambia and so on. But let's face the fact, it's way too slow, and it treats only a small number of countries, few countries. We need to have it at scale. We have a situation where we have African countries, almost 21 countries at high risk of distress or in debt distress. So we do have to make it work faster, work at scale, very, very important. Now, Kristalina mentioned a point what I thought very, very important is the multiplicity of the actors, the creditors that we have today. You know, like in 2000, Africa's debt, 52% of it was held by the bilateral creditors. Today is 25%. In 2000, we only had maybe 17% of the total debt held by the commercial creditors. Today is 43%. So that landscape has changed tremendously. So the amount of people you have to have around the table, to reach agreements is getting more complicated. But even, Kristalina, even among the bilaterals, you have the Paris Club bilaterals, you have the non-Paris Club bilaterals, and how to actually reach convergence, it's always an issue. So I think we do need to have a more coordinated approach. I commend all the efforts going into in the G20 common framework and your support for that. But I do think we need to make sure that we improve the speed at which this gets done. The other point I want to make is sometimes President of Chad was talking about the issue which has to do, in my view, with the natural resource-backed loans. I am not a fan of natural resource-backed loans at all in Africa because they are not transparent. In most cases, there's a lot of corruption, and it makes the debt negotiation in terms of treatment very, very complicated for countries. We have about almost $60 billion of debt that is backed by oil, by gas, by metals, and blue economy. I think we should end all types of natural resource backed loans. They're not in the interest of those countries. So we should not do anything like that. Then the other thing I want to say, just to close, because we have little time, is to just applaud my sister, Kristalina, because let's not forget when Kristalina, Secretary Yellen, made the big push, we were facing the dark alley with COVID. And that big push of SDR reallocation was a massive game changer. So that was $650 billion. Africa got $33 billion, which helped many African countries, no doubt, to deal with fiscal challenges that they were facing. I think what we're not talking about is we have several more challenges. We have COVID. It's like when it rains, it just pours, right? We have COVID. We have climate. Now we have also the conflict issues, rising inflation, debt, and all of this. So therefore, we need more resources than ever before. We heard from Secretary General this morning about that. So the proposal that we have is actually complementary to what my sister Kristalina is doing. I want to thank you, Kristalina, for both your leadership on the PRGT and also the PRST, but also in the conversation we're having with you on how we might be able to have access to the SDRs. And why is this very important for the MDBs? First is that the MDBs are leveraging machines. They can leverage the SDRs 3 to 4 to 5 times. So that's leverage is very, very important to have. The second challenge that we've been having, Kristalina and I have talked about this, and she's helped us a lot, is how do we make sure that even if we get that, it satisfies the reserve asset quality issue, which is a technical issue. And I want to thank the staff at the IMF for really helping us on this. So we've been working together with the Inter-American Development Bank on this framework. And what that framework essentially does is address the issue of reserve asset quality, but also the liquidity issue, but also the credit quality issue for the SDRs. So what we've done, I'll propose, let me say, and we've discussed with IMF, is to create a liquidity facility, a liquidity support agreement in which those that give SDRs will put in 25% of their SDRs that. And if they face balance of payment issues, then they can get some of it to be able to deal with that. And in most cases, anyway, all the countries we are going to be dealing with are not likely going to have balance of payment issues. Now, we ran into another challenge, which is we wanted more support from Europe. And of course, the European Central Bank has its restriction in terms of monetary policy outside of the EU. So what we think this model does is it also sets up a liquidity guarantee facility that if that pot is not able to pay back for those that are asking for the SDRs, some other donors actually just simply guarantee a standby guarantee that can be called that will meet all the allocations that is needed. So we've been talking to IMF. IMF has been extremely supportive of us in this. Your staff have done a fantastic job on this. We continue to work on it. I just want to make this point. Today, thanks to SDRs, if we were to get, for example, $200 billion, just think of it, allocation to MDBs, that could easily become $1 trillion because of the leveraging factor that we have as a hybrid capital to use that to be able to do that. That's the key. And I've always joked with my sister, Kristalina, about the SDR, that it's called special drawing rights. But if we are able to have hybrid capital and use it and advance Kristalina, all the things that you and I care about, we all care about, health, education, and so on. Maybe we might consider even changing the name of that SDR to supporting development revitalization. It's a different way of SDR, but it works also for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm really sorry that we ran out of time, and so because we could be now doing another round, and I have 2 or 3 ideas to push back to you and to go on bouncing. But I think I want to thank you because this has been, I think, a very productive exchange. I am grateful, and not only as Vice President of Spain, but also as Chair of the IMFC, because in the run-up to Marrakesh, as we prepare the annual meetings, all these ideas and experiences are going to be feeding into our decisions, and I hope they also bring determination on the side of all partners to find real solutions and to act now. And 3 final reflections from my side. I was struck by the number of countries that have got support from the IMF, 97. I think that the Bretton Woods institutions may not be perfect, but if they didn't exist, we would have to invent them now and build them now. So I am really grateful that we do have them and that we have a basis on which to improve, to modernize, and to find new solutions to new challenges. My second thought is indeed that these are global challenges, and addressing them is going to bring public goods. We're all interested in fighting climate change together. We're also interested in fighting poverty together, because this is going to bring to all of us financial stability, economic and political stability and security throughout the world. And this brings me to my third point. It's a no-brainer, that we should all work together to reinforce our global safety net and our multilateral financial framework and provide stronger support to most vulnerable countries. I think this is win-win from a double point of view, from the point of view of our hearts and from the point of view of our heads. So I hope that these both instruments and parts of our body are working together to find real solutions in the coming hours, in the coming months, and that by the end of the year, we have a framework in place which is fit for purpose. I close on this idea. Join me in thanking our distinguished panel today.
If I may, please. I would just like to add something, if I may. I think that we're in Paris for a new start, a fresh start for a fairer world. And this new beginning must start with debt write-offs. And I think this question was asked. I didn't get a response, but I think it was important to highlight. We're here in Paris today for a new global financing pact. And the best way of having a fresh start is by freezing the debt of low-income countries. Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
La mobilisation du secteur privé. Je suis Rémi Rioux, le directeur général de l'AFD, l'Agence française de développement, et le président d'IDFC. Nous sommes très heureux de vous retrouver. Le sujet du secteur privé est au cœur des discussions de ce sommet pour un nouveau pacte financier. On en parle depuis ce matin et on a un très beau panel. Beaucoup d'intervenants en une petite heure. Il va falloir être très précis, surtout que nous avons à traiter en réalité deux sujets, puisque quand on parle du secteur privé, en fait, souvent on mêle deux questions. Une première question qui est comment attirer plus d'épargne et d'investissement vers les infrastructures, épargne locale, épargne internationale. C'est le premier sujet que nous allons traiter. Et puis je serai remplacé par mon ami Bertrand Badré, le managing partner de Blue Orange Sustainable Capital, qui va traiter d'un deuxième sujet qui est l'entrepreneuriat, c'est-à-dire la création d'entreprises à la base, la création de valeur, la création d'emplois. C'est une autre dimension du sujet, bien sûr, de l'appui et de la mobilisation du secteur privé. D'ailleurs, ces deux sujets ont fait l'objet chacun d'un groupe de travail pour la préparation de ce sommet de Paris. Alors, on va commencer par la question des infrastructures. Permettez-moi d'abord, évidemment, de vous présenter rapidement l'ensemble des panélistes. On commencera par lui, le très grand honneur d'avoir le président de la République du Sénégal, Monsieur le Président Macky Sall. Merci d'être avec nous. Vous nous donnerez le point de vue, évidemment, d'un chef d'État et d'un pays important. Nous avons aussi Monsieur le ministre des Affaires étrangères du Japon, Monsieur Ayashi.
Thank you very much for joining us today to give us the point of view from a G7 country, a very important donor country for international financing.
Nous avons des praticiens,
We
évidemment,
have
le président de la
who work
BEI,
in the
Werner
field,
Hoyer,
the
est avec nous.
president of
Il
the
parlera surtout sur le sujet des infrastructures. S'il le veut bien,
European
nous avons aussi
Investment Bank.
Odile Renaud-Bassot, la présidente
Odile
de la
Renaud-Bassot,
BERD, qui
president
parlera
of
plutôt du
the
sujet sur
Bird Bank.
l'entrepreneuriat. Et puis nous avons
The
Mactar
European
Diop,
Bank for
le
Reconstruction
président
and
de la
Development.
SFI, du groupe Banque
And
mondiale,
we
qui
have
lui
the
peut
president
parler
of
des deux
SFI.
sujets d'ailleurs. En tout cas, fera peut-être le lien entre nos deux sujets. Et puis
And
bien
perhaps
sûr,
we'll be able to make a link
j'aurais
between
dû
the
les
two
citer en
subjects.
premier.
And of
Nous avons
course,
des représentants du secteur
we have
privé, de
representatives from the
l'investissement
private sector from investment
dans ce panel
in this
avec
panel.
mon ami Jay Collins,
Jay
vice-président
Collins, vice
de
president of
Citigroup,
Citigroup,
cette grande banque.
a
Et
great
puis mon ami
bank,
Hadem El
and my friend
Ramaiti,
Hadem El
qui
Ramaiti,
avec moi a animé ce groupe de travail sur le
who was
financement
in
des
the task
infrastructures,
force
qui est
with me on
l'executive
infrastructure
director
financing.
for infrastructure
Executive director
d'ADIA,
for
le grand
infrastructure
fonds
from
souverain
ADIA,
d'Abu Dhabi, des Émirats. Merci à
major,
lui. Et Thomas Bouberle aussi
sovereign
nous
fund in
rejoindra
Abu
sur
Dhabi.
scène avec Bertrand Badré un peu plus tard.
And
C'est le
Bertrand
CEO
Badré will
d'AXA Group, évidemment.
join me later with
Les
Mr.
assureurs
Thomas
sont évidemment de
Bubrel,
très grands
who is the DG of the
investisseurs
AXA
dans
Group.
les infrastructures et le secteur privé. Alors, on va commencer par le financement des
So we'll
infrastructures.
start by talking about
Je vais me
financing
tourner tout de
infrastructure.
suite vers vous,
And
Monsieur le Président
I
Macky
would turn
Sall.
to President
De
Macky
grands
Sall.
besoins
First
dans le
of all,
financement des infrastructures
there's a
dans
lot of
votre
need
pays.
for financing
La
infrastructure in
volonté
your
d'une
country.
transition
There's
énergétique juste, d'apporter les services de base
the
à vos populations.
requirement for a
Quelle est
just
votre demande, votre analyse
energy
de la
transition.
situation dans
What
le
is your
cadre de ce
analysis of the
sommet?
situation in the context of this summit? Thank
Je
you very
voudrais
much,
d'abord
Rémi.
remercier le président Macron qui
I
nous
would like to thank
convie à
President
Paris
Macron for
pour
inviting
parler
us here to
de
Paris
cette question
to
fondamentale
talk about this fundamental question,
pacte
which is a
pour le
new global
financement
financing pact
des économies
for financing
émergentes, des
emerging
économies en
economies
développement.
and developing
Je voudrais,
economies.
partant d'ailleurs des constats qui ont été faits ce matin,
This morning,
qui consiste à dire que
some
le modèle
observations were made, including the fact that the model
mis en place, le modèle du financement mondial n'est pas un modèle adéquat,
is no longer
compte tenu
adequate,
du fait que les règles qui
given that the
régissent la
rules
gouvernance mondiale
that
financière
control financial
ne sont
governance
pas
around the
en
world
adéquation avec
are no
les besoins
longer
des clients des pays.
appropriate to respond to the needs of the different
des
countries.
règles de fonctionnement,
And because of
notamment
the
des
operating
institutions de Bretton
rules
Woods, mais également
following
banques
the creation of the Bretton Woods
ces règles
institutions,
ne tiennent
we
pas
have
compte
seen that
vraiment des
these
urgences
rules don't take
en
account
matière
of
d'infrastructure, en matière
urgent needs
même de
for
climat
infrastructure
Et
or
je
do
vais
not
donner
take
des exemples très
account
précis.
of climate
Et donc, il
change
nous faut
requirements.
absolument poser des actes nouveaux
So we
et
must
immédiats.
absolutely create new
Je crois que le secrétaire
institutions.
général de l'ONU l'a dit ce matin.
And
Sinon,
I
on va
think
aller
that's
vers
what was
d'autres
said this morning.
fragmentations,
Otherwise, we
comme il
will
l'a appelé, parce
continue
que
to fragment
l'attente est très
our
longue, elle est
response.
très difficile pour les pays en développement.
It's very hard for developing
Alors,
countries to
depuis Paris
continue waiting
2021,
for
nous
so
avions beaucoup
long.
parlé
Since
et nous
Paris
avions lancé avec beaucoup
2021, we have
d'espoir la
spoken with
réallocation des
much
droits de tirage
hope
spéciaux.
about the
Il faut dire que
reallocation
nous
of these
attendons
special
encore les
drawing
résultats
rights,
de cette
but we're
réallocation pour
still
les pays qui
waiting
ont
for the
accepté
results
de céder
of this
leur part de
reallocation for
DTS.
some countries
Entre
agreed
cela
to
et
yield their SDRs,
la réception par les États,
but
il y a un fossé énorme.
there's a
Donc, je
huge
pense,
gap between that
avant la
decision
clôture
and the
demain, peut-être que nous
actual
saurons ce qui est
receipt
devenu
of such SDRs
finalement
by the countries
ce
in
que sont
need.
devenus ces engagements
So we'd like
pour
to
la
know what has
réallocation
happened
des
to
droits
all
de
these
tirage
commitments
spéciaux.
concerning
Il
the
nous faut donc
reallocation of
changer la
SDRs.
gouvernance
So
pour
we need to
pouvoir
change
répondre aux
governance
besoins
in order to meet
du
needs
financement des infrastructures. Et le
for
besoin
financing
le plus urgent
infrastructures.
pour l'Afrique,
And the most urgent need
c'est
for
le financement
Africa
des infrastructures.
is financing
Parce
infrastructure,
que
indeed.
c'est un vaste continent,
It's a vast
un
continent,
territoire de 30 millions de kilomètres carrés où
30
il
million
manque
square
de tout.
kilometers, and
Manque
we're
de
short
tout.
on
Pas de
everything.
route, pas de chemin de fer,
Roads,
pas
railways,
d'électricité.
electricity.
Alors, donc les besoins pour nous, c'est ça.
So these are what
C'est pas que
our
le
needs
climat. Le
are.
climat fait partie
Now,
de nos
climate, of
engagements.
course, is part of that.
Sur
It's
le
part of
sommet de
our
Paris, nous nous sommes
commitment.
engagés.
At the Paris Summit,
Sur
we
l'énergie,
made
nous avons fait
commitments.
des efforts.
With regard to
Le
energy,
cas du
we have
Sénégal, nous
made
sommes à
efforts. As Senegal, we have
31% d'énergie
31%
renouvelable
of renewable
sur la
energies
base
in our supply
d'une
now,
dette qui est faite
based on a
pas
debt
dans des conditions toujours favorables.
that
Donc, les États africains ont déjà
was
payé
incurred in
le
unfavorable
tribut sur les
conditions.
conséquences de la pollution,
The
mais
consequences of
ils s'endettent
pollution
pour financer
are
leur
felt
énergie renouvelable.
strongly in our
Il
country, and
faut
yet we
qu'on soit
incurred debt
juste
to
avec nous
finance
pour que
renewable
les énergies comme le
energy.
gaz, qui doit être une énergie de
Energies
transition,
like gas, which
puissent
should be a
cohabiter
transitional
avec
energy,
l'énergie
should be able to
renouvelable.
cohabit with
Et dans ce cadre,
renewables.
justement, nous
And in this
allons
context,
signer aujourd'hui.
we are going to
En
be
tout cas, nous venons
signing
d'avoir
today,
un
or we
accord avec
have
le
just
G7
come to
à
agreement with the
travers le
G7
JETP,
through the
Just
JET
Energy
P
for
program
Transition, où le
for a
Sénégal
just
s'est
energy
engagé à monter
transition
à 40%
to move
d'énergie
up to
renouvelable
40%
à
of
l'horizon
renewables in
2030.
our share of energy
Dans
by
7 ans,
2030. That's 7 years
40%
from now.
avec un financement de l'ordre de
40%
2,5
with
milliards
a
d'euros.
financing of
Nous pensons que si
2.5
cet argent est
billion
mobilisé,
euros.
nous pourrons atteindre et
So
voir
once these
dépasser
funds
cet objectif.
are
Donc, pour
mobilized, we will
résumer,
be able to
l'Afrique a un besoin
reach
annuel
this
autour de
objective.
170 milliards de
We
dollars
have
pour l'infrastructure.
$170 billion
Un
of
déficit par rapport à la
infrastructure that needs
disponibilité
to
des
be built.
ressources. Et ce qui limite l'accès à ces ressources, c'est
And what
justement
limits our access to
la
financial
cherté du crédit.
resources
Et cette cherté
is
est due en
good
partie
credit
à la
practices.
perception du risque et aux assurances
And
qui
the
sont
reason that we're
exigées,
not able
lesquelles
to
assurances
benefit
en
from
moyenne tournent autour de 12%.
better credit practices
du
is
crédit.
because people
12%,
perceive the
et
risks
c'est
to be high.
upfront
We're
qu'on nous
looking at
exige
12%
de lever
borrowing
cet
rates.
argent, surtout pour ce qui concerne les crédits EXIM et tous les crédits, en
And
tout cas privés. Donc, si
private
on
credit
arrive à
in
trouver une
particular
solution
is
sur la
a
prime
problem for
d'assurance, je
us.
pense qu'on aura
I think
beaucoup
if
aidé les pays en développement
we
dans
could get
l'accès
better
aux conditions du
access
marché
to credit,
ou
we
dans
would
le
have better
blended
access
finance
to
qui
the market,
permettra,
and blended finance would
en tout
also
cas, de
be a
mettre plus
good
de
solution
ressources
for
sur le
us.
continent.
That would enable us to create
Merci
more
beaucoup, Monsieur le
resources on
Président.
our continent.
C'est
Thank
une
you very
annonce
much, Mr. President. This
exclusive
is an exclusive
aujourd'hui sur ce panel.
announcement you've
Merci
made here in
de
this
votre
panel. Thank you
confiance.
for
Et c'est évidemment un engagement très
telling us
important
about this
pris par le Sénégal et par le
agreement
G7
made by Senegal and
et
the
par la
G7
communauté internationale
and the
dans son
international
ensemble
community as a whole to
d'appuyer
support
votre développement
your
et le
development
financement de vos
and the
infrastructures.
financing of
Donc,
your
du coup, je vais
infrastructures.
peut-être changer un
So
tout petit peu
maybe I'll
l'ordre de
change
notre
the
panel
order
et demander peut-être tout de
of
suite à vous,
speakers
Monsieur
here
le ministre
and ask
Hayashi,
you,
pour le Japon,
Mr.
puisque vous
Minister
êtes
Hayashi from
évidemment un
Japan,
pays
because
majeur au sein du
you are
G7,
also
de nous donner
you're of course a major country in the G7. What is your reaction to this announcement? And Japan is a big investor in infrastructure. Will you be contributing to this effort?
Thank you, Lemi. Excellencies, friends, President. I'm really glad to come to Paris to speak on this subject on this summit. And you may be wondering why a foreign minister, not a finance minister, is in the panel. And let me assure you that before becoming foreign minister, even I played various key roles in the party and in the government and in the ruling party. I know from experience how finance is at the center of economic development and growth in every country. So when I visited Barbados last month and had a deep dive into the present-day international finance gap with Prime Minister Motri, I knew that I have to come here. So before talking about infrastructure concretely, I would like to share with you what was agreed at the G7 Hiroshima Summit as a president of the G7 this year. So, on the, of course, international finance, including on the private sector. Progress in achieving the SDGs by 2030 is being delayed by COVID-19 pandemic and Russia's aggression against Ukraine. So at Hiroshima last month, the G7, they affirmed a commitment to engage with international partners in solidarity to address global challenges. The G7 called for further domestic resource mobilization and mobilizing private financial assets to address financial gap. So the G7 underscored the need for continued efforts to scale up ODA and expand its catalytic use. So the G7 stressed the importance of narrowing the infrastructure investment gap. So I am pleased that the principle of solidarity expressed in Hiroshima resonates at this summit meeting in Paris. The newly revised Development Cooperation Charter of Japan, which we just published, that just came out 2 weeks ago, also stresses the importance of solidarity with various stakeholders and the guiding principle of human security. So solidarity is about joining efforts to achieve SDGs and to make the world more resilient against future shocks. But what does it mean exactly? I offer 3 answers. And first, the public and private sector should work together for the same goal. So this is what I am hearing in this roundtable. So in order for the private sector in the developing countries to prosper, the public sector should indeed invest in infrastructure. So we recognize the importance role of the just energy transition partnerships just mentioned by the president, which was highlighted in the conclusion from the Working Group 3. And Japan continues to support the Indonesia JETP as a co-lead country with the US, together with the other partner countries, and we aim to accelerate Indonesia's realistic but ambitious transition from coal to renewable alternatives with further private sector engagement. In order to mobilize public and private investment in quality infrastructure, the G7 launched the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, PGII, at the Elmau Summit. So we have pledged to mobilize together up to $600 billion over a 5-year period through 2027. So all these efforts are contributing to realize a conducive environment for investment in these countries. So second pillar is the public and private sector should exercise solidarity through financing. Japan has pledged to increase its SDR channeling from 20% to 40% of new allocations. So this amounts to an addition of US $8.4 billion. So Japan is also continuing its effort to expand its ODA. And our ODA performance has reached $17.5 billion per annum in 2022, the third highest in the world. So we took the lead in finance global issues, and particularly in the fields of climate change and global health. So we committed to mobilizing up to $70 billion, both from public and private, over the 5 years from 2021 to 2025, including doubling our finance for adaptation. So we have also highlighted its financial contribution totaling $7.5 billion from the public and private sectors between 2022 and 2025 to address global health issues with a view to achieving universal health coverage. So we also support the MDB's evolution to maximize development impact by strengthening their response capacity to global challenges. So third pillar is solidarity should be practiced, respecting the ownership of each developing countries. So financing is not in itself the end. So the objective is to empower developing countries' governing capability so that development can be better sustained. So based on this conviction, Japan with the JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, at its forefront has been promoting its capacity buildings, projects in areas such as public financial management so that the governments can take full control of their finance. So, and let me end my remarks on infrastructure investment. And I should say that any development finance must be transparent and fair, not undermining the debt sustainability in developing countries especially. So I therefore call on all creditors and debtor countries to adhere to the international rules and standards and promote development finance that leads to balanced and sustained growth. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre. Donc, la volonté politique a été exprimée très clairement de la part du président Macky Sall, ce quatrième JETP après l'Afrique du Sud, le Vietnam et l'Indonésie, donc maintenant le Sénégal, et la volonté politique et l'engagement, la solidarité du Japon et plus largement des partenaires du Sénégal s'est exprimée. Je vais me tourner maintenant vers les praticiens qui vont réaliser ces engagements. Et bien sûr, on le sait, ces engagements, les 2,5 milliards pour le Sénégal, comme l'engagement pris en Afrique du Sud ou dans les autres pays, il faudra du financement public et il faudra de l'investissement privé. Donc j'aimerais qu'on ait maintenant une discussion entre banquiers privés et banquiers publics pour voir comment on va faire. En fait. Et là, je me tourne bien sûr d'abord vers Khadem El-Hamiti pour que vous nous expliquiez peut-être les recommandations qui sont sorties de ce groupe de travail.
That came out of this working group, where we had more than 60 financial institutions from the public and private sectors who were looking for solutions together.
Switched on. Okay. Thank you, Rami. Thank you very much, and thanks for giving us the chance to report on working group number 3. I will need a few minutes to take you through the conclusions and recommendations of our work. I had the pleasure of working alongside our colleagues in AFD and 60 other organizations over the past 4 months, supporting the steering committee preparing for this event. Our working group had the objective of proposing practical solutions to increasing investments in sustainable infrastructure in emerging and developing markets. It's been tremendous work, and let me start by thanking everyone involved for their commitment and contributions. I am pleased to briefly outline our recommendations across 5 key themes. Firstly, we need to create a quality enabling environment to attract more investments. We need to encourage more countries to enter into programmatic partnerships such as JETPs or other country programs. We also need to explore the possibility to reinforce a gold-plated in-country regulatory, institutional, and contractual frameworks to help ensure a fair allocation of risks between relevant stakeholders. We are happy to see an important initiative such as SOURCE is already planned to be rolled out in more countries in the coming months. SOURCE is a free digital platform that supports countries' capabilities to manage project preparation. Secondly, we need to create more country catalysts in order to originate more bankable projects. Part of resources managed by PDBs and MDBs should be made available to scale up existing project preparation facilities. Also, we need to strengthen capacity building and staff secondments between public and private institutions. In this regard, we are glad to announce that the International Development Finance Club is launching its capacity building and staff secondment program called Origination. Thirdly, we need to improve regional aggregation and syndication platforms. Stakeholders should support the launch of such platforms. One example is the African for Green Infrastructure in Africa, a platform sponsored by the African Development Bank. And another example would be the African Sovereign Investors Forum, which is sponsored by ITMAR and other African sovereign wealth funds. It is also critical to stimulate secondary markets. Private capital needs an exit so that it keeps flowing, and precious capital from MDBs and PDBs need to be recycled so that it finances more projects in the pipeline. We have received a lot of support from critical stakeholders who are willing to stay engaged on these topics. Fourthly, we need to develop a global toolkit to help share data and risks with all relevant stakeholders. This involves scaling up available concessional and public resources. Also, guarantee schemes by MDBs and DFIs should be strengthened, especially to cover political and foreign currency risks. We also recognize the importance of disseminating existing data and making it widely available to lower the risk perception and to improve project certification. There are important initiatives on this topic, and the evolution of the Global Emerging Markets Risk Database to become GEMS 2.0 is a good example. And finally, we need to also pursue the dialogue between public and private. There is goodwill to find a way to sustain the dialogue post this event. We realize that there are significant challenges ahead of us, but we believe this could be turned into great opportunities, especially if we work together. At the end, I would like to thank all institutions that helped us on this project and hope that the recommendations will continue to be supported going forward, especially in the lead to COP28. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Kadem, pour cette roadmap.
For that roadmap. And of course, we will have to follow it and implement it. But let me now move toward the president of the European Investment Bank, Fernand, and Europe with its global gateway, and Team Europe, and guarantee, and GEMS. This is all playing a big role in infrastructure financing. How would you react to those expectations? Thank you, Remy. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invitation.
I just heard a couple of interesting points that make me deviate completely from my text here, because I hear the word quality infrastructure, and that's, of course, extremely important. With the financial means as limited as they are for practically all member states represented here, it is necessary to produce good quality infrastructure. We are not allowed to waste money for infrastructure that is oversized, undersized, or of bad quality. So this requires that we all need to take care of a decent or excellent in-house expertise for the opinion about the quality of investments. I've seen too many projects who were not right because they were too big, too small, or they did not target the objective that they should target. Secondly, I would like to say that, and that means that you need an in-house expertise that guarantees that. And I was so surprised. I come from a completely different world. When I came to the EIB almost 12 years ago, and all of a sudden I found out that this place is not run by bankers and by accountants, but by engineers and scientists, then I was really astonished. And nowadays I'm really proud of it, because that gives you a certain sense of reassurance. But you talk to the of course, the advisors and the consultants that you inevitably need to use as well, but you can judge what they are doing. Last year, we took a decisive step in order to increase the impact of our activities by establishing EIB Global. Our new branch for international development and partnerships had a pretty good start. In the first year, they provided 11 billion euros of financing, and more than half of our lending goes to supporting the private sector directly. Looking ahead, as the EU Bank, we are in charge of the implementation or the delivery on the European Union's Global Gateway strategy. Global Gateway is the European Union's offer to partner countries spanning a broad range of the sectors from climate and energy to transport, digital infrastructure, health, and human capital, with the aim to catalyze private sector investment. So under Global Gateway, our aim is to support financially and technically projects that can mobilize at least 100 billion euros of investment by 2028. And we are working, of course, closely with the European Commission to bring more solutions where these are most needed. I'll give you a couple of examples what falls under Global Gateway. For instance, in Jordan, we are financing a desalination plant and distribution network that will provide drinking water in one of the areas most exposed to climate change. We are helping connect Northern Africa with Europe, providing resilient connectivity to universities and research institutions in Morocco, to Algeria, Tunisia, and Egypt. We are financing fast internet in remote areas of the Democratic Republic of Congo by supporting the construction of a fiber optic backbone. So count on EIB for continuing financing sustainable infrastructure across the globe, helping to get projects off the ground, quality projects that can mobilize the private sector and mobilize from its great expertise. And somebody mentioned GEMS, the Global Emerging Markets Risk Database, an incredibly important instrument for having common ground when judging future projects. And we discussed that with the other multilateral development banks presently. We must come to a conclusion now on that issue and bring it into motion. And then we can, connect it to the new fascinating means of artificial intelligence in order to exploit the enormous database which is available and which we don't use sufficiently yet.
Merci beaucoup. La parole maintenant à Jay Collins pour Citigroup. Jay, beaucoup de choses se passent dans le monde.
A lot of things are going on in the world of public development banks, guarantees, data sharing. Is that enough for private investors to come to Senegal and finance projects there? Excuse me, I'll be speaking English.
So, first of all, I want to thank you and the partnership of President Macron and the government of France in pulling together the working group that we spent months preparing, and you did a fantastic job of summarizing it. So I'll try and add. Let me just be brief. First, as I said on our first working group call, I'm embarrassed to say that 70 to 80% of what I recommend today, I said 15 years ago. So what does that mean? It means that we just keep talking about the same things, and we just have to say, how is it possible, whether it's vanilla infrastructure or green infrastructure, that the same themes just repeat themselves over and over and we're not fixing it? So let's start there. We know a lot of these solutions and we're just not acting bold enough. Second, let me build on some of the recommendations of the working group. First of all, let's not confuse project centricity and the need to create more projects with bankability. Bankability is a later stage. We just don't have enough feasibility studies on real projects of scale that are created. So I get given every day projects from ministers around the world that say, what do you think? And it's 4 pages and it's a concept paper, and you cannot hand that to a banker and say, structure this to be feasible. So we urgently need the MDBs and others to just triple down on creating more projects. Second, we have enabling environment problems, and we've had enabling environment problems for a long time. What I think that Mark Carney did differently, at least what I've seen in my career through the GFANS process and some of the JET-Ps, was the JET-P private sector participants were asked to draft detailed memos on the private sector's view of what was necessary to participate in JET-P so that their capital could be crowded in with great granularity. The private sector has to be at the table with the MDBs and others in countries to relook at enabling environment. FDI, investment in sustainability and climate, just will not come unless we surgically tackle all of the things that create the parameters around which we can enable. Next, we're in the midst of MDB reform, and everyone here, the 3 leaders to my right know better than I. There's a lot of talk about capital efficiency and the CAF report that the G20 did in terms of crowding in more capital. But one of the things we talked about in our panel in detail, and I just put on my LinkedIn page the report that Citi wrote, I and our team, on private capital mobilization. So everyone in this room knows that what the MDBs do in the sovereign space alone is just a fraction of the amounts that are needed to get where we need to go for the SDGs and for climate, particularly if they've got to focus on adaptation where it's harder for the private sector to go, and the deeper IDA countries where mobilization is difficult. So we need to supercharge the tools that mitigate the risk of the private sector to crowd them in to this process. What has to happen? a lot has to happen, but most importantly, we have to look again at the tools and the products of all the MDBs to say, are they fit for purpose to take this risk? Now, you could say, well, everyone certainly in this room is doing an awful lot already. I just looked at the numbers again on the Copenhagen 100, of which there's not 100. Let's call it 90. 20 billion of that is private sector, and 70, so call it 20%, 70 is official sector. What's that mobilization ratio? 20%. Wait a minute, that's not a multiple. Like we should be at 4 to 5%, 4 to 5 times. How is it possible that in the climate world, we're okay with the private sector being that little? And is the 70 that is official money creating mobilization? It's not. So I think we should be in a room again, double down on the products and tools to see how they mobilize, set a multiple, 4%, 5%, truncate it, trunch it as you want, but we have to set an objective from the top of the house to drive these tools. And then actually we need to be in the room with the regulators and with the rating agencies to iterate that process, because many of these tools are not useful from a regulatory capital perspective, from a regulatory perspective of Solvency II or Basel III. They're not efficient for everyone, particularly the American banks. So we should have the regulators in the room and we should have the rating agencies in the room. That's the only way we're going to get there. So thank you for your time.
Merci, Jay. Un dialogue direct entre le public et les privés.
Direct dialogue between public and private sectors. And I think we'll finish this first round with Nectar Diop,
un grand avocat, je crois, pour booster les instruments publics
en direction du secteur privé. Boosting instruments toward the private sector, especially with IDA, where you're mobilizing things, but other places as well. You have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Rémi. Et je crois que je vais pas répéter tout ce qui a été dit sur l'importance
I don't think I'll repeat everything that's been said about the importance of infrastructure to development. I think everybody in the room already knows that. I could just make a few suggestions about what we might do to push the debate a bit further forward. Some constraints have already been mentioned. I don't want to mention a number of years here because we all feel like we're still very, very young, but there was a point when I asked myself questions about financing African economies, and as you know, I think you remember that, Mr. President, why African economies didn't have access to Eurobond markets and so on. At that point, all development was financed in that way, and we launched this credit rating initiative, and Senegal was the second country after South Africa to have a sovereign credit rating. At that time, I'm very reminded of that discussion now, because we're playing for the same stakes. There were some economic sectors in African countries that were working well. There were very low deficits. There was a very low inflation rate, but the market didn't see all of that. And so we needed to find an instrument to make the market understand and better appreciate the real risk in our countries. So we made a credit rate, had a credit rating, and I can say at the time, and it's a long time ago, Senegal had the same credit rating as Turkey. So that gives you a bit of an idea of the gap there was between market perceptions and realities. Now let's fast forward, and I think this is the same exercise we're going to be having on infrastructure projects. And Mr. President, I should like to suggest that you take a leading role in 2 or 3 sectors that I think we need you in, with infrastructure and with climate change. We talk a lot about energy and the energy matrix of a country, and I think you indicated there was a very clear path forward, the 40% figure, but there are other things where that's not happening. Water. And when we talk about water, we talked about adaptation as well. Water is an essential element of adaptation in developing countries. Water is a factor. If we want to have irrigation, food security, green activities, all those things need water. And what I want to do is to have us take up those issues and deal with them vertically and specifically. Today, water distribution countries in Africa
are generally well managed, and they tend to have better results than electricity companies. And nonetheless, I'm sure that when I talk to you about that, you're going to be told, oh no, water in Africa, we can't finance that. But in fact, these are simple and healthy investments. So what I'd want to see is whether we can have that same commitment here and now to start having a look at the water sector and the sanitation sector in a specific way and have an investment program. Those are very precise things. Then secondly, we were together in Bellagio, Adila and myself, quite quickly. And then what did the investors say? Size. Your projects are too small. We're not interested if it's less than $1 billion. We won't even look at it. And I think there's also a challenge for middle-income countries. How can we aggregate this demand? And rather than say we're going to have one desalting project in one country, could we not put together a package of 15 or 20 desalting projects in Africa and present them as an asset class or a product, which could be more interesting? So I think these are the sorts of questions we need to start asking ourselves and having a closer look at. And in order to do that and to be concrete, I think we need to deal with very specific sectors. There are other sectors as well which will require resources, and I don't want to start a discussion on that because I know you're going to ask me, for instance, about railways. And these are issues where we could have resources over 30 years we need. What do we need for railways to be affordable? What's the level of subsidy we would need in an energy transition policy to set up to move people away from roads and onto the rails and hence reduce emissions? These are things, Remy, that I would like to see. If we could look at 2 or 3 vertical factors, that would come back to what Japan is doing as well about quality infrastructure, which is also a priority for Japan, and which will allow us to deal with exogenous shocks in our different countries in different ways. So we have all the tools in hand today already. We simply need to sit down around the table and see if we could not create 2 or 3 vertical areas like water and sanitation with very specific products and say we will have investment here and have good funding of projects and present them to institutional investors and invite them to COP28 to sit down around the same table as the rest of us. Thank you so much, Mokhtar. So let me just conclude with a couple of words. This first part of our roundtable, thanking you all. I think we are now really at a crossroads with a contract, commitments, proposals, with a strong will on the part of private investors to make progress. And I think that the discussion will go on in this forum that we're talking about finance in common, shared finance, with public banks, national banks who will have to help support emerging projects, original projects, regional banks that will aggregate these, and then multilateral or international banks that manage shared tools. So in such a way that we can go much faster and propose packages of infrastructure to infrastructure that would be bigger in different countries, but especially African countries. Thank you all very much, and I'll give the floor to Bertrand.
Merci Rémi pour ce tour de force. Effectivement,
Thank you, Rémi.
La table ronde où on parle à la fois d'infrastructure et de secteur privé au sens des entreprises,
infrastructure and the private sector, businesses, small and medium-sized businesses. So to make the transition, we need to create 2 million jobs every month in Africa. And these jobs will be created in the private sector. The private sector is at the heart of development and sustainable development. And yet this private sector is a bit of an orphan. And no one gives it priority. Very few countries have a strategy in this regard. Very few development institutions focus on SMEs and PMIs.
On parle beaucoup aujourd'hui, on l'a vu ce matin,
today we speak a lot about billions or thousands of billions. 7 years ago, I made a report called From Billions to Trillions. And I think today we might have to have another report from trillions to thousands. That is, with all the trillions that we've been talking about since this morning, how could we finance monies that need 10, 20, 50,000
c'est bien se mettre à
euros or
l'échelle
dollars?
des entreprises qui est important. c'est bien se
So
mettre à l'échelle de l'économie
it's
réelle.
important to
Les
focus on
entreprises ne
these
sont pas un produit
real scale
annexe du
of local
développement, elles sont un
economies.
pilier de ce développement, elles sont une
These small
condition
and
de ce
medium
développement. Elles
companies
sont au
are
cœur du
pillars
pacte
of
qui a été
development,
discuté
and they're
par
at
le
the
groupe de
heart of the
travail que
pact
je
that was
co-présidais avec
at the
Ulimata qui
heart
présente
of
ici
our
et qui va être présenté
subject
par les
that
gens qui vont prendre la
in our
parole
working group that
après
I
moi.
presided with
Ce
Ulimata,
pacte,
who's
il
here
est
with
un
us
pacte
now.
entre les pays et
It
le
is a
président Macky
pact
Sall nous
between
décrira la
countries,
stratégie
and
du Sénégal, comment est-ce qu'on
President Macky
promeut
Sall talked about
l'entrepreneuriat
the
dans les pays.
Senegalese
Il est
strategy.
au cœur de la réforme des banques
How
de
can this
développement,
strategy be at
dans
the
leurs
heart
outils,
of
dans leurs
the
capacités
development
financières,
banks
dans la
and their
mobilisation de leurs
tools
expertises.
and
Et
their
effectivement,
mobilization of
avec
skills and
Werner,
competencies?
Odile et Maktar,
Werner,
on aura
Odile, and
trois
Maktar
exemples de
are
choses qui peuvent être
three
faites ou qui sont
people who
déjà
can give
faites.
us examples of
Et
things that
puis,
are
c'est aussi
already
comment
being done.
mobiliser les
And
investisseurs internationaux. Nous
for
avons la chance d'avoir
mobilizing
Thomas Buberl avec nous, qui est le
financial,
directeur
for
général
international
d'AXA, un des
investors, we have
premiers assureurs du monde et un des
Thomas
premiers
Buberl,
investisseurs
who's
du monde, qui nous
the
dira
CEO
pourquoi
of
c'est
the
important
AXA
et pourquoi
Group,
c'est difficile d'aller dans cette
and
direction.
he can
Et
talk
puis nous
about some of
finirons
the
avec
difficulties he
M. Hayashi, le
encounters,
ministre
and Monsieur Eshil,
des Affaires étrangères et
Monsieur
ministre des
Hayashi,
Finances,
who is
pardonnez-moi, ministre des Affaires
the Minister
étrangères du
of
Japon,
Foreign Affairs from Japan,
qui nous dira effectivement du point
who
de vue
can
des
tell us
donneurs
a bit
pourquoi c'est
from
important de
the
soutenir
donor's
ce
point of
secteur
view
privé. Et
why
la
this
première personne à qui je
private
veux donner la
sector is an
parole,
important
c'est
focal
Jamila
point.
Benbaba,
So I'd
à
like to
côté de
give
Thomas Buberl
the floor
et de
to
Maktar.
Mrs. Jamila
Elle a fait partie de
Benbaba,
mon groupe de
next
travail, elle
to
est directrice générale de
Thomas
l'âme
Buberl and
industrie au
Maktar.
Mali. Elle a été un pilier extrêmement
She has
direct
been
et
an
très franc de notre
important
groupe de
pillar in
travail.
Mali,
Je vais
and
peut-être
she
la
was
présenter
an important
rapidement,
person
non
in
pas
our work
pour
group.
sa modestie, mais parce que je suis très impressionné. Donc,
I have been very
l'âme industrie,
impressed
c'est
with
6
her
millions
work.
d'euros
Lamb
d'investissement.
Industry is 6
C'est
million
140
euros of
personnes dans
investment,
la filière bovine. La
140
filière
people
bovine au
working
Mali,
in
c'est
the
très
cattle
important,
raising in
c'est
Mali. It's
20% du PNB.
very important in Mali,
Elle a donc créé
20% of
140 emplois dans
the
une région
GDP.
difficile, une région
And she
d'émigration à
works in
Kayes.
a difficult
Et elle a
region
une
where there's
dimension
a
régionale,
lot
Monsieur le
of
Président Macky
migration.
Sall, puisque
And
effectivement, elle est très intégrée avec l'économie sénégalaise en
she
elle-même, mais
has
aussi avec le
been
port de Dakar qui lui
very,
sert à exporter.
she's very
Donc là, on a une
closely
vraie
linked to
entrepreneuse. D'une
the
certaine manière, c'est
economy in
l'entrepreneuse du
Senegal,
jour.
and
On
with
a beaucoup
the
parlé du secteur privé.
port
En
activity in
fait,
particular,
toute la
where she
réunion
is
d'aujourd'hui, elle
able
est pour
to
Jamila.
arrange
Je pense qu'on
export
peut l'applaudir.
activities. So let's give her a round of applause
Voilà,
for all
Jamila,
that
si
she's
tu peux,
accomplished.
en quelques
A
mots, nous
remarkable
raconter
businesswoman.
pourquoi
Jamila,
c'est pas très
could you
simple d'être entrepreneur au Mali
give us a
aujourd'hui.
few words to tell us why it's difficult to be a business person in Mali today?
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Bertrand.
Permettez-moi
Mr.
de
President,
remercier d'abord Madame la
I
ministre de
would
la
like to thank
coopération et du plan de l'économie, de la coopération et du plan,
Ministry of the Minister
Madame
of
Oulimatsa, de m'avoir
Economy,
choisi d'être en face
Madame
de vous
Oulimatsa, who
aujourd'hui.
selected me to come speak to you
Je
today.
suis heureuse de porter ma voix aujourd'hui.
I am
Et c'est
happy
la
to
voix
speak
de
to you,
millions de personnes,
but I really
d'entrepreneurs,
represent
que ce soit en Afrique, que ce soit en
millions
Amérique latine,
of
que ce
business
soit
people
en
in
Asie.
Africa and Latin
Il est
America and
vraiment
Asia.
important qu'on soit présent,
It's very important for us to be
qu'on
present
soit
here today.
entendu,
We need to be heard.
qu'on soit au cœur, on est au cœur du
We
développement.
really are at the heart
On est
of
au cœur
development
du développement
interests
durable.
and
Donc,
sustainable
comme il l'a
development
dit,
in
Bertrand,
particular.
je suis une
As Bertrand
entrepreneuse au
said, I
Mali.
am a businesswoman in
Vous
Mali,
savez bien que c'est pas très facile.
so it's not very easy, as you can
Vous
imagine.
pouvez imaginer combien c'est difficile d'évoluer dans ces pays,
It's difficult
que
to
ce soit
work
sur le plan
in these
financier
countries from a
et que ce soit
financial
sur le
point of
plan
view
opérationnel.
and also
Je vais
from a point
essayer
of view
d'être
of
brève.
operations.
Nous avons eu des difficultés financières.
We have had
Nous
financial
étions considérés
difficulties.
comme
We
une
were
start-up.
considered
Donc,
as a
aller chercher de
startup,
l'argent dans
so
des cas
it
comme
was
ça.
hard to get
À
financing
qui
for
on
that
pouvait
reason.
s'adresser? On s'est
Who could
adressé
we
aux
turn
banques
to?
locales.
We
Qui
turned to
n'étaient même
local
pas
banks,
capables
and the local
d'étudier
banks
des dossiers
were not even able to understand or
propositions qui nous ont
analyze
été
our
données,
proposal.
c'était des maturités faibles,
They
des
gave us low
maturités de crédit
maturity
faibles, des taux d'intérêt
credit
élevés, 12%.
proposals with 12%
Il
interest
a fallu
rates,
qu'on donne des garanties personnelles. Dans
and
des
they
cas
wanted
comme
us
ça,
to
nous donnons des
offer
garanties
personal
immobilières.
guarantees or
C'est-à-dire,
real
si
estate
le projet ne
guarantees.
marche pas, on est
That
mis
is,
dehors.
if our
On ne peut
projects
plus
didn't work out, we were risking the loss of our homes. We contacted the development banks, and we were told, oh no, your project is too small for us. We can't open a file. Subsidies, don't count on it. We didn't get any, or we got very little. We had operational difficulties as well. We didn't have enough qualified labor. We're at a place where, which is a big transit point for immigration towards Europe, and half of these immigrants die on the way to Europe, by the way. So our idea was to create it. We asked the World Bank to help us to create parks where the cattle could be fattened so that the cattle would meet international standards. And we created the traceability for these cattle so that we could be present on the international market. So they want to know if they were vaccinated, what they're eating. So thank you, World Bank, but it was long, long. It took 5 years for us to see this money, and that was a real setback for us. So integrating sub-regional markets is a very difficult task for us. We didn't have any local protection. For 10 years, the UN mission for protection has been working in Mali, and every month, the mission consumes 4 million euros of meat, and yet not 1 kilo of that meat comes from Mali. Not 1 kilo was bought from us. And they say, well, you're not up to standards. You're not up to ISO 2201. We fought for that. We worked with the FSI. We managed to meet the standards. We're the only in our region to have the ISO standard. And we showed it to the UN mission. We were very proud of having attained the standard. It took them months before they were able to study our request. And then they told us that we were too expensive compared to European countries. Yes, I'm more expensive than the European countries because they have subsidies and we do not. So here you see that this is unfair competition. And then there are the questions of security as well. It's a daily battle for us to run a business. What do we need? Every day we hear debates on billions and hundreds of billions and summits and engagements and commitments, but how can we be helped? How can we go from the billions of the summits to the thousands that we need? We don't need a whole lot. We need just in the thousands, perhaps. I can give you a few ideas of how you could help. Ladies and gentlemen, leaders of the world, we want you to invent new finance tools that are adapted to our fragile countries. That is, tools that are simple, quickly deployed, and at reasonable cost. Because we're in a world of transformation. We're in a world of processing local products. And this is where jobs can be created in our countries, especially jobs for young people and women. And this will have an important impact on the rural population in particular. Our rural population is quite dynamic. We need to convince technical and financial partners that they need to provide us with equity, give us good subsidies, give us good credit deals. We want to have subsidies for our sector, for example. I'm sorry, this is very important. Just let me wrap up. Morocco subsidizes the slaughterhouses up to 30% in order to have food safety. Why not have that in Mali? Why can't the World Bank help Mali with that? We need to have access to the international market, but it's not complicated, everything I'm saying. We don't need a lot. We don't need a big plan. We need dates, we need programs, we need all of the actors, public powers, or the international organizations, financiers. And our whole society, the future of our society is at stake. Thank you very much, Jamila.
I
think it was very important to hear about the reality of running a business in a country like Mali, which is emblematic in many ways. So thank you for telling us a bit about your daily struggles. And now I'd like to give the floor back to Macky Sall. We're talking about the pact between the country and investors. What is Senegal's strategy in this regard? Thank you very much, Bertrand.
Voilà, merci beaucoup Bertrand. Je voudrais d'abord remercier
I would like to thank
pour sa
Jamila
résilience.
for her
Et j'avoue
resilience.
qu'à l'entendre parler, je comprends
And when I hear
la
her
douleur
speak,
et la souffrance
I understand
des
better
entrepreneuses et
the
entrepreneurs,
suffering of
en
business
particulier
people
des pays en développement.
in our developing
Nous
world.
avons aussi vécu cela au Sénégal.
We have experienced this in
Pour donner une
Senegal as
réponse
well.
concrète,
And to give you a concrete
j'ai dû
answer,
créer il y a
I
5-6 ans
created 5 or 6 years ago
une sorte de banque pour
a sort of bank
les femmes et les jeunes.
for women and
On
young
appelait la
people.
délégation à l'entrepreneuriat
We
rapide
call it a delegation
les
for
longues
quick
procédures
business development
pour les jeunes et pour les
so
femmes.
that the young people
Alors,
and women
cet
wouldn't have to go through these
instrument,
lengthy administrative
justement,
procedures.
ne demande
This
pas de
instrument
garantie aux entrepreneurs,
doesn't require a
femmes
guarantee
et
from
jeunes.
women or young
Et pour les
business
microcrédits, les
creators.
nanocrédits et même pour les crédits
We
structurants,
supply
jusqu'à
nano
un certain
credits
seuil, il
and
n'y a pas
even
de garantie.
structuring credits where we
Quand le
don't require a
projet est beaucoup
guarantee.
plus structurant,
When
nous
it's a
avons un
bigger
autre outil
project,
qui
we
est
have
le
another
fonds
tool,
JIP, qui est un fonds
which
de
is the
garantie
JIP fund, which is a
que l'État a
guarantee
mis en
fund
place, qui travaille en ce moment
that
avec la
we're
délégation
working
et les
now
banques locales
with the delegation
pour
and local
lever jusqu'à
banks
150, 200 millions, 300 millions.
up to
Donc
from
ça nous a
100
permis
to
en 5 ans
300
pour cet
million
instrument,
euros
que
for business
l'AFD a
projects.
accompagné et la BAD à travers
The
un
African
programme qu'on
Development
appelle le
Bank
PAVI.
has helped
Ça
us
a
through the
permis
PAVI
sur 5 ans
program.
de financer
Over 5
à
years,
peu
we've been
près
able to
200 millions
finance
d'euros
about
pour les jeunes et les femmes.
200
200
million
millions d'euros
euros
pour
of
250 000
help, assistance to
personnes bénéficiaires.
women
Et
and young
cela
people.
a permis vraiment
This has
d'accompagner tous les
enabled hundreds
secteurs,
of thousands
l'artisanat,
of young and
l'élevage,
women
parce
in
qu'on fait aussi
crafts
de l'embauche. Et là, je
and
pense que
breeding.
comme le Sénégal doit être un marché
I think
pour
Senegal is
la viande
a
du
market
Mali,
for the meat that comes
et
from
la
Mali,
déléguée, elle est là, justement,
and the
celle qui est
delegate
en
is here.
charge de cet
The
instrument.
person who's in charge
À
of that
cause de
instrument, she's right
l'intégration,
here,
elle doit pouvoir travailler
and
avec vous.
she should be
Et
able to work
les autres
directly with you.
instruments, si vous êtes malienne,
And
vous êtes aussi sénégalaise quelque part.
if you're
Donc, on pourrait
from,
bien bâtir
if you're
une
Malian in a
synergie
way,
pour
you're
vous accompagner.
Senegalese as well, we
Maintenant,
could
la
say. So we
stratégie
should be able to
du
develop
de
synergies
développement du
together.
secteur privé,
Our strategy
nous en
for
avons
developing the
une
private sector
qui est d'abord
is first of
de
all
formaliser. Vous
to
savez, le secteur privé
formalize.
africain est
You
très
know,
informel.
it's a very
En
informal
majorité.
sector in
Au
Africa for the
Sénégal,
most
on a
part. In
97%
Senegal, and I think
des entreprises qui sont
97% of the
informel.
businesses are in the
Donc, il
informal
faut
sector.
formaliser
So we
ce
need to
secteur,
formalize
l'accompagner.
this sector. We need
Par la
to
législation, nous
accompany it
avons
with
dans les secteurs
legislation
porteurs comme le gaz,
in the
le
sectors
pétrole et
like
les mines,
gas,
nous avons
oil,
mis
and
en place des
mining.
lois
We have set up
portant
laws
contenu local et pour voir comment accompagner
that
déjà
have
le
an
secteur
impact
privé
on
local,
the local
national.
level, and we
Ensuite,
support people
nous
on the
avons mis en
local
place
level.
des fonds d'appui
Then we
pour
have
le
a
secteur
support
privé
fund
dans ces
for the
secteurs
private sector
à
in
haut
these areas
potentiel.
with
Et
high
nous
potential,
sommes en train de finaliser cette
and we are
stratégie
finalizing
qui
this
consiste
strategy
à
now. This
l'accompagnement pour
strategy
la création
will help people to
au moins
create
de 3000
a business,
entreprises qui soient
and at
de
least
dimension
3,000
africaine
businesses of African
avec un
size will be
potentiel
supported.
d'emploi de 3 millions
Businesses
à
that
terme sur les 5
have
prochaines années.
the potential
Nous
to
avons
employ
aussi, pour
3 million
renforcer
people.
le secteur privé national, pousser nos
We're
acteurs
trying
privés
to
à travailler en
encourage
synergie,
our
c'est-à-dire à
private
développer
sector
des
to work in
consortiums,
synergies, to
notamment
develop
dans le domaine de la
consortiums,
construction,
in particular in
où
the
nous avons aussi
building industry.
accompagné en imposant un peu la co-contractance
We
avec
are
certains grands groupes internationaux,
looking at
ce qui permet de faire le transfert de technologie, mais
creating
ce qui permet aussi de partager les gains, au lieu
project
seulement de
situations with
développer
major
de la
international
sous-traitance.
corporations.
Voilà. Donc, c'est autant de points
So these are some of the points that we're working on in an open dialogue, but it's true that we have to change the mindset of the administration as well, so that the private sector is no longer perceived as something that is a bit of an obstacle, that they don't pay their taxes and so forth, but that it is really an actor that we must help, a stakeholder that needs to be encouraged, because this is where we will be able to generate jobs and create wealth. So we need to change our mindset in the administrations. And it should start at the education level. I think in France there are reforms that have been carried out, and we need to reform our education system as well. Thank you, Mr. President, for supporting what may seem obvious to everyone here, but maybe not necessarily outside of this summit. It is the private sector that will be creating the 2 million jobs we talked about at the beginning of this roundtable. Now I'm turning to Thomas Bubrel, who is present in many emerging countries. He is the CEO of the AXA Group. Thomas, what can you say?
Well, there's quite a lot that still needs to be done, but we shouldn't forget that financial institutions are already mobilized and have already done a lot. I could take the example of AXA, and I can describe to you where that's working and where it's not. We were pretty committed up until now on the issue of bonds and loans and debt on emerging markets, and it always worked when we worked together with development banks. And we had a system in which the first loss was taken by the public institution, and the private then added the remaining tranche. But today, I'm just talking about ourselves, but about 25 billion euros, and I would like to make that more. But I think it needs us to work together more instead of working in parallel, and sometimes even to be in competition on certain projects. It's also important, I think, to be present on the ground. And I see in those countries where we are present, like Senegal or Côte d'Ivoire, if we have local captors to understand, sensors, if you like, where there are potential projects, it's much easier to understand where you can put a file together than if you're trying to do the same thing in Paris. The second thing, I thought was your second commitment, Mr. President, had a lot to do with the issue of credit insurance and insurance for political risk, because that's the basis on which afterward governments and banks, public banks, can act. And here, once again, we're one of the leaders today in that area. We work together a lot with the institutions present here today. And I think here too we have the issue of knowing how we can have many more such commitments. Then the issue of innovation in these sectors. For instance, right now, we're working quite a lot on the issue of blue bonds, how we can launch instruments to make us more resilient against climate change. We already did this in 2021 in South America, and I should like to do the same thing in Africa. So where are those three conditions, perhaps, that need to be met so this can all work better? First of all, you have de-risking. Today, we too often find ourselves in parallel, in competition, and we need to be working together more often, to the extent that a public institution takes the first level sauce, the private institutions then take the higher tranche, because that also goes better with our fiduciary responsibility and the expectations that we have with our investors in terms of risk-taking and cash flow. And I think it's important to work together to broaden our capacities and this multiplier effect that we talked about before. A second thing, I think that we should also cooperate more on the way in which we can get the private sector mobilized and on board. It is, I think we've heard some examples of institutions that
are very active, but the whole sector doesn't. Now, why is that? For instance, on the issue of loans to small businesses, often they're just not big enough. But why not think about a system in the sector where you have pooling of loans and private institutions could take tranche of those pools? We could also think about how we could have pools sector by sector and not business by business. And here it's very important for the public sector to help us and sometimes even to protect us. I should like to mention the idea of the Net Zero Insurance Alliance, where we got together to define protocols and methodologies to focus our insurance capacities on environmental transition. But we were savagely attacked and also sued, legally speaking, which stopped us from going on working together. And here, protection from public institutions is really very important. And then the last point was incentives. I do understand that an investment in an emerging country vis-a-vis another one in an already mature country requires a different form of risk-taking. But today, for instance, the capital burden, if I invest €1 in an OECD country, I'm meant to put 25 cents to one side. And if I invest in a non-OECD, I'm meant to put 49 cents to one side. So the risk cost has a huge differential. And I think softening that equation would help us to make institutions more motivated to work in this world. We are mobilized. We want to do more. We need to work together. We need some more mechanisms for things to work better and be bigger. Thank you, Thomas. And I think the key word you see here is the word pact, and behind that you have the word together, that we're not in silos or tunnels or parallel corridors, but that we talk together and we react together. Let me now turn toward the development banks. I'll give the floor to Odile, who is president of the BRD, who was introduced earlier. And after that, I'll go back to Mektar, who I saw reacting when he was listening to Jamila. But first of all, Odile. And I'm aware of the time, we may overlap a bit, but not too much.
Tu as commencé en disant le secteur privé est un secteur
orphelin. You said earlier that the private sector is a bit of an orphan. I don't think that's completely true. Banks like the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development do have a mandate to support the private sector. And when we think about investment in the private sector in emerging countries, we have a lot of flow of direct foreign investment. This does support local small businesses. This is fundamental because this is true in developed and developing and emerging countries, even more true, that employment is created locally. To support this, and in our experience, we've seen that financing, of course, is an important element, and development banks are there for this purpose, to make loans or to provide money directly, but it's often difficult for global banks or international banks to provide direct loans to very small businesses, so it usually goes through the local banking sector. And so we do have partnerships with local banks. There are also questions of private equity as well. Right now, we see that in emerging countries and also in former Soviet countries and around the Mediterranean, being able to provide advice along with financing, training, information on standards, and moving into the formal economy. This is also very important. And sometimes we're looking at contracts for 10 or 20,000 euros, but these can be determining factors for the development of a small business. This is something that we focus on a lot on local programs. We have
notre
experts
expérience aujourd'hui,
around the
c'est que
world who
ce type
can help,
d'activité est aussi important et c'est
and
souvent
this
ce qui
type
va
of activity is very
préparer
important
à avoir
because
accès
it
au
can
financement
help
et à ce que la
business
banque
people
puisse
prepare
apporter des
for
financements. Il y a
applying
un
for
aspect
more
pour nous
significant
et aussi
financing from the
prioritaire, c'est le
bank.
financement en monnaie locale.
We
On a
also
vu, nous,
focus
avec
on
des
financing in
financements
local
en devises.
currency.
Et
Our
donc, nous, on fait un
financing
très gros travail d'accès à la monnaie locale avec les banques centrales,
tries to
notamment pour pouvoir se financer nous, en
include
monnaie locale
access
et
to
du coup,
local currencies as
prêter
well,
aux banques ou
so that we
aux
can
entreprises
loan money to
directement en
banks or
monnaie locale.
businesses
C'est
directly in the local
tiers
currency.
de nos
I
financements
think that's about
aujourd'hui,
a
et je pense
third
que
of
c'est
our
un enjeu
financing
majeur
today.
d'arriver à
And I think
mobiliser
this is a
l'épargne
very
locale
important
pour
thing,
qu'il y ait une
to be able
confiance
to
dans le système
mobilize
bancaire,
local
que
savings so that people have trust in the
l'épargne
banking
reste en monnaie locale
institutions that
et
are
vienne
in their
irriguer
region, so that
l'économie réelle. Et
local
je pense que c'est
savings can come
pour
and
la
irrigate
soutenabilité des financements et la
the
capacité
business
d'irriguer
sector.
vraiment des PME à tous les niveaux. Je pense que c'est un des
This will
enjeux
help
sur
support
lesquels on doit continuer à travailler avec
small businesses.
les institutions, les autorités
And then
publiques,
we
etc.
can work with institutions and public
Merci.
authorities
Alors,
as well.
effectivement, c'est pas
Thank you.
complètement orphelin, donc après avoir
So it's true, the
entendu
private
Odile,
sector
on
isn't
va entendre Maktar.
completely orphaned.
Merci d'avoir rappelé que c'était pas juste le
Thank you
financement.
for
Le
telling us
président
that
l'a
it's
dit,
not
il y a un
just
écosystème local à
financing, but
développer,
there's a
du
whole
conseil, de
local
l'accompagnement,
ecosystem that has to be
d'avoir des
developed,
consultants, des contacts, toute une série
having
d'équipes qui
consultants,
supportent le développement
providing
entreprise.
training,
Maktar.
and so forth. Mactao.
Je vais pas. Merci, j'ai pas répété ce qu'Odile a dit.
Well, I won't repeat what Odile said. I entirely agree with her. But I know you must have worked together. The IFC has done exactly what you do with AXA, one of our biggest clients. We do the first loss. And what we're trying to do now is what we call a warehousing project. We prepare projects that we'll take on board. And after putting them on our balance sheet, we'll send them back to the institutional investors. And that's exactly what we're talking about. And that will be important for infrastructure. I was very important when you were talking about, we will finance you. We will. Now, why is that? Because you don't know how famous you are at the IFC. Because Sukana Khan, who was director for Mali, talked to me about your situation. And I said, those are exactly the problems that we should be solving. And she told me very specifically about your case. And I use your case as an example of what we should be doing. Not just you, but your brother, Richam, who's also working on another project, and we'll be financing him as well. This is the type of thing that we need to do more. But the instruments are not always easy to put together for different reasons. And here, Bertrand, I will say, the responsibility that you have and that you need to help us solve. When I am going to finance this, I'll be asked about certain demands for environmental and social standards, which are going to be the same as for a firm in Paris. And if today I want to finance an SME, the shareholders in my institution are going to ask me to apply the same standards. Are there fire extinguishers in the toilets? Are the toilets cleaned 5 times a day? Are they properly aligned? And I think we need a differentiated approach on these issues if we want to be able to have a significant increase in investments in this segment. And I think this is an important issue. It's not a financial issue, but it's an issue of standards and of requirements. The same we had earlier with the President of France on the issue of the energy transition. There are realities that we come up against if we want to work in this segment with SMEs in the poorest countries of Africa. We cannot, because I know that a merchant in Yomougon or in Dakar will be throwing their dirty water into the courtyard because they don't have any toilets, and that will not respect certain standards. And this is something important, which collectively, when we talk about development finance, we try to deal with all together. Second issue, I know it's very important, and I want you to hear this properly, because it's not a financial issue either. It's an issue of governance. And these are the barriers that stop us from doing everything we want to do. Now, secondly, I think that
the capital for these banks needs to come from specialized banks for the habitat and agriculture. If we try to do that now, if we look at the capitalization rate which they have, it's too low. So their ability to bring about this leverage, they are the specialists in the sector. They are the ones who have detailed knowledge of the reality of our friend here and of other people, but they often don't have enough capital. And again, I would like all of us together to think about that and see how the capitalism can be opened up, increased, how we can put some equity, and then, Mr. President, see how we can then have some further leverage. And the third very important element here is to continue working on risk and how we can better coordinate public investment programs with the private investment that will also arrive. For instance, today I asked the IFC teams to work on a major initiative called Rivers, to have a look at the Niger, the Senegal rivers, and to see what we can do today to increase the irrigated surfaces, multiply that amount by 2 or 3 or 4, and to see how government agencies can help with that, with these investments. This is the type of issue we can discuss. But I wanted to reassure you that there is a very strong will here, because your story shook me very much, moved many of my colleagues as well. And we want to be able to move faster, and we want to have products properly adapted to your needs, but for that we need to be helped. Well, I'm not talking about financial help necessarily. There needs to be help in the way in which these policies are tackled. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marta. So we'll put this on the list of summit commitments, the IFC's commitment to finance Jamila. That will go on the very top of the list, in fact. And on the subject of standards, yes, that is a crucial subject. As an investor in emerging countries, it's something I experience every day. It's very concrete and yet very difficult to deal with, because on the one hand, you have pressure from investors, ask us to respect certain things, and then you have the reality on the ground. Since we have very little time, I can leave Werner and Mr. Minister, you, the last couple of minutes, but really 1 minute, 30 seconds each.
I've learned a lot today, so that's already good enough for me. But let me add that when one thinks, and I insist always on that, to think climate, innovation, and development together, not in 3 different political boxes, then you arrive automatically at local entrepreneurship. And that needs special attention, special funds. Our new EIB Global department last year immediately got rid of 280 million euros for these SME purposes. And if you then say that special programs like She Invests, for instance, where we placed 3 billion euros within a very short period of time in order to specialize activities of women, that's bloody good business. That's not only a moral imperative, this is good business. Thank you.
Monsieur le Ministre, le mot de la fin.
Thank you. I will be very brief.
Yes, I will be brief.
The SMEs are the source of the employment, like Jamila says, but at the same time, it's a difficulty in finance. So let me just briefly introduce what we are doing. The JBIC was renewed. That they've been doing since 2005, the EPSA, the Enhanced Private Sector Assistance for Africa. So, and also JICA, the Japan International Cooperation Agency, in cooperation with the African Development Bank, provides business finance for projects in areas. So, and on the top of that, JICA also launched Project Ninja, which stands for Next Innovation with Japan. So, for instance, in Tanzania, through Project Ninja, JICA has supported an agri-venture company, Agri-Info, founded by a female entrepreneur, Rose Funja. So those are cases that we've been studying already. So please look at these, not so big, but new trial for the new venture business in SMEs. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre. Merci à tous. Je retiendrai juste un mot, puisqu'on est vraiment au bout, c'est ensemble. S'il y a vraiment quelque chose qu'il faut qu'on fasse, c'est un pacte ensemble et arrêter d'être chacun dans son silo avec ses propres objectifs, ses propres normes, etc. On n'y arrivera pas. Merci beaucoup, beaucoup à tous. Merci, Jamila.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Jamila.
Merci. Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Good
et
afternoon
bienvenue
to all of
à
you,
Paris.
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Paris.
Je vais parler un petit peu en anglais.
I'm going to speak.
Mr.
English
President, Madam Prime Minister, Mr. Prime Minister, and dear friends, the world has entered the age of vulnerability. Over the last months, we all witnessed droughts in the Horn of Africa, floods in Central Asia, typhoons and hurricanes all over the world. Today, we talk a lot about how we can optimize existing frameworks and institutions. This is very important, but we need to do more. If we want to face the major challenges of climate change, biodiversity collapse, and the emerging pandemics, we need new approaches, new tools, new instruments, and of course, new resources. That is precisely the purpose of our discussion now, how to transform our international financial system to put vulnerability and resilience at its core. So for this conversation, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very, very honored to welcome such visionary leaders and friends from diverse continents and backgrounds. So, starting Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados. Dear Mia, with your Bridgetown initiative, you have played a crucial role in launching this much-needed debate. President William Ruto, bienvenue. With your country's stellar record of renewable energy, you are positioning your continent that we love a lot, Africa, as the continent of solution to the climate crisis. President Nana Akufo-Addo of Ghana, bienvenue, and chair of the V20. Your Accra to Marrakesh agenda is another key contribution to this crucial debate. President Charles Michel of the European Council. Cher Charles, Europe, our continent, is at the forefront of climate action and innovative finance. Welcome. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan. Faced with the dramatic consequences of climate change, you have taken a true leadership on the loss and damage crisis. Sir Laurence Tubiana of the European Climate Foundation and one of the key architects of the Paris Agreement. You eloquently advocate for new revenue streams to accelerate climate action. And last but not least, our friend, IDB President Ilan Goldfein. You lead one of the most innovative MTBs when it comes to designing new financial tools for climate and vulnerability. Welcome. So, Madame la Première Ministre, you have been one of the driving forces behind this summit. So, can you do us the honor of introduce, please, this debate and sharing the main messages of the Bridgetown Initiative? Please, Mia.
Thank you, Ursula. Do you mind if I stand? I want to thank you and President Macron. And believe you me, you have been the driving force behind this summit as well. And I thank you for your energy in helping to make this a reality. This is a conversation whose time has come. And the Bridgetown Initiative for us is not about Barbados. It has been about bringing people together from diverse backgrounds, from academia, from the development world, from the sovereign sphere, from multilateral organizations, and beginning to see where there is agreement and where there is an understanding as to where we must go. Regrettably, geopolitics and domestic politics are in the way of us getting there. And Paris is not about a pledging conference. Paris is not about a multilateral process that will bind us to decision making. but Paris is necessary for us to understand where we have to unlock in order to get that scalability and the pace of execution that I spoke of earlier. If we don't get it, believe you me, the climate will be the ally of those who are calling for urgent action, as you found out here in Europe last summer, as the Americans found out last winter, and as the Chinese are finding out at 40 degrees in Beijing today. The bottom line is that we need to act with urgency, with scale. The Bridgetown Initiative speaks to the fact that we need more innovative financial instruments, more guarantees, partial foreign exchange